And when the decision was made to move the whole operation here, we had 6 months to be out of the Lexington facility. So we had to construct that breeding shed and get all of these paddocks up so that we were ready for breeding season for our stallions. So I would say that Good Magic is probably the kindest, gentlest stallion in the barn. We're really proud of Good Magic and excited about his future. Of course, he had Mage win the Kentucky Derby in his first crop. We look forward to everything that's coming up from this guy. Curlin! Here, buddy. Hi, handsome. So here's Curlin. Consider him the king of the barn. Hi. It's great for me to do tours because when I do give a tour, the fans are so blown away and they just say wow constantly that it's a good reminder for me every day to appreciate it.
The August place to be. Still is and always will be. But this year, for a second year, it's all happening here. On this first weekend in June, while the heavy lifting continues downstate, the eyes of the racing world are focused upstate. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, site of the 157th Belmont Stakes.
Live look Friday at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. First of 57 races, 14 races, less than 2 minutes as we welcome you to the site of this third and final jewel of the Triple Crown, day before the bigger day. And trackside, now joined by my friends and colleagues, razor sharp handicappers. Michelle Yu, Sarah El Badwe, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Yeah, it's the day before the day, but make no mistake, this is one of the biggest days of the year of racing in New York. Day 3 of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. We're talking about 6 stakes races, 4 of the Grade 1 variety, included the DK Acorn. Girls, great to be on set with you, whether it's the DK Acorn or any other event today. What are we looking forward to most?
I mean, Good Cheer potentially staying undefeated, keeping that perfect record intact. Her being able to have such an accomplished feat like that against a field that she'll be facing today where she doesn't necessarily have as much pace as she did to close into in that Kentucky Oaks. We'll see what she does later on today, but looking forward to her for sure.
Looking forward to the maiden race coming up in race number 2. And in race number 5,
better betting race.
The return of Strategic Force for Chad Brown. This horse could
that she did have the class of the current crop of 3-year-old fillies. Of course, as you know, that can change as the summer goes on.
Promise, Michelle, we'll get to that maiden race, but what are you
I
expecting
can't
from?
wait.
What are you expecting from Good Cheer today?
I mean, I expect another good performance, especially with the scratch of Shred the Gnar, who I think was her biggest competition. We have seen the track play a little speed favoring, so that could really work in Lucara's favor. But Good Cheer just hasn't ever shown that she's been challenged, right? She's just so effortless, no matter what the circumstances are.
Big scratch, Shred the Gnar out of the Grade 1 Acorn. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Just like tomorrow, 14 races. You'll see all of those headline events. Television, FS2 here till 5 on Fox from 5 to 6, FS1 6 to 7, and finally the nightcap on Fox Sports 2. To the live racing we go. Field and updated odds here. Start of the early pick 5. Allowance New York bred sprinting fillies and mares. Geopolitics 5 to 2.
Horse.
Bellicose 5 to 2,
horse.
and lots going on here. A loose
That
runner.
one's very fast.
Well, we heard the rider was off of the 1, Umberto Rispoli, and now the 1 has just blazed by us and has taken the turn. That's going to for sure be a scratch.
So hopefully they'll corral her shortly. Carol T out, Capital Gal out. You're looking at number 4 there, Sassy Shenanigans, and Jose Ortiz, 4th jockey in 5 races, then the 5-2 second choice, Geopolitics.
Super consistent. Sassy Shenanigans has been with a turn back in distance here today for Michael Maker.
Current favorite, Munnings Express, runaway maiden win last month.
I really liked this filly last time. She earned a huge monster buyer. She's coming off a 4-length score. First time versus winners is never my favorite angle, but Linda Rice is 25%.
That'll work.
Horse is coming right back.
That'll work. MJ's Yoshida, number 7, debuted in a claiming race, and they got away with it.
And this is a step up in class for her, but her 64 buyer speed figure, it puts her within the context of this group, and she won by open lengths. We'll see if she handles a little bit more class today.
Number 8, Princess Mischief, late running sprinter.
Now, this horse really loves the off-going, so I think that she'll be very appreciative of last night that we got that nice thunderstorm coming in. We are listed as fast, but there is moisture in the track.
First Class Cat is out. Number 10, Bellicose, the 2-1 favorite with Johnny V, 3-year-old debut today.
This will be her first time with Lasix as well, and she is dropping out of stakes races. In fact, since breaking her maiden by 10 right here at Saratoga, she's exclusively run against stakes company Johnny V, getting the call for Wesley Ward. The two of them team together at 30%.
Scarlet's Dream, who was loose, is a late scratch. Michelle, you've seen this many times. What's the standard operating procedure in these scenarios?
Well, it would have been really nice if they had been able to corral her. Unfortunately, I think that she got loose before the outriders were even out and available. And you guys have great outriders here in New York. They probably would have been able to catch her. But she was at full speed going the wrong direction. I believe she has left the racetrack. It is on the backside. So now it'll just be up to her either finding her way home if she's stabled on this side or someone stopping her. And if you are on the backside, please don't stand in front of the horse and wave.
Say caution. Exercise caution. An update as soon as we have it, we'll provide it. Early pick 5 starts here. Race 1 of 14. Big part of the racing festival here, the Grade 2 Belmont Gold Cup. No Grade 1 status. Instead, a golden ticket to the winner. It's the chance of a lifetime. The chance to compete in the Lexus Melbourne Cup, the race that stops a nation literally. First Tuesday in November, everything essentially stops. No school, most businesses closed to celebrate Australia's most prestigious horse race at Flemington Racecourse. Very pleased to be joined by the voice of the Melbourne Cup. Matt Hill is with us this week, calling today's Belmont Gold Cup. Matt, assessing the talent in today's Belmont Gold Cup, how does it stack up to what it typically takes to be competitive in the Melbourne Cup?
Team, lovely to be with you on a bright sunny day, which is fantastic. It's a little bit on the humid side out in the paddock, but as horses head off to post 4, the opener. Can't wait for the 10th race, obviously, the Belmont Gold Cup. And well, we've talked about it over the last couple of days that it looks as though a European horse might get the job done today with Flatten the Curve after winning the Oleander Rennen at Hoppegarten and comes to Saratoga with very interesting form lines, similarly to what we saw Red Cardinal and Loft, who have won this race previously and have gone to Australia and have performed really well. 12 months ago, the Grey Wizard won the Belmont Gold Cup, didn't quite get to Melbourne, but the way the race panned out on a firm deck, particularly with a lot of speed, I think the Grey Wizard would have adapted very, very well. It's a strong field this year. Can Frankie Dettori get limited liability over the line? I think he might this afternoon.
Matt, have a great call. Great to have you with us. The golden ticket for the Lexus Melbourne Cup, Grade 2 Belmont Gold Cup, 2 miles. So rare in North American racing. Sarah,
couldn't hear that.
do you have a selection? Who wins? Who earns the golden ticket?
Well, it won't be the Ginger Wizard, I can tell you that. The sibling of our winner last year, the Grey Wizard, because he is not going to participate today. But looking ahead to that race, I do think that it's pretty wide open, and you do have several horses that stand a chance. I think that for a long shot, Curbstone, not totally impossible. Getting a rider change, the number 7 for Tom Morley, whose horses have been running very well to kick off this short week-long meet.
Opinion in the marathon 2 mile Gold Cup, Michelle?
I mean, I like Flatten the Curve. Germans have proven to be very good winners of this race. We've had a pair of them in the last couple of years. If I'm going to look for an alternative to 3 limited liability for Shug McGahee, this horse has been knocking on the door, but he did win the Nashville Gold Cup at Kentucky Downs, going 2 2 1/16 miles by 8 lengths. So I think the
So,
distance is
cut
going to
back?
fit. Yeah. The rest of those mile-and-a-half races were just too short for him, Lafitte.
Later this evening, part of the graded stakes racing on this Day 3 Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. First things first, warm-up continues. Sarah, you went with Munnings Express. Give us how did you come up with her?
Well, she has the last out fastest buyer speed figure of this group, and the horse that is one of the ones taking money in here, the number 5 Geopolitics, she has that consistency. She has that propensity to finish second. We thought that maybe once the blinkers were added last summer, she had turned a corner. She had really figured things out, clued in on some focus. Joel Rosario was keeping her out into the center of the racetrack while having that good early speed. And then she comes back with 2 second-place finishes yet again, and both of those are not really fast enough to compete with the last race that Munnings Express did run if she is able to duplicate it. In the start prior to that, she finished 3rd to K-Cup. We saw K-Cup come back on Wednesday, winning the Bowery.
She may be Grade 1 test-bound. K-Cup.
think so.
That's
what
according
they
to
say?
that's what the connections say.
All right.
Ambitious, but on the improvement. Impressive opening day. Day 1, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Michelle, you went Geopolitics in Joel Rosario.
I did
the
go
fast filly.
Yeah, super fast filly. And last time out, going out so wide, she just was no match late. I think the turn back in distance is actually going to work in her favor. And even though she's settled for lesser awards in her last 2, they were her first tries versus winners. So I just think now she's a little bit older. I love her workout tab coming into here. Vilmot's so good off of the layoff. Joelle's going to team back up. I'm just, as a handicapping rule, I'm generally a anti first time versus winners, especially when you're looking at established horses and you have a 3-year-old against older. So that was the only reason I put Munnings Express underneath. I would not be shocked at all for her to win this.
Geopolitics 4-year-old debut, and to the outside now, Sarah Bellicose, her 4-year-old debut, and she is the favorite with Johnny V at 2-1.
They love to bet Wesley Ward. I don't know what to say. I mean, look, she is one that does have some early speed, so that is to her credit for sure. And we did see a couple come out of this race, so maybe that price reflective of being one that has a little bit more upside than some of the others.
See how it all unfolds. First of 14 races. Look at that pool for this early pick 5. These New York bred filly and mare sprinters up to Frank Mirmati with the call. Here, the opener, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, Day 3 live on Fox Sports 2.
Bellicose will be the last one to load. In the colors of Resolute Racing. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Bellicose is very quick and takes command at once. Geopolitics moves right into second. And then it's Munnings Express and MJ's Yoshida side by side. Sassy Shenanigans is 6 lengths off the lead, and 2 back to Princess Mischief. Bellicose has made it over to the rail in a hurry, leading by a length over a very willing Geopolitics, who cuts into that margin within 3/4 of a length through a quarter that went in 22 2/5 seconds. It's another 2 lengths back to Munnings Express, and MJ's Yoshida is 4th and 4 lengths off them. 3 clear of Sassy Shenanigans and Princess Mischief. They're coming to the quarter pole. Bellicose, Geopolitics alongside the challenge. Bellicose turns for home in front. Geopolitics gets a nudge, trying to get closer now. And down on the inside, Munnings Express, 45 and 2 for the half. Munnings Express now cutting into Bellicose's lead. Bellicose has the lead. Munnings Express coming through along the inside with each and every stride. Bellicose, Munnings Express, Bellicose digging in, and Bellicose goes all the way to win. Munnings Express second best, Geopolitics third, MJ's Yoshida finished 4th.
She comes back running. First start as a 3-year-old filly for trainer Wesley Ward. Johnny Velasquez, Bellicose, the favorite, 2-1 in the opener.
The money was right.
Money was right. She got some class relief in here. She got first-time Lasix, and she got the best trip. She broke out of there running. She was 2 lengths in front by the time the rest of them were out of the gate. She was able to get over, set her own tempo. The 6 Munnings Express was really hindered going down the backside. She was in between horses, not very comfortable. The 7 was laying all over her. Finally, she had to check out and then move herself over the rail, which is when she was able to make her run. But she really, I would put an asterisk at this start and say next time she's a major upgrade.
How'd she do it, Sarah? What was the key?
Going to show that early speed that she had and just John Velasquez riding with such confidence right now, which isn't unusual. We're not finding that to be something of a surprise, but he's had a lot of success so far over these past few days, and he's just putting horses in the right position to be able to get themselves to the wire first, whether he's coming from off the pace and getting there at the nick of time, or he has just enough left in the tank to hold off a horse making a rally towards the inside.
This one didn't pay quite as much as the first two he had on Wednesday.
I'd agree
Johnny
with that.
V at Saratoga, you don't get him on 30-1 shots that win very often, or 7-1 shot, one wire to wire on the grass on Wednesday.
Or a 56-1 the other day with Outsourced for the Morleys as well.
Johnny V teaming up with Wesley Ward. Bellicose, 10-6, 5-7. Race 1 here at Saratoga. Those results forthcoming, just getting started on this third day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. All the graded stakes racing coming your way. Those 4 Grade 1 headline events on this terrific day of thoroughbred racing, eve of the Belmont Stakes. When we come back, this story. Trainer Will Walden, his journey, his battles, his strength that has led here, and the opportunity with this filly. Bless the Broken, third in the Kentucky Oaks. And a shot for Walden at a first career Grade 1 this evening in the DK Acorn.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 is always brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get started. And take advantage of this. Get involved in this Day 3 of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. It is here, and it's all about the Grade 1 action. Pick the winners of today's Grade 1 Stakes races and take home your share of $15,000. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in. Favorite does not disappoint in the opener. Bellicose, unraced since last fall. Michelle comes back running for Wesley Ward. Johnny Velasquez, the audible filly, now 2 of 4 overall, both wins here at the Spa.
Both wins the Spa and both wins in front-running fashion. Also, it's the 2 options that she's taken that weren't stakes races, so she might have a ceiling here, but we certainly didn't see it today. She was very tenacious for this victory. Resolute Racing, one of your co-owners here. I know John Stewart on track today.
John Stewart's Resolute Racing, Christopher Dunn, Bellicose 6:23.10 over Munnings Express and Geopolitics 10.65 in the first leg of the opening of the early pick 5. To Matt Hill with winning trainer Wesley Ward.
Regular feet, yeah, Wesley. It must be a fun horse to train when in the last furlong really had to find.
Johnny, I've been so lucky with him over the years, and he's such a tremendous rider. He did great. It's great to have a win for John Stewart. You know, guy just coming into our sport, buying a lot of horses and excited about it, and let's just hope that it continues for everybody.
And by the looks of it, brings a lot of owners to the track as well.
It does. You know, it's good that he's so excited about it and passionate, and he's going to bring it. We need him. You know, everybody needs him. So I'm glad that he could come at Saratoga. She was ready early on, and I told him, no, there's a race up here at Saratoga. I'd really like to start off with a winner for you, being my first start for him, and we did it. And I'm just elated for him.
After today, what's the next step?
You know, we're gonna see how she comes out of the race, and probably give her some spacing, because she ran very, very hard today, and we'll make a plan with John and his team.
Big names, but on big days. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Wesley Ward Lafitte.
Matt, thanks so much. John Stewart acquiring all kinds of prospects, right? The win here, just acquired a 2-year-old who will be competing at Royal Ascot. And those are horses that are currently racing. He also acquired a Puka, the dam, who does nothing but produce Triple Crown race winners.
I think we'll be talking about Puka quite a bit over these next 2 days and beyond. She has just been sensational with having so much success with her offspring.
She certainly has a lot. I'm very disappointed. My goal from the beginning of the year was that Baeza won the Preakness, so then she had her own Triple Crown winning babies, and they bypassed that race. I'm very disappointed in that.
I think it's on like the radar though. The next one's named like Preaky or Preakness or something,
yeah.
Something along those lines. But we see if he can win a Belmont Stakes tomorrow evening. Baeza, Grade 1 Belmont, just like the DK horse Acorn Grade 1 event. 3-year-old fillies. Take a look at the field. The big scratch that changes things. Shred the Gnar is out. Of course, all eyes on Good Cheer, Kentucky Oaks winner, but number 5, Bless the Broken, ran well behind her to finish 3rd in the Kentucky Oaks. Bless the Broken for 34-year-old trainer Will Walden. Grew up around the sport. Today in search of a first career Grade 1 victory, a journey to the top after hitting rock bottom.
When I walked through the doors of Stable Recovery for the last time, I was done. Like, I was so beaten and broken as a man that I pulled out the white flag, and I waved it.
Unfortunately, it takes a level of pain for people to become willing to do the things to learn how to stay sober. And he called me, and literally the only 2 words out of his mouth were, "I'm ready."
The journey to sobriety is not an easy one.
No, it's not. It's a road paved with a bunch of potholes. Stable Recovery. It's really just subtly introduce them to the healing powers of the horse. That horse never looks you in the eye and judges you for the past you have or what you've done. It touches the soul in a way that very few things can, and it's really cool to watch that light bulb go off.
Will's success is something that I knew he was capable of years ago. He didn't know he was capable of that. He has always gone out of his way to try to help people that are suffering.
These guys, a lot of them have been through Stable Recovery. The thing about this barn is, obviously with me in recovery, these guys feel safe. They know I'm gonna hold them accountable. If I see you slipping, we're gonna sit down and we're gonna have a one-on-one and we're gonna talk about it. And also at the same time, we can help build each other up. It's an ongoing thing. You gotta get to that bottom. And I did, and just blessed we're on the road we're on now.
Your filly, Bless the Broken, it really is kind of a fitting name for her to be in your barn.
It wasn't intended that way. You can draw a lot from it. And look, I have nothing but respect and just gratitude for Bless the Broken and the attention she's brought. I'm trying like hell to do my job every day to put her in a position where she can win that Grade 1.
Will Walden, the dark places he's been, the demons he's battled, win, lose, or draw today with Bless the Broken. The fact that he's here, like, just doing what he loves, that's a win.
It is, absolutely. And she's talented. She's shown a lot of heart, tenacity, ability, especially with a wide trip, to be able to be a part of that trifecta in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, not only that, but you talk about Will Walden and his journey. I think he's also kind of spreading that around, you know, his employees and whatnot. A lot of people have been through the Stable Recovery Program, and we've seen horses do miraculous things for a lot of people.
Bless the Broken. It's an easy story to connect to and to root for this filly, Bless the Broken. So what's it going to take, Michelle, this afternoon for her to be a factor, for her to turn the tables on Good Cheer, who defeated her in the Kentucky Oaks?
Well, I don't necessarily know if she's going to be able to lay closer. I would say that would be her best bet, because to me, she did show some kind of finish in the Oaks, but generally speaking, she doesn't have a huge turn of foot, and she does end up a little bit further behind. So, like with Lakara out there winging it today, I don't know if she's going to be able to stay as close as she needs to be to turn the tables, but doesn't mean she can't pick up another nice piece of black type underneath.
What do you think, Sarah?
I have a similar assessment. I think that things work against her from a pace dynamic standpoint, but she has the ability and certainly is one that I would want to use in any of my exotics that I'm playing underneath horses like Good Cheer, as well as Lakara, who does look to be the lone speed now.
DK Horse Acorn this evening on Fox, one of 4 Grade 1 events this afternoon. The second race. This is the one. We were talking at the top of the show, like, Michelle, all these Grade 1 races, what are you most excited? This maiden race.
I love maiden races, Libby. What can I say?
And this one with some heavy hitting connections, some solid pedigrees, these 7/8 of a mile extended sprinters, $100,000 purse, much more on the second race. Start of the early pick 4 when we come back. And of course, the stars of the weekend, the stars of the show, top 2 finishers in the Kentucky Derby, Sovereignty Journalism to go head to head, round 2 in tomorrow evening's Belmont Stakes.
And clear off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at Naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now, promise me we'll have that weather tomorrow, maybe, fingers crossed, as this 5-week Triple Crown journey ends tomorrow. The Belmont Stakes for the second year at Saratoga on Fox. Top class 3-year-olds, $1.25 $2 million on the line. Derby winner, Preakness winner, loaded edition of this Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. Field drawn Monday. There's the field. 8 deep, number 7 Journalism. 8-5 morning line favorite. No introductions needed in terms of the top contenders. 5 weeks ago, they all met. Journalism favored in the Kentucky Derby, run down by Sovereignty in the Sea of Mud, and a fast closing by Asa to finish third.
Say out of the three of them took the worst of it in terms of trip, having to go wide from post 21, from post 20 as number 21 of this full field, and having to then find his way through traffic here. You can see him starting to swing out and pick up that late momentum, but Sovereignty, Journalism, they got started with their closing kicks around the same time, Michelle.
They did. I actually think Sovereignty might have had a worse trip around there, just covering more ground there as he came out wider, and Baeza did save a little bit of ground before angling out. And you know that the problem with Baeza is he's so green. Even now, he's still so green. We've seen it from him race by race. You know, John Sheriff does such a great job bringing these horses along and, you know, trying to mentally prepare them. But sometimes horses are just still mentally teenagers. I think that was his biggest deficit there. You know, it was like once he saw some room, he was fine to run. But if he hits the front too early, he has the tendency to kind of pull himself up when he's out there. Even when he's working, you can see him wants to play around. His rider has to fight with him a little bit. Baeza's own worst enemy is Baeza.
Is that a concern? Has he matured enough
I
to
don't
compete
know,
and win a Belmont Stakes?
I watched his work the other day, and he still looked like he wanted to play coming down the lane.
Baeza gearing up for the Belmont Stakes. He wasn't in the Preakness Stakes. Neither was Derby winner Sovereignty. Journalism was, and this was, Sarah, nothing short of heroic, miraculous. We ran out of superlatives a long time ago.
This is one of those races that tells you something about a horse that you can't evaluate on a piece of paper. It tells you about their will to win, as you saw right there, the commotion, the going through, the committed spot by Umberto Rispoli to have the ability to go past those horses, but then here to pick up and finish like he did, out closing a closing horse like Sandman, who got started ahead of him, going after Gosker, who ran very well in defeat, and getting that victory, nothing short of spectacular.
What were you thinking while you were watching the race unfold, Michelle?
Oh my gosh. So I was at Pimlico, right, watching. And so when Journalism started to go backwards, which he had kind of patented that, like, go backwards move, I was like, ooh, he didn't bounce out of this very good. And then he starts to roll, and then he gets to the crush, and everybody in the whole building goes, right?
gasp.
I mean, grasp our pearls. And then as he starts to come, I was thinking to myself, oh my gosh, but Gosker's already there, and he's going to win, and you're going to run second again. I felt literally gutted. I was like, oh my gosh, Michael McCarthy, I feel so bad for you after the second place finish. And then when he reels him in, I switched to feeling very bad for Brendan Walsh, who had to settle for second earlier on in the Black Eyed Susan. But it was literally a wave of emotion for that. And you got to do it with everybody there, because we were all watching this unfold, and you could not have predicted what was going to come next.
That drama in the final Preakness at Pimlico, as we know it. What a performance. Journalism, the class, the Preakness hero. He didn't have to deal with Rodriguez in Preakness. Rodriguez missed the Derby with that bruised foot as well, but he's back. He's getting ready for the Belmont Stakes and breezing. What have you taken from his preparations out west, Michelle, gearing up for this Belmont Stakes?
It's interesting because they actually shipped him to Churchill, and then they shipped him back to California, and then they shipped him here, whereas I think that if you were really thinking you were going to run here, you might as well have just left him in Churchill with the rest of the string. This work is kind of traditional Rodriguez. He pretty much works a carbon copy of himself every single week, with the exception of that 7 furlong drill where he was in company and he was really asked to finish it up. Otherwise, anytime he works 5, he works like this, and it's kind of a work to be expected from Bob Baffert's groups. They tend to work really good, but it's not my favorite work. I don't know. He's not as flashy as a lot of the Bafferts are when they work. There was nothing wrong with it, but he's very workmanlike to me. It was fine. It was fine. I wasn't super excited about it.
Give it like maybe a 7.
Yeah, 7.5.
Okay.
I mean, the 7 furlong work, I mean, they were asking him. They were, smooching and throwing the reins at him, and you don't ever see that from, the Baffert horses. They're generally in hand the whole time.
And it feels like his stock has taken a real hit as soon as we learned that Crudo would be in the mix and making the pace scenario for a front runner like Rodriguez that much more challenging. Circling back to Baeza, Michelle was just telling us about the maturation that all the physical gifts, those tools are there. And once it all comes together, all right, he might be special, but will it all come together in time for Baeza to win a Belmont Stakes?
It's a valid question, and I understand if it's not something that people want to fully trust and place their wager on, but out of the top 3 from your Kentucky Derby, he's going to be the best price, and I think his talent and level of ability is right there with that of Sovereignty, that of Journalism, and he's coming in fresh to this spot, that pedigree behind him as well. I have to take a swing with a horse who's going to be the best price of those 3 and who also has shown some tactical ability in the past, which I think is at a premium in this race, especially given the murky pace scenario now as well with 2 potential speeds.
All unfolds tomorrow evening right here for the second year here at Saratoga, the Belmont Stakes, third and final jewel of the Triple Crown Championship. Implications, so many layers to these storylines and all the lead up to the biggest day of racing in New York. And on this eve of the Belmont Stakes, he knows what it takes to win at Belmont. Joel Rosario is the town here, the celebration, the festivities, as we count down to the 157th Belmont here at Saratoga.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Gin Blossoms, look at that crowd. All part of the festivities a couple of nights ago here. The town has been alive and geeked up for this Belmont Stakes, and Gin Blossoms there putting on that show, that concert here, and kind of getting everybody in that festive mood that's carried right on through.
Sarah's not old enough to know who the Gin Blossoms are.
Unfortunately,
Sarah?
this is true. I also am old enough to not have gone to that event and to have been working on the weekend instead.
Riders up for the second race here at Saratoga. Maiden special weight, 7/8 of a mile, fillies and mares. Ragtime, Godolphin, homebred pictured, 9-1. Michelle the favorite. Endorse, Micropolis, first-time starter, 6-5 the favorite.
I feel like people think, why run 2 when 1 will do? And as they scratch numbered out of here, you have a very nice daughter of Curlin, and her last work was so good here at Saratoga. She worked in company and was just so much the best, it wasn't even funny. Todd Pletcher is very, very good first time out. Rapoli was on social media today talking about her, so I think that they're very keen on this 3-year-old filly.
Yeah, rarely.
He was saying nice things on social media.
About his horse?
There she is, endorsed. Sarah, who graduates here?
I think Michelle and I are eyeing the same filly that we'll get to in a moment.
Don't ruin our price.
I'm not, well, I'm going to have to say something eventually. It's kind of the job that they put me in here. But for the time being, I will say this race is loaded with pedigree, with potential, with a lot of first-time starters that have a lot of precocity early on in their dam side pedigree. That's an angle that I value a lot and always look at, especially when there isn't as much to go on with these first-time starters. And there's quite a bit going on in here beyond your favorite, but certainly you have to take a horse going out first time for Todd Pletcher, I'd rather choose Junior, Mike Rapoli as a serious threat.
Heavy hitting connections, impressive pedigrees, and that call to post for this race 2 of 14, started the early, picked 4, and there she is. Another look at endorsed Mike Rapoli's Curlin, first time starter, the favorite.
And the dam did finish second, in her first 3 dirt starts. She was a little bit more accomplished as a turf sprinter. This one a half to Jace's Road, graded stakes placed, who did win his debut.
Number 2, Ragtime, Godolphins, debuting homebred.
And Union Rags himself, 9% with debut winners. But the Dam Bramilla was a debut winner. She also won a grade 2 right here at Saratoga. None of her siblings have ever won first time out. And Philmont's a little light in the W column for that. Notice she is equipped with blinkers here for the debut, and she has been working in them.
Godolphin, Mott, Team Sovereignty, then number 3, Philly Freedom, Constitution, first time starter.
This is a big price if you're looking for one for Chad Brown, first-time starter. The Dam Zappercat, she won first time out. 79 buyer, half to Born Noble. He won his debut with a 93, so certainly bred to win early.
Number 4, Sweet McKinsey, Dirt and Sprint, debut.
Yeah, big price here for this filly, who should be certainly fit since she has been going a mile and a 16th. And we know 7 furlongs is a challenging distance. She might be flying late.
All Night Revival, Dirt, Sprint, debut.
This one has run 4 times, hitting the board in 2 of those, all of those going a little bit longer on the grass.
Now, surprise number 6, revving her engines, took money in her first effort.
Yeah, she's going to get blinkers on today, and she's been working very nicely along for Brad Cox. I thought she was a little disappointing on debut, so we'll see how she moves forward with the start under her belt.
Kara's Chianti beat 1 filly in her 1 race. They're moving quickly. There's Absolute Honor and Ricardo Santana.
Ooh, I love this solo warm-up. Anytime I can see this, especially from a first-time starter, I'm 2 thumbs up. Safi Joseph with this filly, who had a 16-length defeat on debut.
Lost Horizon, firing up the afterburners. Peter Brandt's debuting homebred, then resurged. The Juddmonte homebred, Mom, a rock star.
Yeah, debut winner there for Close Hatches. Sorry, I stepped right on you, Sarah. Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I'm
we both
so
like
sorry.
her. You go ahead. We
I
have
know.
time.
No,
I don't think
go
I really
ahead.
have a lot to say about mint tea at 66 to 1 here, except that I do occasionally like the beverage. So you go ahead.
Go back to 11. Sorry.
No, you go, and then I'll go. It'll be okay.
Debut winner. She's a 5-time grade 1 winner. This filly has 3 siblings that are winners: Tacitus, Scylla, and Batten Down. Scylla actually runs later on in the Bed of Roses today, so it could be a very big day for Close Hatches. I loved her work last time out. She was so much the best, it wasn't even funny.
Michelle, you took everything you wanted to say.
Anything to add? Really kind of
and their
feeling it out
just
there on the
going
track.
up.
Look, I mean, I think that all the attention right now is very centric on the 1A, because this horse originally was coupled with Numbered, a horse who had some experience, who was going to figure to be a short price as well. So I understand that the betting public has now shifted gears to a horse that I'd rather choose Junior. We know that he gets bet pretty heavily here in Saratoga especially, and so the outside post for Resurge, she's got that pedigree behind her. Bill Mott, not necessarily guns a-blazing stats for his first-time starters, but can absolutely get it done. And I do agree with Michelle. These works have been quick. They've been promising, that last one especially, but prior to that, they've all been on the faster side as well.
It's all business here. Front side with these fillies and mares as they prepare. Who's going to graduate? Race 2 in 2 minutes. Meanwhile, in the picnic area, we check in with Matt and fans here, all part of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Matt.
Yes, Lafitte, this is the best part of Saratoga. Out the back, I've found the most knowledgeable and colourful table. These ladies dressed up to the nines. What are your names, ladies?
Chris. Micheline. Tracy. Shannon.
Now, Tracy's got a tip in the next race. You've been studying that form intrinsically. What do you like?
I like mint tea, This is my mint tea right here, and the other one's a favorite, and it's Submit.
Surprise. And the hats are fantastic. You've put a lot of effort into your outfits today, and you're putting a lot of effort into the form. And to be honest, Lafitte, I think I've done enough work already, so I'm getting into the lemonade with the ladies, and we'll talk a bit later.
Hey, man, you got to call a 2-mile turf race in a few hours.
I know I do. That's why I'm getting stuck into the lemonade for the dulcet tones.
when he stops calling after one lap, we will know what he's been doing over the last couple of hours.
Well, I think he's going to have some of that mint tea, warm up the vocal cords, get ready for the big one coming up. I mean, it's a long race. You got to be prepared.
Voice of the Lexus Melbourne Cup, Matt Hill with us. He'll call that Belmont Gold Cup this evening, the marathon, 2-mile marathon, right here at Saratoga, one of these 6 stakes races this afternoon. Back to this second race, and the odds-on favorite. Is this surprising to you at all, Sarah, looking at how the wagering's unfolding here on Dorse and the fact that she is here 4 to 5?
Am I ever surprised that these connections have
This low?
heavily? No, because I think once you have a certain standard of this horse is going to be the favorite, the price only continues to drop. And especially on weekends like this, where you have some people coming out to the track for the first time, getting involved with wagering for the first time, they want to have a fun experience. They're here to see the horses, to learn about horse racing, to bet, to have a good time with their friends, like we saw Matt with those well-dressed ladies out there in the backyard. And maybe you just want to play a couple dollars on the favorite. Low risk, low reward.
Just get that feel of winning. Seeing the ball go through the hoop, right?
That's what people like, I hear.
That makes 28 races over the next 2 days. Get that momentum going, regardless of how short a price you're talking about. Trained by Todd Pletcher, endorsed Pletcher and his runners this weekend. That's what he has going on in the Grade 1 events, and specifically with Fierceness, even money morning line favorite in the Met Mile. Fierceness coming off that sensational 4-year-old debut in the Ali Sheba, Michelle, where he breaks a track record at Churchill Downs for 1 mile and a 16th. That was his first race in 6 months. Breaks a track record at Churchill Downs. Who knows what he'll do in the Met Mile?
Yeah, he looks sensational there. This is going to be a fantastic rendition of the Met Mile. I mean, they call it the Stallion Maker. This is a Stallion Maker race.
Todd Pletcher looking on. What are you expecting from Fierceness in the Met Mile?
I've been a big critic of his lack of consistency, of his lack of ability to overcome some adversity. I was really impressed with his last effort. I think he just showed a lot more maturity as a 4-year-old coming in for the first time after he really did start to pick things up last year in the late stages, where he had back-to-back good efforts, where he was winning that Jim Dandy, winning that Travers famously over a slim margin of Torpedo Anna, and then finishing well to finish second to Sierra Leone in that Breeders' Cup Classic. I think he's more of a tuned-in, switched-off kind of fierceness moving forwards.
Favored in the Met Mile tomorrow evening here. Another look at Resurge and Close Hatches, her mother, a Grade 1 winner for a stretch there, one of the best fillies in the sport.
5-time Grade 1 winner, Close Hatches was. Pretty good.
And that was a good crop, too. It's not as though she was running against horses that she just majorly outclassed. You had horses like Beholder, Princess of Silmar, Dreaming of Julia. She was running against those types on a consistent basis and showing up pretty much each and every time outside of the Kentucky Oaks.
Resurge, top selection for Michelle and Sarah. Well, the favorite is keyed in on Endorse at post time. First leg of this early pick 4, race 2 of 14 here at Saratoga. Filing into the gate, over to Frank Mirmati with the load and call. Race 2 live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Feet, pedigree power galore in this one. Here's Resurge. Out of the great Juddmonte mare Close Hatches. Garas Chianti. Just a tad hesitant to go in. Mint Tea will be the last one to load. She walks up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Endorse had a beautiful start and will go and vie for the lead. Absolute Honors a little bit quicker and up to take the lead. Just inside of them, Philly Freedom is in the mix, as is Carres Chianti, who now moves up to take second. Behind them, Ragtime in the Godolphin blue, got it a bit off the rail. And right next to her is Surprise, yellow cap, only 4 lengths off the pace. 3 back to Sweet Mackenzie. Lost Horizon is next, followed then by All Night Revival. Resurge is just inside of her, and it is a distance to Mint Tea. 22-3 for the opening quarter mile as the field moves round the far turn. And it is Carres Chianti just in front, pressed by Absolute Honor, who's racing in between horses as Endorse has made her move. And Endorse is now in front at the top of the lane. Surprise continues to make some progress and moves into contention. Ragtime is next at the top of the lane, and the favorite Endorse turns for home. Full of run, 2-length lead, chased intently by Ragtime, who's running a giant race. Ragtime comes to Endorse with a furlong left to go, and Philly Freedom is coming through. Ragtime for Team Sovereignty, pulling away. An eye-catching debut to win by 4. Philly Freedom second, Endorse was third, and Lost Horizon picked it up a bit fourth.
Team Sovereignty indeed. Godolphin, Bill Mott, Ragtime in her debut strikes Junior Alvarado in the saddle, 9-1 in this second race at Saratoga.
Sarah and I got on the wrong Bill Mott.
We missed the right Bill Mott, the one with Junior Alvarado.
This was the tale of two trips, though, actually. If you go back and watch, Sarah and I only watched the 11 in this race. She wanted to go up inside. Joel didn't let her. He choked her back. He brought her outside like he was going to go wide right here. You can see him second from the outside. And then he whips her right-handed, and she ducks back inside. So very green in here. Meanwhile, Ragtime is just, unabetted, ranging up on the outside and moving on past. The 7 furlongs really worked in her favor here. Her dam, again, a debut winner and a graded stakes winner at Saratoga.
Ran right by Endorse. Endorse ran well, but nothing to offer when collared by Ragtime.
No, and Endorse, I agree, had good gate speed, got out there quickly. She took some pressure from the number 8 horse Absolute Honor with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard, but this seemed as though Ragtime was always sitting in a sweet spot for these connections, able to pounce and pull away at the end.
And for Godolphin this weekend, it's Good Cheer today in the DK Horse Acorn. It's Sovereignty tomorrow in the Belmont Stakes. It's Ruling Court in the Epsom Derby. Desert Flower in the English Oaks. They all swept the first weekend in May, and perhaps, who knows, poised to do so once again this weekend.
Would be, that was already a feat. Could you imagine if they do it
Greatest
again?
40 hours, I don't know, in
ever?
the history of the sport.
Like you need any more heralding when you're Godolphin, but then to have a weekend like that, and to do it with so many homebreds too, right? They have
like
nurtured this program. Yeah, they have nurtured this program. They support their stallions, they support their mares, and now that they're going to other stallions, they are just finding the most beautiful crosses. They give them to patient trainers who get the best out of these horses, and then they show up on big race days, and they are just unbelievable. I know they have a big amount of horses, so it's almost easier to find yourself at the level to be able to compete here regularly. But golly, just time and time again, they are sending out the best horses.
Saw Michael Banahan there next to Bill Mott of Godolphin, kind enough to join us on the set, screen left in the ball cap there, and appreciated the honesty and insight when asked about the decision-making that went into the idea of bypassing the Preakness Stakes and pointing Sovereignty at the Belmont and beyond.
And what did he say?
Just that indeed of how it was the longevity, and that he wants to, as far as what was best for the individual and not having to come back on such short rest, felt would benefit Sovereignty
and
moving down the road.
He did tell me, I had him on my podcast as well, that really the goal for this horse after Kentucky Derby is Dubai World Cup, right? That's what they want to win with him. So for them, it was never even a thought to run back in the Preakness, win, lose, or draw. They thought, we're going to space these races out because our ultimate goal is to race him as a 4-year-old.
Sovereignty, second choice for tomorrow's Belmont Stakes, a Derby winner. What will he do in the third and final jewel of this Triple Crown? As our coverage continues from Saratoga, gearing up for the graded stakes racing later on, plus the story of that terrific broodmare in Puka, the mother of Triple Crown race winners.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Saratoga Sunday, great racing continues from the Spa. The day after the Belmont Stakes, join us for America's Day at the Races on FS2, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga. Watch and play Sunday on FS2.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Sun, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Live coverage on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Angle from the 1863 Club. Great view of that. Filly in the stretch, drawing away in ragtime. Godolphin, Mott, Junior Alvarado, Derby-winning rider, standing by live with Matt.
Lafitte, a little secret, there's a monitor here in the winner's circle, and Junior was just admiring his own work there. That was pretty special.
Yeah, it was very nice. You know, it's a filly there, you know, since last year, since she was 2-year-old, you know, we always thought very high of her, and, you know, just a little hiccups here and there kept her away, you know, until today. And, I mean, she showed what we're expecting from her.
In your opinion today, what was the best part of her work?
I think just like the way she was able to handle the traffic, you know, I think, you know, even though we teach them in the morning, you know, it's just a different whole ball game when you come in the afternoon and you get battled up between horses, and, you know, first time for them to get up to, you know, to feel that. And I mean, but she handled like she was a 10-year-old.
Sure. And always nice to win in those famous colors.
Absolutely. You know, it's always a plus winning for Godolphin. You know, Mr. Ma, always a supporter. So it's just great, you know, you starting the week.
Congratulations on the win, Junior.
Thank you.
Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, pretty big weekend on tap. Junior Alvarado and all of those Grade 1 wins with Belmont just in the last 3 years. And Arthur's Ride last year, Cody's Wish, a Horse of the Year. Just FYI, the champion filly a couple of years back now, Sovereignty. It's not just Grade 1, it's like the Grade 1 wins.
And they've really come to hand over the past couple of years as we've seen so many of their partnerships really be so successful with such big name horses over time. I remember Bill Mott with his 2-year-olds was the main story for a year going to the Breeders' Cup. He had so much success a couple of years back, especially with Cody's Wish as well. But he and Junior, they've had a partnership for much longer than that.
I mean, we see this time and time again where the great partnerships really come through, right? We have Todd and Johnny. There's just so many that come to mind. And so when you think about it, this is just one of those that'll go down in the history books. And when you have a great partnership and there's great horses there, you know you're going to have fantastic success.
For Junior on Sovereignty, how does the Belmont shape up different than the Derby from a pace standpoint? And how does that impact his chances, you think?
there's less pace. I know that everyone knows that, though, from his camp, and they'll adapt. I do trust Junior as one of the riders that will be able to figure out how that pace is playing out in real time, have that internal clock be fairly accurate, and be able to judge where he needs to be for ultimate success with Sovereignty. I didn't pick him on top, but you can't completely dismiss a horse who, yes, he has that closing kick that we've seen, but they will figure something out for him to get him in the right place at the right time.
A win here in race 2, a ragtime Godolphin, Mott, and Junior Alvarado. 2 races down here on the program. The third coming up in about 15 or so minutes. We'll take a look at the field and updated odds. $75,000 allowance optional claimer, 5.5 furlong sprint on grass. Works for me, the 2-1 favorite. And circling back to Sovereignty and his win in the Kentucky Derby and journalism, round 2 in the Belmont Stakes, right? That's part of the story, but it's actually a big 3 with Baeza coming back third place finisher in the run for the Roses. This story is about his mother and Puka. Look, she was a terrific racehorse, but what she's doing as a mother, as a broodmare, is historic, already having produced 2 Triple Crown race winners, and by the time the sun sets tomorrow evening, maybe 3.
Puka was in the juvenile. She was a half-sister to Finnegan's Wake. She checked all the boxes. She had the pedigree. She was a talented individual. She was a foal gun runner. She wasn't cheap, but we got her for what we thought was a fair price. My partnership had bought 3 shares in Good Magic.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away.
Good Magic had won the juvenile. Well-bred, handsome horse, turn of foot, fit this mare. She was a lovely big mare. Mage was a nice foal. He wasn't totally remarkable, but he was athletic.
Mage digs down deep to win the Derby!
I can't say we were smart enough to know it was going to produce a Derby winner, but it was a good mating. The next year, Dornoch, he was a little better looking yearling at the time. And Baeza, we changed sires because we had bought a share in Mackenzie. He was a wow-looking foal. He was a wow-looking yearling, and he takes your breath away when he comes out of the stall. All 3 of Puka's foals have been different. Mage was more like his father, probably, and Dornoch more like his mother, and Baeza, the best of both. She'd be described as a blue hen. She's had 4 foals, all stakes horses, by 3 different sires. You know, you have to ask yourself, is she ever going to be worth more? And John Stewart made us an offer, and he bought her.
Puka was pregnant at the time, carrying a full sibling to Mage. He's a fantastic physical. He probably takes a little more curling. He's probably closer to Mage physically, but would be in between Mage and Dornoch, I'd say, size-wise. He has classy fighting attitude that his mother clearly puts in to her offspring. We've partnered up with My Racehorse. They've taken 25% stake in him. You know, to have an individual like that and then to follow on suit and get a full sister. In my opinion, I think she might have been the best foal that we've had this year. You know, she's just overall just a perfect print that you could just dream of. And especially being a full sister to Mage and Dornoch, and of course the yearling colt as well. As of now, I believe she'll most likely stay within the Resolute Bloodstock division and carry forward the legacy that her mother has set out so far.
My appreciation for Puka is hard to describe. I mean, it's a breeder's once-in-a-lifetime dream to breed a Derby winner. She's remarkable and, you know, quite right broodmare of the year this year. So I'm pinching myself to have owned Puka.
Super mom, Michelle.
That's so nice of you to
too,
say.
you too, but Puka, can you put it all into perspective, like just how rare, just how special this story is?
I mean, you see blue hen broodmares, you know, we know of a couple close hatches would be one, but she still hasn't overcome the feat that Puka has done. I mean, when you think that there are 20 or 25,000 foals born and only 20 of them make it into like the Kentucky Derby, right? And she was able to have a winner there. And then we have even less than that make it into the Belmont, and she had a winner there. It's just unbelievable, the odds for that to happen.
Mage, yes. Dornoch, we'll see on Saturday about Baeza. Baeza training, preparing for this Belmont Stakes. I think it's easy when you look back at the Kentucky Derby, Sarah. There's that image seared into your mind of him closing from far, far back. When the fact is, Baeza, he's not a closer. He is tactical. He can be closer in the mix early on.
He can be, and I think that that's likely to be what they want from him coming up on Saturday. He is one that has a little bit more of that ability to lay closer to the pace, which there's going to be less pace in the Belmont Stakes than there is, or was rather, in that Kentucky Derby. So I want a horse that can make their own trip, and he just fits that profile so well. And if you want a non-statistical, non-scientific, non-researched reason to pick him, he does draw the same post position as Brother Dornick last year, 6.
Well, now we're
That's
sold.
it. That's all we need.
Now we're sold. Baeza, third choice, 4-1. Flavien Prat to ride, Michelle, and his most recent breeze, the heavy lifting in the morning, preparing for the Belmont Stakes. What caught your eye?
Well, I thought this was almost a maintenance drill just to kind of get him going, because prior to that he had a beautiful 6 furlong move. And I think it's nice to get to work in the location that you're at. He obviously worked over in Oklahoma, so not on the main track. But look at him come around here. There's a lot of horses all looky-looing, and you can see his immaturity shows through here, because you can see him look this way. You see him kind of duck in a little bit as he's trying to change leads. He's not quite straight, and that is what we see from Baeza all the time. The fact that he's as talented as he is without being 100% mentally mature is crazy. He's looked 100% physically mature since he was born, I'm pretty sure, because he always has looked like a tremendous individual, but you can still see some of that greenness right there. He certainly looks very, very fit. The workout tabs to me are interesting, though, because he had like a 53 and change. He looked very indifferent in that work, and I don't think Hector was asking him to do very much that day, because Barrios has continued to work Baeza for Sheriffs. But again, his 6 furlong drill at home was beautiful.
Where would you like to see him situated, Sarah, passing the stands the first time?
Playing second or third. I would like to have him have forward position. I would like to see if I could make up my own dream Belmont Stakes scenario where you have Crudo, Rodriguez really flying on the front end, challenging each other in their own little pace duel, and he's the one that is sitting just off of them, ready to reap all of the benefits.
Flavien Prat to ride. All the damage he did here last summer and breaking records for the most graded stakes wins, whether it was summer here at Saratoga over the course of the year. He'll ride Baeza in the Belmont Stakes tomorrow evening on Fox. But first, so much between now and then. The 6 stakes races this afternoon, 4 Grade 1 events on this eve of the Belmont.
In the Churchill Downs Stakes. Then Gun Pilot 122.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 went to the wire. Forgo on the outside. Conquistador Cielo goes clear by 4 lengths, but Conquistador Cielo is in front. Gulch on the outside, and Gulch gets the lead. They race to the wire. Gulch, the 3-year-old, has the lead. Criminal Type on the outside gets the lead. Housebuster on the rail, coming on again. Loops 2 to the wire.
But it's Holy Bull, hand ridden by Mike Smith, and he'll go on to a magnificent Met Mile.
Ghost Zapper has just run 3/4 in 108 and 2, and they're pulling away. They're pulling away to a 5-length lead.
Frosted has gone on by and he has exploded. He is absolutely blowing his competition away.
Flightline is in full flight. He had a slow start, but a terrific finish in the Grade 1 Met Mile. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish putting in a huge effort here. And this beautiful racing story continues.
National Treasure and Flavien Prat devastating them in the Hillendale Metropolitan Handicap.
Hillendale Met Mile, some of the very best who have shined brightest in the Met Mile tomorrow afternoon. Here live at Saratoga on the eve of the Belmont Stakes, eve of the Met Mile. Look, that is, if it's not for a Triple Crown race, right, Derby, Preakness, Belmont, any other day, the Met Mile is the headline affair.
This is one of those races that, as Michelle stated earlier, it is that stallion shaping type of race. And it's also a race that's treated us to some spectacular performances over the past couple of years. And Flightline is really the one that comes to mind for me, a race where he showed that, yes, he could ship outside of California and have things not go his way and still show us that same level of talent, brilliance that he has in all of his starts, really.
Cody's Wish, Flightline, 2 of the last 3 winners of the Met Mile eventual horses of the year.
I mean, I think another horse that would be a headliner like that would be if White Abarrio was able to win this race, right? It's kind of been a kryptonite race for him. He obviously won the Breeders' Cup Classic a couple years back. He kind of went way off the path, and now he has come back, and I just think it's interesting that he has really found a nice home now in these elongated sprints, the 1-turn miles, and I never thought he was going to be that good at them, but here he is running great races, going 7 furlongs, and now we'll see how he does in this. What do you call it? It's not quite a 2-turn, but it's not quite a 1-turn mile here at Saratoga. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
the turn and a half, the turn of the bend.
Shoot the Met Mile, and for Fierceness, this is home. This is where it all started. His debut, his first career race. Jim Dandy, Travers last summer, so he has that home court advantage. And Sarah still on the ascend of Fierceness, who right now at the very top of the older horse division in North America.
If his last race is any reflection of what we're going to see moving forwards this year, we are in for something special with Fierceness, because that last race just showed me a lot more from him from a mental perspective, as well as just packing on some pounds too in terms of physical fitness.
He was a champion at 2, but still facing adversity. The response wouldn't be the desired response. For example, the way he broke in the Alley Sheba, he didn't stumble, but he was a step slow, right? It wasn't a fast break. A younger Fierceness, that would have thrown him off. He may have grabbed the bridle, become aggressive, didn't phase him whatsoever, just sat in beautifully behind the leaders comfortably.
Young Fierceness needed everything his own way. He was like a little spoiled child. And now older Fierceness is like, you know what, I'm not. I'm actually a really great athlete, and I can do it no matter what you throw at me. And I think that we really saw that in the Alley Sheba. He has completely turned tables for me in my eyes. I was always like, I can't back a horse who's so heavily bet, and yeah, you can't trust him. And now I feel like if he duplicates that effort, I'm going to trust him the rest of the year now.
Terrific effort, close to the hot pace in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Solid finish, the long layoff, big performance in the Alley Sheba. See what he does tomorrow evening in the Met Mile. Post-Braid Race 3, you're looking at for Harpet, 10-1 drawn inside.
If you get back to his race 2 back, certainly one that you can forgive the last one due to weather over Preakness weekend.
Antares, 16-1.
Taking a class drop down here, as well as a turn back in distance, but winless in 5 tries on the grass.
Works for me, the favorite.
The New York bred that's been successful, Dirt, Turf, Open Company, several contenders in here, but this one, major player.
Run, Curtis, run, and Joel.
Second entry here for trainer Mike Maker. I think this horse needs some pace to run at to be most effective.
Urban Legend, Arad Ortiz.
Favorite in his last 3 starts. I can forgive the one, a 3 back. That pace was wicked, came from off the pace 2 back.
Bonus move. John Velasquez looking for a second win.
Loving the body language here from this Mark Hennig trainee who likes to be up and on the engine, gets a turn back in distance here. Hasn't been able to be on the front when sprinting, so we'll see if his body language transfers to the race today.
Refuel, expensive gelding, then final verdict in Dylan Davis.
Eddie Baker, your trainer here, coming out of a third-place finish. Last out, been beaten by Works for Me, but I thought he looked valiant. With a start under the belt, could move forward.
Frankie, aboard Step Forward.
He's a tough read. His last 3 efforts have not been some of his better ones, but he has lots of back class, including some graded stakes back class as well on turf as well as synthetic.
9 strong, turf sprint. Allowance runners, $115,000 purse, post time in 6 minutes. Another look there at Step Forward. And to circle back to Works for Me, who is the 9-5 favorite here and back at his 4-year-old debut at Aqueduct early last month, off the bench, and essentially does everything, Sarah, but win. Works for Me.
Such a close finish in here for him, coming off of that layoff and able to run a figure that was similar enough to the one that he had run while dead heating for the victory in his last effort with Alagon, which was the Turf Sprint Championship Stakes. He just barely doesn't get his nose down at the right time in here to final verdict. And Felix, who does end up winning here with an upset. I thought this was a promising race, though, coming off of the bench. A horse that showed that he can at least run the level that he was prior to going to have some time off, and is coming back as a 4-year-old, if not better than he was as a 3-year-old, perhaps exactly the same.
Horse off of a layoff, Michelle. When they run that well, how do you gauge whether maybe they had to work too hard, too much of an effort off the bench, in which direction they'll go off of that race, forward or backward?
I don't think that he had to work too hard. I thought he was very, very brave. You saw him in between horses right there, and it was just unlucky to not get the W. But if you watch him past the wire, his gallop out was beautiful. He didn't look tired. He wasn't the horse that stopped as soon as the wire was done, like, oh, I needed that out. He looked really fit. I feel like he can certainly move forward and deliver today if he just gets a little bit luckier of a trip.
And final verdict, Sarah, there, right behind, Works for Me. What are we expecting from him?
I will say that he's one that he's been outrunning his odds on occasion, but that last race, he kind of has this every other look. That was him coming off of a layoff as well as Works for Me, and one of his better efforts by far on the grass. He's only run Buyers in the 90s 2 times, both of those at Belmont at the Big A. We'll see how he does getting back to some of these tighter turns in the Saratoga turf courses, but I think that if he runs something like his last race, he's going to be close. He draws well towards the outside in here of some other speed types that like to be forward, and he's likely to run his race and show up with an effort that's somewhat similar to that last one.
4-1 final verdict. Urban Legend, number 5. In terms of style, he's versatile. He's shown he can be effective on the lead, just off the lead, or as he was 2 starts back. That was at Keeneland early April, and Urban Legend right at the start here. And what happens as he's leaving the gate, where in these turf sprints, there's just less room for error?
Well, he actually got out okay. It's Run Curtis Run that just breaks so slowly towards the outside, the number 11 that's highlighted there, versus Urban Legend, who doesn't have as much going against him early on in this race. And I feel as though Urban Legend got the right kind of trip to be able to close in a little bit more to that pace. But Run Curtis Run, this is not the first time that he's broken slowly, that's for sure.
I think that Urban Legend might have gotten moved on a little bit too early here. When you take a look and they turn for home, you can see him in the orange silks. He's starting to make that run. He was, like Sarah said, very well placed. And Irad's like, hey, let's go. And when he bowls his way through here, he hits the front, and the horse kind of wants to stay with his buddies. And sometimes when that happens and horses really like to have company around them, they don't run as fast when they get in the front. And you can see he's kind of got his ears up right here, and Irad's trying to ride him, but he's like, where is everybody? So to me, I think that just maybe a little bit of an early move cost him to get caught right there at the wire, because he wasn't bellying down. He was slowing down because he was lonely.
We all slow down when we're lonely, right, Michelle?
Now, that being said, he is my top pick in here.
What did you like about it?
Are you lonesome? You know, I think he has the talent
of the
in
broadcast.
there. He just needs a good timed ride, and I think he's going to like. I'm sure it says firm, but we had some rain. I feel like anytime that happens, there could be a little bit of give in the ground. He's run really well with a little bit of cut in the ground, and I think he should have a really good trip. I think last time you just got to draw a line through it. They went way too fast. They went way too fast for him. He was the favorite, and they've blazed along. And anytime you go 5 at Churchill, I mean, they went 43 and change. That's really hard for, especially a horse that likes to be forwardly placed, when they're going to be 2 and 3 lengths in front of you and you can't catch them because they are going a second faster than you. So they're literally going 5 lengths faster than you can go. That's really disheartening to them. So I think today it'll be a more manageable pace for him.
For Urban Legend.
Oh, he's handsome.
Sarah, you're going with the 6-year-old to his inside. We were just looking at Run, Curtis, Run. Never hurts to have Joel Rosario in the saddle in a turf sprint.
It never hurts. Sometimes it's
I
the
don't
best
know.
thing ever.
It hurt
Sometimes it hurts a little bit more than you would expect. But look, Joel's level of ability as a rider and the patience that he has, that's not something that anyone can take away from him. He's ridden this horse before. He knows that he had that slow start last time with him at Keeneland. And this is one that I've really always liked since the beginning of his career. He's been a consistent type. That last race coming off a little bit of a break, maybe he can get back to some of his better efforts, but he's so versatile. He can come from dead last and close in versus all the races where he's right there on the front end. So I always like the type that can adapt, can have multiple options for their race depending on how things unfold.
That's a turf sprint, Michelle. You're going to have fast horses, but assessing the pace, what should we look for early on?
Well, if 4 Heart breaks, he should be forwardly placed. That's where we've seen him do his best work, and he draws the rail. I think that I want to see Urban Legend close. Unfortunately for him, Bonus Move on the outside wants to be forwardly placed as well, but generally he isn't quick enough when they go shorter, so maybe that'll just send him flying backwards. But Refuel on the outside of him should be kind of taking that place. So I just think that's not the best spot for Urban Legend, because then he's going to be in between 2 speed horses. And I don't necessarily think Refuel's fast enough to go clear and come over, but maybe he is. I mean, he was wicked fast at Gulfstream, but that turf course is pretty quick too. So it's hard to say how fast he's gonna go here. But if he goes and clears, and then it sets up perfectly for Urban Legend to sit in the catbird seat.
Handicapping turf sprints, Sarah, do you treat any differently
Then
any other race?
yes and no.
They're quickie. It's kind of out on an island, right? They're just different in general.
It is a different animal, no pun intended, but I look at them in terms of the way that I look at my other races, in terms of evaluating the same variables. Have they done this before? What price are they going to be? Who's riding? The connections, the intent. Are they dropping in class? Where do they like to be placed? It's a lot of the same ideas. It's just a little bit of a shorter race.
A little bit of everything today at Saratoga from this turf sprint, and this evening something you just don't see in North American racing, if ever, a 2-mile marathon, a Belmont Gold Cup, and the excitement of that race alone, but also now what it means moving forward. This golden ticket, the Melbourne Cup, the hardware, the trophy is actually here at Saratoga, and for the winner in invite to run in Australia's biggest race, the race that stops the nation this fall, the Melbourne Cup.
Very exciting. I would love to get to go one day. I also want my picture taken with the Melbourne Cup. I made that request.
Made it to the set last year. I imagine that'll happen at some point.
I'm hoping it's in the next 2 races before I'm done for the
we only have 11 sets here, so you'll spend half the afternoon navigating and looking for it.
When you were talking earlier, too, about handicapping the turf sprints, Liffey, I do think there's a difference in the way you handicap different turf sprints, right? If you go coast to coast, you can have a turf sprint at 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 6.5 down the hill.
That's completely different.
And I think that the way you handicap, even the 5 to the 5.5, people don't realize that extra half a furlong makes such a difference, especially for a horse that's pell-mell to the wall. And, you know, when you include something like run-up in there, I mean, you could be getting closer to 6 furlongs. So I do think that there are different ways to handicap the turf sprints, and that does make it challenging.
That's a great point. I think that the course configuration as well as distances, when they have such small seeming changes in distance, whether it's half a furlong, whether it's a furlong, they matter a lot more in races that take less time for them to be complete.
First turf race of the afternoon, some rain overnight, listed as firm, and that's something else to note here as far as the final time. You get a true gauge of if it's a true firm turf course, or maybe there is a little bit of give in it.
It did stop raining pretty early, but I think that this race will tell us a lot more what we need to know about the condition of the turf course overall. We have seen it be fairly quick in terms of times over the past couple of days, and we'll see if anything changes after a little bit of weather last night.
Just remember the rail set at 18 feet for today.
Which impacts race shape how?
Well, it makes the track a little bit narrower, so they tend to say that horses coming from behind are able to close as well on the turns when the rails are out, or the farther out the rails are. I don't know how that's going to play here today. But you can see right there. Look at how big the track is, and then you can see on the track that we're on, the course that we're on. Look at when you get to that turn. Look how narrow it looks because that bend comes up with the rails out. So you don't want to lose all of your kind of trajectory by almost going straight and then having to hang a hard left instead of just like bending into that turn. So it does make placement a little more tricky. You might either want to move early at, say, like the 3/8 pole before you get to that turn and then find yourself in good position right there for the turn, or you might have to wait till the end of the race, and at that point, unless you have a killer closing kick, you might not get there in time.
Just something else to watch as this turf sprint unfolds. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post-time Race 3 live here from Saratoga.
Step forward is the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bonus move. Bounces right out for the lead. Refuel has sharp speed, and now it's Refuel in front. 4 Harp coming through on the inside to take second. Bonus move now ridden along for more speed, third, and 3 lengths off them, joined by Final Verdict on the outside. It's another 2 back to Urban Legend. Outside Works for Me. 4 lengths back to Step Forward, and Terry's second to last, and Run Curtis Run at the back, 21 and 2. 4 Harp is the leader around the far turn. Refuel keeping pace with him in second. It's a length and a half back. Bonus move, Final Verdict on the outside, moving into contention now with a 3-wide bid as Refuel has taken the lead at the top of the stretch. It's Refuel on the outside and 4 Harp and a host of pursuers coming on all sides, including Urban Legend on the extreme outside, coming with big strides. Outside of him, even Step Forward, and on the inside, Works for Me. What a finish all across the course, but Works for Me has the lead over Antares, who is service. Works for Me wins it. Antares was second, Run Curtis Run from last into third, Final Verdict fourth.
Well, we love turf racing. Wild finish, cavalry charge, and after all that, the favorite who emerges, Works for Me, and Flavien Prat 2-1 at post time.
You know what I like to do for turf sprints, Lafitte?
Sit next to Michelle and listen to her route.
Yes, but also go with a horse that just makes a lot of sense on paper. For Flavien Prat, who rides the turf horses, I mean, all the horses so well. He had this horse in a great spot for this race. Run Curtis Run is the one that I was watching, and just seeing him so far back early on and then have to go circle the whole field to still get up for third like he did. He was coming fast at the end, as well as the horse who finished second here in Antares, but Works for Me.
Full field separated by 2 lengths.
How did Antares ever even get through, to be honest with you? He was so far behind, there was literally a wall, and then all of a sudden the hole just opened up. The rider was just waiting for somewhere to go with him.
At the top of the stretch, you couldn't discount
anybody.
Anyone. All in with a shot. Prat goes to work, Works for Me, finds the seam, accelerates, and able to run him down in the stretch.
Well, that's why Michelle and I still had hope at this point, and why the rooting on set was as exciting as it was. But Flavien Prat, he's against the rail, the temporary rail set at 18 feet. He's saving all of that good ground, that fresh turf course, with a horse that was in the right position and did not have to wait for that room, did not have to circle the whole field, but also just has a level of talent and ability and consistency that he's able to show up with yet again.
Also, we mentioned how brave he was in that return to the races in between horses. Here, he was on the rail, but he had some gap there, and there was room to his outside. He had plenty of space to be able to deliver what he needed to do.
Flavien Prat with Baeza. Tomorrow evening's Belmont Stakes. A victory here, Works for Me. 3, 2, 4, 8. Results forthcoming. Reaction. And so much more. So our coverage continues here. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival on the eve of the 157th Belmont. We'll be right back.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential Quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential Quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Mandaloon fighting for the run.
Mandaloon and Midnight Murder battle to the line. Mandaloon.
For Rangeroo, it's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Getting closer and closer to the main event. Tomorrow evening, Belmont Stakes on Fox, here and now. It's Works For Me in this turf sprint. Thrilling finish. Flavien Prat works for me in the third of 14 at Saratoga.
Delivering a picture-perfect ride with this horse and able to get that victory as he just came up just short last time. A horse that was able to have great position really the whole way around the racetrack.
How about great for Katie Rich and Chris Connors, because this is a homebred son of Daddy Longlegs. He's earned over $325,000 going into today, and he gets his 5th lifetime victory here.
5 of 15 overall. Works For Me. We'll be hearing from Flavien Prat very shortly. If you had one question for Flavien about the Belmont Stakes, what would it be?
Are you going to win? I do have a question for Flavien, but it's not really about the Belmont Stakes, and it would be...
Discuss it offline.
Well, it would be me asking him what it's like to be on a horse like Flightline and knowing when you're in the moment of such excellence, what could possibly happen moving forwards for you in terms of horses that maybe have the same level of ability going forwards, or if you know that that was that moment.
Maybe Matt can pass that along. She's standing by with winning pilot Flavien Prat. Matt.
Flavien Prat's here. Gee, they were coming at you in the closing stages, but your horse really found.
Yeah, he was very game. He traveled well all the way around, and when we had a gap, squeezed him, and he responded very well.
Right on the line, nice and strong. Could get further?
Yeah, he won 6 before. I mean, he's a sprinter, but yeah, he can go from 5.5 to 6, yeah.
Take us through, we've got the last 2 furlongs here. Quickest way home on the fence, hey?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was waiting for Johnny to, it seems like he wants to get out, so I came on the inside, and it felt like we, at that point, came for the same hole, but my horse was very game.
You've got some big rides coming up today, and obviously tomorrow. How's the body holding up so far in the festival?
So far, good. It's only the beginning.
It's only the beginning. Congratulations. Good on you. Flavien Prat.
Lots to smile about as usual here at Saratoga for Flavien Prat, Michelle, and all the damage you did out west to come out here and face this colony, breaking records last summer. His ascension continues.
It does, and then you can see just with that ride, it's anything Flavien gets on, he's a difference maker of a rider. There are some riders that, the horse just takes you around and you can sit on the best horse. I could have probably won the Pacific Classic on Flightline, right? But in
all three
races,
of us.
all together, we all could have sat on Flightline together and won. But there are some riders that make a difference in a race, and they carry your horse beyond what you even think it has from a scope standpoint. And Flavien is that rider.
Baeza tomorrow. What about the rest of the day before we say goodbye? A race, a storyline, a horse you're looking forward to betting more so than any other the rest of the day?
I'm going to try to upset the Bed of Roses, I think is what I want to do. I like the Rail Horse in
Irish
there.
Maxima?
Yeah, Irish
Speed.
Maxima. Speed, rail trip, 6-1 on the morning line. I mean, that's where I'm going to go.
Irish Maximus for Michelle. What do you think?
I'm also a fan of the speed play. I like randomized quite a bit in that Ogden Phipps coming up, sort of now the other Chad Brown to her stablemate that has that late closing kick with Raging Sea.
You can be the other Chad Brown, even though she's the defending champ. You
Yes.
don't hear that
Isn't
very
that
often.
crazy?
She's really, really good here at Saratoga, randomized in that Ogden. Phipps, one of 4 Grade 1 events later on this evening here at Saratoga. We are stepping aside, Greg Wolf and the crew, to take over as our coverage continues. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, all eyes on that filly this evening, and the DK horse Acorn. Good cheer, looking to remain undefeated.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Good to be back with you as we continue along here on this Friday afternoon. Belmont at Saratoga week with that, the big one to come on Saturday, third and final leg. Triple Crown and then a rematch between the top 3 finishers in the Kentucky Derby. So busy getting set up, settled in here. Greg Wolf with you, stepping in for Lafitte Pink. I didn't even get to say hello to you two. Hi, Sarah Elbagui and Michelle Yu. Good to see you both.
Hey, how's it going, Greg?
Very well. Tremendous start since Friday action. Of course, the big guns coming out a little bit later on today.
We are going to see a horse that's undefeated, and anytime you're seeing a horse that has been able to put together the kind of record that Good Cheer has, you're dealing with a situation that's very special, and she has a lot of ability. I think proving me wrong in the Kentucky Oaks that she didn't really have that figure's edge, but the kind of trip she was able to pull off in there, Michelle, I was impressed.
I have been saying she is the most unheralded, undefeated horse, right? This is the final moment I feel like the people are really going to step up and say, she is really good, because she's gone through 7 races under the radar, including the Kentucky Oaks, but now she's on everybody's radar.
That perfect record, Good Cheer, she'll put on the line later today in the Acorn. Perfect 7 for 7. One of her main rivals scratched from that race, Shred the Gnar, but still a very quality field that is going to try and pull off the upset against her. Here's a look at what's ahead today. First of our stakes action coming up in that bed of roses. Ogden Phipps for older fillies and mares. Belmont Gold Cup with that golden ticket
to the Lexus Melbourne Cup that Acorn has talked about. Then in New York, in just a game, 2 grade 1s to close things out for good measure. What a day we have ahead coming up. Take a look at the field for the DK Horse Acorn. $500,000 for these 3-year-old fillies. Shred the Gnar again will not compete. And going into that Kentucky Oaks, how did you both feel about Good Cheer? Did you feel she was a standout even though she brought in that perfect record?
I did. I liked Good Cheer on top because when I looked through, I didn't see a lot of horses that had faced her that I thought could improve enough to beat her. I actually had the exacted that day. I like Drexel Hill, who's been sidelined since.
And that is who I picked on top and was rooting for just about as much as we were rooting for in the last race.
Were you screaming? Because at this point I was screaming.
Heavily. So much so that the entire production room was very well aware of which horse I was cheering for. But I did not have the same faith in Good Cheer that Michelle did. But I feel as though coming into this race, she is one that showed up against the toughest class test, clearly, that she had ever faced, but also just showing that consistency and that all of those wins for her, maybe they haven't been so much faster than anyone else, but to win at that level and to be able to keep winning at that level, that speaks for a horse's class. And
whenever you keep winning, no matter what kind of level, she's doing it at the highest level. It's just incredibly impressive, but you're right. She was not earning the kind of figures that made you stop, drop, and say, wow. That's why a lot of people, I think, felt the rest of that field had a big chance. Do you think maybe the wet track played into that a little bit, where some fillies did not run the race that day?
It's possible. I think that is certainly not every horse appreciates the off-going, but I wouldn't say that we saw a case of somebody really not show up at all.
I mean, if you're going to say someone, it would be Lacara, right? She was coming out of a very impressive score in the Ashland, and she didn't show up at all. I mean, she was speed and then
I think she finally had to run a little bit.
So maybe
that day about the inside not being very good.
Yeah, it was definitely.
So we'll see if she can, that speed can last today.
I think the interesting thing, too, is Brad Cox, when he's talking about Good Cheer, said that he never thought originally she was going to be his Oaks horse. He had come with full throttle and arsenal of horses, and he ended up with Good Cheer being in there. But he always thought she was going to be like his Acorn Mother Goose horse.
I wish she was his Preakness horse a little bit,
right?
But, and I know I'm not alone in saying that.
I don't think she would have been able to beat journalism
I don't
that
either.
day.
Take a look at what is still to come. We showed you that stakes lineup. We are loaded this afternoon. This is presented by Claiborne Farm. Mandatory payout pick 5. We're a race away. That begins in race 5 at 1 1/8 miles. And then the Bed of Roses, Ogden Phipps, presented by Ford, DK, Horse Acorn, all coming up as well. As you see, we're on bouncing back and forth between multiple networks this afternoon. Fox coverage from 5 to 6, FS1 6 to 7:30, and then over on FS2 a little bit later on tonight. Race 4 is what's coming up next. You can bet all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. $25 free play, plus that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that coded sign-up. Belmont 25 at NairaBets.com. So race 4, 7/8 of a mile. New York Breds allowance optional claiming field. And we'll see if Linda Rice can get going here. Army Gal taking plenty of support with Jose Lezcano in the irons.
She's had some brilliant efforts and some subpar efforts, and I think really the debut was okay in terms of figures, though she did win first time out. The Maddie May, I think, just a little bit longer than she wants to go.
Yeah, not only that, but today she's going to be taking on older horses. She's exclusively run against straight 3-year-olds. So to me, this is a pretty significant step up as far as that goes. I do like another filly who's also a 3-year-old, but she's got really good form, and that's the 7 Viamente with Kendrick Carmouche in the irons. We just had Kendrick out at Santa Anita winning the George Wolf Award, which is an award that jockeys vote on every year, and they give to their, give to your peers, and it's for outstanding citizenship and being a jockey.
And he certainly had a big win yesterday with a huge price. Hold your breath, 30-1 on the turf as well. So
that man right there, things have changed quite a bit for him. Had a Derby win, came via disqualification. He got it outright, of course, with Sovereignty. Bill Mott, one of the absolute legends in this sport, and that Derby duo winning team, they're going to line up here with Nolita. He will have his Derby winning rider aboard, Junior Alvarado. Look at the success they have had together in grade 1s going back to 2023. Of course, everyone remembers that run with Cody's Wish.
Certainly one of the most memorable stories in my lifetime of racing, and just the ability that horse had, as well as the heart and determination. But you look at that who's who list and you just see champions.
Well, the Kentucky Derby What a moment. What a showdown between these two. We can't wait for the rematch, but Sovereignty coming from near the back of the pack in a brilliant ride from Junior Alvarado.
This is a nice sustained run from Sovereignty. Journalism did get the jump on him, and he just kind of just plowed through the muck. I mean, you can see him right here. He's going to come uber wide, but I feel like that worked in his favor because he never had to slow him down to take any kind of turn. He was letting him make that run in like a slow burn style. Right here, Journalism comes out to him a little bit, but he is still straight and strong. He looked like the winner from the time he started to move.
Impressive. He rolls by Journalism there. Obviously decided to sit out the Preakness, and coming in now, freshening up, laying in wait for Journalism, who's going to be the only horse to compete in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown, Sarah. Does that give Sovereignty any kind of edge?
Well, I think it's something worth considering, but as we've discussed, Mike McCarthy, trainer of Journalism, it seems as though he was pointing all along for that run in all 3 Triple Crown races, and Bill Mott maybe not having the same plan A. But I think, Michelle, the light bulb has turned on with Sovereignty in the morning. They're noticing a much more tuned in, focused, better workhorse, a little bit more aggressive and willing to train as well.
One of the things that has impressed me about Sovereignty, besides the fact that he is just now starting to mature, is he's able to rebound from disappointing races and run so well. He's also able to back up good races with another good race, and that's important when you're talking about the Triple Crown, because you need to run multiple races good, and some horses really can only throw up one good race and then they have to have a disappointing effort, right? They're pattern horses, and this horse can do anything.
Well, last week they worked him on Sunday. He was feeling so anxious to get back to the track, wanting to do more. Mott actually had to take him back to the track to jog him because he was just raring to go. That's how good he's feeling right now.
I love it. That's great.
And your life changed. You win that race, no question. It's the biggest race we have, the most well-known race there is, Kentucky Derby. And for Junior Alvarado, I thought the coolest thing that changed for him, so many things, but he got an ice cream named after him.
At Stewart's?
Being sponsored by Hildebrandt's Junior Mint.
Junior Mint.
We're going to have to try that, I think.
We are. I think they're going to have to bring us some to set. First he has Nutella Fella, and then he's got the Nutella sending him gifts, and now he's just getting all the horses with cool names and cool sweet treats.
Wait. Do you think it's a chocolate base with mint, or do you think it's like a vanilla base with Junior Mints in it?
We're going to have to find out.
Stay tuned.
I'm desperate
I think
to
our
know
team
now.
is off to Hildebrandt's right now. They're bringing us 3 cones. I'll look at what's ahead for this duo. Timeout in the Gold Cup, who's an MTO, not going to participate, most likely, we hope not. Immensitude, and then Sovereignty, the big one in the Belmont Stakes. And, you know, everyone talking about the rematch between the Derby and the Preakness winner. Let's not forget Baeza, the top 3 finishers all returning in that race. Very top-heavy as you take a look at Junior Alvarado. And what a relationship that he has had with Bill Mott, who stuck by him when he was making mistakes as a rider. And it has paid off.
It has. When you have someone have the amount of confidence and commitment to you like Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado have shared in their partnership, it allows you to then evolve into the type of success that they're experiencing now together.
That is the one Junior will ride for Mott coming up here in the 4th. No Lita as we get set for a pick 4 that begins here in this 4th on this Friday action from Belmont at Saratoga.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5. First post, 1250.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun.
That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon. Sun's up.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back on our Friday coverage here at Belmont at Saratoga. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Call to post just happened. And we're going to look at the field here for race 4. Coming up, we start with Mott and Alvarado, your Derby winning duo, and Nolita.
They've already got one win on the card so far with a nice first-time starter. And this one has that big closing kick, but she's been a little bit more tactical as of late.
Braceable gal. That was a big effort and defeat last start.
It certainly was, but if you go 2 back, she was actually a very impressive winner going the 7 furlongs she'll travel today.
Flavian Pratt on Echo in Eternity.
This one getting a jockey change, but likely has to get a little bit faster.
Lane Luzzy will ride Jackson's Dixie.
8-time winner here. Good versus State-bred company, including back-to-back runner-up efforts in her last 2.
Started out winning the first 2 of her career. Here's Army Gal for Linda Rice.
And sprinting is clearly her game, just seems to want a little bit less distance to work with.
Huge long shot, Crystal Air, blinkers off.
Yeah, she has been double-digit defeats in her last 3. She needed a complete form reversal to be competitive here.
Joe Sharp, Kendra Carmouche, and the favorite, Viamente.
This one I like quite a bit. I think Michelle does as well. Can be forwardly placed.
Short Shift has moved to a lot of different barns now with Brad Cox.
Insane. She was a $16,000 claimer for multiple races in a row, but Cox reached in for the $45,000 tag last time out.
And long shot, Clover Street for the Mark Hennig barn outside.
Maybe the form's a little bit dirtied up with some races over wet tracks, some races going a little bit further, but in all likelihood, we're going to need to see her best to compete with the top 2.
6 minutes to post. Here in the 4th, Short Shift. We saw for Brad Cox, 7-1 on the board, and those silks very familiar to everyone who is watching New York racing over the years in the winner's circle quite a bit. With more, let's go to Matt Hill.
And Michael Dubb is the man with those colours. Very proud New York man, of course, successful New York thoroughbred man. This horse you claimed last time out. Take us through the process there.
Well, it's no secret that I love New York breds, and with Saratoga coming, I wanted to have a few bullets in the gun, and it's a speed horse, and I've had so much success with Brad Cox and speed horses through the year. Saratoga can often be kind to speed. I told my friend I expect she'll be in front at some point in the race. I'm just not sure which point, but we'll give it our best shot.
What did you make of the last start?
I think it was a tiring track that day, showed speed. I'm hoping, you know, with a little longer distance today that the early pace is a little more forgiving and she can carry her speed. And as I said, I have a lot of confidence in Brad.
When I walked over to you and just said Spirit of St. Louis, a big smile went across your face and you said, I'm crazy about that horse.
Well, you know, if you're in the game as long as I do, you know, there are a few that kind of get under your skin and you have a special attachment to. And being a New York bred, it's just, and winning those kind of races, and Chad again, who's an excellent trainer. You know, we knew we had a good one. He developed her, got her used to winning. We kind of beat up on New York breds last year, and this year we decided we were going to go big game hunting, and, you know, he was well prepared for it.
And this far out, is it nervousness? Is it anxiousness? Is it excitement?
You know, honestly, there's no nervousness with Spirit of St. Louis. He doesn't owe us anything. Distance has been a concern. We thought he was a miler. We thought, well, we'll try a mile and an eighth, and he showed he could. Tomorrow's a mile and 3/16. So, but he has so much class and so much determination and doesn't know how to lose that we're, you know, very confident.
All the very best. There'll be plenty cheering with you. Good luck, Michael.
Thank you so much.
Michael Dubb, Greg.
Matt, thank you. One of the really cool stories of this weekend. Spirit of St. Louis, a New York bred who had really just been beating up on New York breds, and then Chad Brown decided, and along with Michael Dubb, to get very aggressive with him because of how good he continued to get, and that the distance will be a question for him.
It will, but this horse has shown so much talent and ability so far on both turf and dirt, really showing that versatility to handle either surface and run some fast numbers on both surfaces. It's exciting to see him come up into the ranks of some of these faster Grade 1 type horses, though I think he will need a little bit of a step forward against some types that he's going to be facing in here, because this group, pretty accomplished.
I play a fantasy horse racing game, and Spirit of St. Louis is on my team or in my stable. So selfishly, I want him to win, but he's going to have to step up to beat Farbridge.
We will see. He's one of my favorites. I love that horse. So excited to see him. That is tomorrow preceding the Belmont Stakes. As for Michael Dubb's runner here, what do you make of Short Shift?
I do agree with Michael Dubb that this horse should be in front at some point in the race, and I would imagine that it's fairly early on. This horse has plenty of early speed. That is something that has been advantageous on the main track over the past couple of days, that we did see a first-time starter rally from a little bit off the pace or from more of a stalking position in that second race. So I don't necessarily think this one is quite fast enough to contend with some recency from some others, but should be in front early.
I don't love the fact that it got beat so badly last time for the $45,000 tag, so similar class to what we're running in today. But I guess the positive is Michael Dubb likes to win races. It's not against his mantra to say, let's drop the horse to win. So the fact that they're keeping it at the same level where she was beaten, I think that bodes well.
Meanwhile, one of the best trainers in the game, and certainly dominant here in New York, Linda Rice, sending out this one here, Army Gal. She has Jose Lezcano back in the irons, who's been the pilot aboard for all 4 starts. There's Linda, who I don't think there's ever been a more dramatic training title that went down to the very last race a couple of years ago when she tied Chad Brown on the very last race of the meet.
Very last race of the meet on the last day to close things out with, I believe it was the 12th horse that ended up going by, whose name I don't remember at this moment. But the way that she was able to catch up to Chad Brown for that was so impressive, and that's one of those cool racing moments you get to be a part of in person in the winner's circle and just feel the energy of. And Army Gal has ability. She has some tenacity too. I think that just looking past her race, going a distance that's not preferable to her, she didn't quite get the victory here, but she's certainly shown that she has some talent and ability, and on figures does fit with this group.
I think if you go back and watch closer to the beginning of that last race that we just showed of hers, she was down inside and she was not comfortable. Once Lezcano pulled her back and moved her out, that is when she was able to make up some ground. Unfortunately, she did give a lot of ground away having to do that. So I think just her being more drawn to the outside here is going to work in her favor.
You two both going with the one. The public's backing as well. That's Viamente. Joe Sharp, Kendrick Carmouche trying to win 3 in a row.
We've played this game already today. We know how this ends.
Well, don't say
I'm going to go on the one. Isn't that Junior and Belmont? That's who beat us earlier. I'm changing my pick.
Listen, this horse has some form versus a first-time starter, okay? At least this one we know she likes to have some early speed. She has her best 2 races as her last 2 races, and really, she's one that she was facing some tough company in her first 2 maiden special weight tries, where she was running into a horse that beat her by open lengths first time out, even though she was a heavily favored type in that debut. I think that dropping in for the tag, she demolished that field. And since then, since that confidence boost, we've seen her run fairly consistent races and be able to step back up in class successfully.
Fun fact, she was beaten on debut by Bellicose, who won our opener today.
Oh, fun fact indeed.
Can she make it 3 in a row? Has good tactical speed. Kendrick Carmouche can place her where he wants. And heavily backed right now by the public and by Sarah and Michelle. See what happens here as we get set for another pick 4. As we've seen these crowds, as we expected, swell day by day. This is certainly the fullest we have seen it. And tomorrow is going to be a little difficult to find room to walk around, I would think.
It's a true testament to how important and impactful not only Saratoga racing is, but the Belmont is, because when you come up for Saratoga in the summer, it's something that has been a tradition, or people have been thinking about doing it for a long time. Having the Belmont up here, this is a real trek for people to come up, to upstate New York and find a place to stay and do all of the things that you expect during summer, but in the middle of school year and work time and everything for a weekend. So everyone coming up here and making this pilgrimage, it's just a real showstopper to me just to see all the people coming together.
The train comes right into town.
It does?
Not for Michelle from California.
I know. I was talking about me. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, she's making a serious
I feel like if anyone says Saratoga and there's going to be racing there, it doesn't matter what time of year it is, they will stop, drop, and run.
And I mean, as they should. It's an exciting venue. It's a historic venue. I was spoiled as this being the first racetrack that I ever came to in person to see the races, and really feeling the amount of past performances that have made such an impact on history here. It's palpable from the second you walk in, with the features here that remind you of those times, but also have the current updated ability for where we are right now.
Did you take the train, Greg?
Yeah, did you take the train? No?
But I have taken the train on several occasions, yeah. I don't think I've never, as you were saying, I've never walked in any sport, walked into a venue and you just immediately feel that history like you do here at Saratoga.
Usually it would be some sort of museum, but here it's where there's still live, exciting action happening for this week and then for the whole summer.
Well, thanks to Sarah and Michelle. That price hurt even more on Viamente, down to 9-5 right now.
I've got a horse to use underneath them, the 2, Embraceable Gal for Rob Atras. Another horse with some speed in here. She's been knocking on the door in her last out. Before that, she was a winner at 7 furlongs. I think that she suits in here.
Let's go to Frank Miramati. Here's the 4th.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Short Shift gets the first call out of the gate. Vehemente is showing some early interest. Jackson's Dixie is up close to. Army Gal splits those two. They are followed on the inside by Echo in Eternity, who's 5 lengths off the lead, guided off the rail on the inside of Crystal Air. Clover Street follows them, and then it's another 2 to Embraceable Gal and Nolita. The quickest is Short Shift through an opening quarter that went in just under 23 seconds flat. Short Shift takes the field into the far turn. Passing the half mile in front, Vehemente cuts into the margin. Second, Army Gal is down at the rail, racing in third and 2.5 or so off the lead. Then Jackson's Dixie on the inside of Echo in Eternity. That pair with about 5 lengths to make up. Another 5 back to Embraceable Gal with a 1/4 mile to go. Vehemente on cruise control. Inhales Short Shift at the top of the stretch. Goes wide, but powers to the front. Chased by Army Gal, who's coming with a big run on the outside in second. And in behind this group is Jackson's Dixie, 2-horse race, Vehemente, Army Gal. Vehemente clinging to a 2-length lead. Army Gal keeps trying to get by, but Vehemente has been traveling sweetly throughout. Vehemente scores by 3. Army Gal second, Embraceable Gal third, very close for fourth between Jackson's Dixie and Short Shift.
Vehemente finding more in the stretch. Joe Sharp, Kendrick Carmouche, and now 3 in a row for this filly.
We finally team up, Michelle, after the second time together. It's a winner.
Feel very good now.
Do you? That
Yes.
9 to 5. It still works.
We can't pick the price, okay? We can only pick the horse. And this horse earned this victory. I mean, she did not want to change leads. Kendrick is working really hard on her. She had to put away the dub horse to the inside. She does that, spurts away. And then to the outside, this 5 is unrelenting and just keeps coming at her. And every time she comes close, Kendrick gets a little bit more out of this filly. Woo!
And it seems as though she's one that, even though he's using the inside crop, she still wants to go towards the inside. So maybe that tendency to lug in, he's trying to battle that at the same time as getting the lead change, at the same time as keeping that forward momentum. And finally, you and I were both like, forget about the lead change. Just get to the wire first. And that's what she did every time he asked. It seemed as though she had a little bit more of a response to hold off the hard-charging Army Gal.
3-year-olds on display here, topping out the olders in this race.
So Vehemente powerful to the finish here. Winning for the 4th time in 9 starts on quite a roll right now. Joe Sharp has this filly certainly going in the right direction. Winning is the 9-5 favorite. 7-5, 2-8 finish. Here to start off another pick 4, and Kendrick Carmouche. That'll be a popular win here.
I think it's going to be a little bit more popular than his victory yesterday in the 4th race.
That one, yeah, not quite as. He told us after the fact that he liked that one.
Hold your breath, aptly named.
We'll have prices for you from this one when we come back. And our first edition of Kart Talk of the summer. JK fueling up the kart for a little ride with Preakness winning trainer Michael McCarthy. That's next on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into Mischief.
Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage here. Belmont at Saratoga week with the Acorn to come. And good cheer, the Kentucky Oaks winner putting that perfect record on the line. Viamente, the favorite, wins a 3rd in a row for trainer Joe Sharp with Kendrick Carmouche aboard for all 3 of those wins.
How consistent is this daughter of Vekoma? Not only that 3 in a row, but you take a look at her overall body of work. She's only been off the board in 1 occasion. I just think that I love a horse with consistency, and that's what she is, a real old-fashioned racehorse.
Let's go to Matt Hill.
Thank you very much, Kendrick Carmouche. Well, Frank Miramati, the track announcer, his words were you're in cruise control in the turn into the stretch. Did it feel that way?
Yeah, you know, she was running very easy. I thought Manny Horse had a little bit more speed than mine, but not lasting speed that can go 7/8. And he came out of there running, and you know, he just put me in a perfect spot where I could be sitting second the whole way. You know, I heard one horse come in late, but she was in so much. She was doing everything on her own. You know, she figured out how to win, so that's a good thing for a jockey.
At the furlong, did she get a little bit lost? She lost a bit of her momentum?
No, she's a filly that never switched leads. She runs on the left lead all the time and win that way. That's the way you got to ride her. She runs good on the left lead. So leave her on our left lead. She know how to win.
And on the line, how much was in the petrol tank?
Oh, I still could have go another furlong with her because she was doing it pretty easy.
Tell you what, you're pretty popular here. Lots of fans over the fence, Kendrick.
Yeah, I love my fans. I love this sport so much, and anything I can do to put a smile on any one of their faces, I'll be there.
Congratulations, you put a smile on our face there.
Thank you, my brother. Louisiana, baby.
Kendrick Camouche.
Louisiana in the house. We always got to get that when we talk to Kendrick. Incredibly popular here in New York. And with the win here on Viamente, he's got a big mount to come tomorrow in the Manhattan. He'll be aboard Deterministic. One of the more exciting 4-year-olds on the grass. Took a big move forward.
I love the way Kendrick rides this horse, using some early speed from him, and that has been a big difference maker for him in that last start to finally turn the tables on his stablemate Carson's Run and getting the victory. I'd love to see some of that speed from him yet again.
So 4th in the books, race 5. Mile and an eighth, we will stretch out. Allowance optional claiming field in this spot coming up. And strategic focus for Chad Brown. Michelle lightly raced just that one start. It was a pretty good debut and apparently working awfully well since that victory, holding his own with Sierra Leone.
Yeah, looks really good in the interim. He was well back that day. The runner-up, Hot Sing, actually came back for Jose D'Angelo to break his maiden going a mile in his next start, earning a 96 buyer. So, I mean, you're talking about horses that he beat coming back to be good horses. This horse is fast track for the Travers Stakes if he does good today, right?
You have to imagine maybe a stop before that in the
Curlin.
But Duration in that race, finishing 3rd. He came back in the same race as Hop Sing and ran a fast number as well, finishing 2nd. So certainly keeping some quality company, horses with plenty of experience. And he's exciting. Looking forward to seeing what we get from him today.
Yeah, wait and see what kind of horses can emerge. Maybe he will be one of them, one of the new faces in that division. Belmont, let's take a look at the odds as they stand right now. And 8-5 Journalism right at that morning line. What jumps out to you, if anything?
7-2 on Sovereignty.
On your Kentucky Derby winner. Not sure we're going to get that at post time.
I might have to revamp my pick. Originally, Sovereignty was going to be my pick. And then this week, watching Journalism and the energy he has, I have never seen him look better. So I thought everyone's going to back Sovereignty. You're going to get a better price on Journalism. He looks tremendous. I'm going to go with him. But looking at this now, I might have to revamp again.
We'll continue to follow that story. Meanwhile, Journalism, what a performance. There's no question right now the talk in the horse racing world is that performance we saw at Pimlico. Refused to lose, bullying his way through horses and running down and making up about 5 lengths in the stretch to catch Gosger. It earned Michael McCarthy his 2nd victory in a classic and also earned him a spot in JK's golf cart.
Michael, as we pass behind Todd's barn over here on the Oklahoma, something tells me that somewhere you thought, maybe one day I'll have the Belmont Stakes favorite, but you probably didn't think you'd have him here at the Oklahoma.
Yeah, certainly you sort of are always hoping that maybe someday you get the opportunity to do as Todd has done. So to be able to come up here to Saratoga, have the soon-to-be post-time favorite for the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, very special.
You have, like you said, the morning line favorite for the Belmont Stakes, who is by Curlin, who you were involved with beating in the Belmont Stakes with Rags to Riches. And then the dam sire of Journalism was Uncle Mo, who you were also involved with.
Yeah, the other day I was watching the replay of the stretch run of the Belmont Stakes, and obviously having seen Curlin so much during our tenure at Churchill Downs, and then Rags to Riches winning the Kentucky Oaks, fast forwarding 5 weeks, participating in the Belmont.
It is Curlin on the inside, Rags to Riches on the outside. It's going to be very close, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
Pretty special day. Wonderful to be a part of a race like that. Fast forward, here we are to have a nice mix of the two in Journalism. Very special.
Michael, one of your career highlights is 2018. It's a couple years after you went out on your own, and you had, I don't know, what, 30, 40 horses? 5 of them ran in the Breeders' Cup. I mean, that's a pretty impressive number.
Yeah, that was our first Breeders' Cup. I guess we were fortunate enough to have some horses get good at the right time. culminating with City of Light winning the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Can't thank him enough for what he's done for my career.
In your post-race interview after the Preakness, you had some things to say about your family, and tell me why it's so important for you in this sport that it's not really just an individual thing. It's you and your whole team.
No, it's not. We spend so much time around the horses, so much time at the barn. My wife and daughter, their vacations really kind of circle around horse races and things like that. So a large part of this behind the scenes is due to them.
You talked about it after the Preakness. You said this is for Altadena. Talk a little bit about what that experience has been like and how it relates to the year you've had as a whole.
What took place was something that I don't think anybody could have foreseen. 7,000 structures, 8,000 structures, whatever the number is. When you see a whole community go up in flames, it pulls at your heartstrings. We know people that were directly affected have lost everything. So my family and myself, we are fine. Our home is fine, albeit it's empty, and not sure when we'll be able to get back to it, smoke damage. And so it really has put some things into perspective. We'll rebuild. People will get back on their feet. As I said, after the Preakness, we hope this is gave everybody an hour or two to kind of forget about what's going on back there, and we'll try and do the same thing again here on Saturday.
Hopefully on Saturday you can find a way to get it done again.
Cart Talk brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, passion, performance, and getting in that golf cart, it is quite an honor. One day, I could dream. Michael McCarthy, what a job he does. Broke through in the Triple Crown, of course, with Rombauer in the Preakness, and now this horse going to be the only horse to compete in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown.
Which is an accomplishment in and of itself, and it seems as though he was trained for that purpose, to be able to be one that he could show up in each leg of that Triple Crown, and so far he has.
I think what we've seen from him is he thrives on racing, right? His race in the Preakness was better than his race in the Kentucky Derby, and the way he's been training, he could have an even better race coming up in the Belmont.
I feel like
his,
I'm cheating
his
on
day
him right
could
now.
almost be as good as mine is right now.
So amazing. Ask and you shall receive. We wanted to taste some Junior Mint. We apparently got the last 3 scoops.
It's delicious.
Thanks to Tara and Seth to bring this over from Hildebrandt's Ice Cream.
So my question was when we heard it was named Junior Mint, was it chocolate-based or vanilla-based? Did it have actual Junior Mints in it or not? And I can
All your
answer you,
questions
it
answered.
is mint-based with Junior Mints and marshmallows.
I'm a huge mint chip fan. This is a new take on it. This is sensational.
I love the cold. It makes your mouth after, like not
The
temperature
minty
cold, but the fresh
yes.
cold.
Like if you have like a swig of water with gum, but
Wow.
pleasant.
Yes, yes. My daughter is at home right now, so jealous about
I think
this.
we're making a few people jealous right now, but
Well, let's go back to the Preakness and the one Junior is going to be having a rematch with. Umberto Rispoli in journalism, your Preakness winner. And a lot made about this ride and decisions Rispoli made, but you can't deny just the will and the guts of this horse to somehow run down and make up about 5 lengths late in the stretch. Gosner, just incredible.
a moment that we will look back on as one of the recent memorable Preakness performances that we won't soon forget. Just the tenacity of him to still have that will to win and run down and close the gap on Gosner, who's a talented horse in his own right. And I think Umberto realizes that the choices that he made in that race, if he had to do it all over again, he might have made a different decision.
I don't know about that. Actually, I disagree.
I think that's
Hearing
what he said the other
had
day.
to say, he was saying, and look, it's up for debate. I'm probably the only one. Tom Amos, I think, feels the same way, but we're in the minority. Rispoli said the horse was just not in the bit, wasn't traveling. He didn't feel confident going wide and making that move, and that's why he sort of stayed inside and felt like he had to do it. And all of a sudden, the horse engaged.
Well, if you watch him back in the Santa Anita Derby and his prep race before that, he did the same thing. I call it his slingshot move, where he looks like he's all in and done. He spits the bit. He is going backwards at the 3/8 pole, and you think he's not going to show up. And then he finds his gear, he engages, and he sends himself going. But you've seen Rispoli in a 5-horse field kind of get him into trouble, but it's because of the way the horse responds. He doesn't show that he's going to run any good, and then all of a sudden the light bulb clicks on, and I don't know if that's just immaturity or what. The Derby, to me, was the only race that we saw him, once Rispoli asked him to go, that he continued on that forward trajectory. He didn't have to have his kind of kickback move to go up. So I thought maybe we were seeing some maturity, but then in the Preakness, I mean, going down the backside, I thought, ooh, That was too much of a turnaround. He did not like it, and then all of a sudden, we see what happened.
It did seem like he was sputtering, right, when he tried to really ask him to go. And so that was disheartening to see. But then, yes, that engagement happened again. I think that's been the biggest critique by many of Umberto's ride is the confidence. Knowing that this horse is going to come through for you. You don't have to keep asking as much. You don't have to stay towards the inside. You can make that wide room. And maybe this is just who he is. But I think we'll find out a lot more about him in terms of, does he need to have that kind of trip to be as competitive or not?
You even saw when he came down, when he was finally kicked clear of all that traffic, and he was narrowing in on Gosker. It wasn't until 4 strides before the wire he found this stride, and he lengthened again, right? I mean, he was in this kind of stagnant motion, even though he had this target, and I think that we still have upside to be seen from journalism.
Still maturing, and maybe we'll see the not quite fully matured, but better, even better version. I mean, that's a little bit scary off that performance. People, go back to what we saw with the Fleet Alex, and one of the most athletic moves I think ever in Triple Crown history when he almost went to his knee, still won. I thought in some ways this was even more impressive just because all the ground he had to make up.
I agree.
There's a big difference, right? With a Fleet Alex, yes, I think he had a lot more go against him in terms of his momentum, but he didn't have as much go against him in terms of having to make up that ground for sure.
And it happened so much further back, right?
Yes.
He had so much more time to make up that real estate. I mean, journalism had to make up so much ground inside of a 16th of a mile. I have never seen a performance like that.
Michael McCarthy, who was just in the cart with JK, said since he's come here to Saratoga, he's not lost a step. He's maintained that edge, that form, and that is saying something. They've trained him to compete in all 3 legs of this Triple Crown. So sounds like we're not going to see him lose a step at all on Saturday.
Have you seen him training?
I
mean, he looks incredible.
Wow.
He always is kind of, bowed over. He flexes and keeps himself, beautifully poised. But he is just moving, like he throws his legs out there like a dressage horse. He is moving with such great energy. I haven't seen him look this good ever.
And I know it's exciting to have a Triple Crown on the line, but in some ways, I'm almost more excited for this rematch.
Yeah.
It just gives us the Derby winner, the Preakness winner, throw in Baeza as well. But these two to go at it again, as good as they were on Derby Day, as great as journalism was in the Preakness, this is really exciting.
It is, and I think in a way, I agree, Greg, because it's a situation where you have, I want to see the best horses and the most competitive ones that are right there with each other be able to be the types that we're going to see again and again all throughout the summer, and you want it to be that evenly matched kind of group.
I like to keep the Triple Crown as is, also with the 1.5 mile Belmont, but in this particular year, because the Derby was so sloppy, I feel like it's kind of cool to see the 10 furlong Belmont Stakes.
And that's, another bit of it. Of course, you'll see it live on Fox on Saturday. Doesn't have to last that little extra distance of 1.5 miles, just 1.25 miles here at Saratoga again for journalism, for all of them, but certainly for journalism, competing in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. We're going to take a timeout. Is he the best older horse in the country? What a comeback for fierceness. Track record time. Now dealing with a former Whitney and Classic winner in White Barrio in the Met Miles. Stay with us.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrogate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrogate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, Belmont at Saratoga, here on America's Day at the Races, and a fantastic crowd on hand for our Friday action. Saturday, it heats up even more. The stallion-making Grade 1 Met Mile compact field, but maybe 3 of the absolutely best older horses in the country. Certainly Fierceness, who is your Travers winner from last summer, comes off a 6-month layoff and sets a new track record in the Ali Sheba in a race where they did not really go that fast early on.
They didn't. He was able to lay just off the pace in there, a horse that we've talked about. When things didn't go his way, he would throw in the towel completely, and that's not the case with what I saw from him in this Ali Sheba, easily defeating Locht, who had that brilliant performance out at Santa Anita, taking the big cap, and just not really a factor in this particular race.
Fierceness, is there any concern, Michelle? I mean, this race was so big, so huge, off 6 months away, that maybe we see him go backwards a little bit?
I think what we saw from him, though, was so impressive. And it wasn't like a career high buyer. It was just a mentally changed horse. I feel like he can duplicate that effort. I think he could even probably do a little bit better, to be quite frank with you. Now, we are coming back to a mile, so I'm not sure how that's going to work out for him, but I'm going to be a Fierceness believer today.
Now, White Abarrio makes this an incredible showdown. Back with Safi Joseph Jr., former Whitney winner, Classic winner, and coming off now back-to-back wins as a 6-year-old.
Coming off this very dominating score. He didn't beat anybody great. I mean, the horse that ran second was a filly, right? She is a Grade 1 winner, but overall, when you take a look at the horses that both Fierceness and White Abarrio beat in their last few, it's not like they're beating a field like this. So today they both still have to kind of show that the A team of the Grade 1 caliber is going to be there. But Safi has certainly found a way with White Abarrio. This is a lot more relaxed White Abarrio than we saw the year that he won the Breeders' Cup Classic when he was based out at Santa Anita. He was so kind of full of himself and angsty there. When they bathed him, they had to give him peppermints or he wouldn't stand still for his bath. I just saw him standing for a bath perfectly with not a peppermint in sight.
I think that too. It's not that often that we have such accomplished older horses that have been able to show up at the highest levels of competition at 1.25 miles successfully, with both White Abarrio and Fierceness having wins at that distance. And now they're going to be facing off at this mile as well.
Let's not forget about Justin Touch. That horse is going to be hard to deal with, I think, in that race as well. And, you know, we had thought Locht probably before that Ali Sheba no-show, probably the best older horse in the country. He was a no-show that day, and now this race, does this stamp who is the best older horse in the game right now?
I don't know if it does, because it's an odd configuration and it is just 1 mile. I think when we're talking about the best older horse, you have to have more distance in the consideration. So because of that, maybe not. Also, this is a handicap race, which I think is intriguing because, you know, like a horse Just a Touch coming in with the back-to-back wins, but he doesn't have the same kind of back resume as White Abarrio and Fierceness. He's getting in at a much lighter weight. That can really make a difference, especially on a day like today. And then you have Raging Torrent in here, who we just saw win in Dubai. Not every horse successfully ships back from Dubai.
All right, let's get back to the post parade here for this 5th as we're up to Costa Terra, 31-1. I actually think a huge long shot with a chance off the claim. Here's Weightless for Linda Rice.
He's got some races that would make him competitive in here and handle going further than this last time out.
Brilliant debut for this one right here. Strategic focus for Chad Brown.
Love the turn away from the pony warm-up angle for this $500,000 son of Gunrunner, who did it so easily on the unveiling.
No question it's this one who's faced the toughest company, Dreamlike.
If he can somehow bring forth his PA Derby, where he ran a 104 buyer, finishing second to Saudi Crown, that would make him a sure winner in here.
Linda Rice with another long shot for Zante.
Coming off a 12-length defeat last time out. It was in the mud, so we'll see if getting back to fast ground can work in his favor.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Capitol Hill.
Was that big step forward because of a change in surface to the grass, or just some racing experience, because he certainly moved up quite a bit when switching over?
And I thought some races that make Seeking Unity a player in here. He's 17-1.
Including his last hour, where he was a neck victor. He's stretching out in distance today to the mile and an eighth, and he's successfully competed at that level on multiple occasions to say he could really relish the 9 furlongs.
Pick 5 pool. You can play it right there through Naira Bets. The offer, that $25 free play and the $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code Belmont25 at sign-up at any track, anywhere, anytime, including this mandatory pay Pick 5 coming up here. And you have put together a ticket for us, Sarah.
I have, and we're going to use 3 horses in here to start things off with a couple that are logical, as well as Seeking Unity towards the outside, who I think has some good early position potential in this spot and could spice things up in terms of a long shot availability for him. I think Dreamlike coming back in, second off the layoff, and he, of course, can't leave out Strategic Focus after that impressive maiden win. I'm going to try and lean a little bit like Michelle is with Irish Maxima to try to upset Ways and Means, but I still have Ways and Means on the ticket in the bed of roses, but I like that speed from Irish Maxima. Getting to the turf, though, we have a couple of races where I think it could be about some prices moving forwards in race 7 and 8, so I wanted some coverage in both of those. Big Beautiful, the number 6, my top pick in race 7, and then moving on to race 8. I think that Organite, trying the turf for the first time for David Donk, a horse that is out of Hessenite, accomplished mare herself. But to close things all out, I'm liking randomized chances in that Ogden Phipps for the repeat, so it's a single to her, and that is a $60 play if you'd like to get involved.
Good luck. Of course, you can play it through Naira Bets. So approaching $300,000 in this pool. Favorite remains Strategic Focus. Wins first time out at a mile. Not easy to do in your debut. Expensive son of Gunrunner. $500,000. Here's a look at that first start.
Coming all the way on the outside there, so taking the overland route. So Dylan Davis must have been pretty confident in him, because he did take him all the way outside, so he didn't have to ruin his forward momentum that he had. You can see the horses to the inside of him, including a stablemate, trying to be right there, but he is just dogged and determined here. He never looks tired at the end of this.
Paddock analyst I am not, but I was outside that day, and all I have written about him is calm, composed, quiet, and professional. It just seems like he knows what he's supposed to be doing out there, and he ran like it first time out.
That's gun runners for you. The gun runners are so classy. They just all act that way.
Still a bit, in it, he did it impressively. As you said, it didn't look like a lot was being asked. Now a mile and an eighth, now winners at just start number 2. It is a big ask. We'll see what happens. Here's Dreamlike, and this horse, grade 1 tested on a couple of occasions.
I wish that his last 2 races perhaps showed a little bit more, but we're taking a look back in the 2023 Pennsylvania Derby, and this was impressive. A horse who really showed up with a big effort that day, running behind Saudi Crown, who's extremely quick early, extremely accomplished for Brad Cox. Maybe just something went awry in that Stephen Foster 2-back, and maybe the race coming back was just a prep. We'll see what we get. He certainly faced some quality company.
You could give him a pass for his return too, because it was on the synthetic. There's not every horse loves the synthetic down at Gulfstream, so if that was a kind of a give me race, maybe it did its job, right? He also put Lasix on for that. He does get to keep Lasix on for this race as well.
It seems like really just kind of a setup race to get a race into him. We'll see. There's certainly excuses for some of the bad ones of late. Going to the bench, you could forgive the Classic. That was pretty good company.
I would say so. I think we're going to see some of that company again tomorrow.
The other Chad Brown horse in here, Malarchuk.
I think he should be forward.
What do you make of him?
That will help him in here. I wonder what they're going to do in terms of positioning him, if they're going to have him all out with those blinkers on, try to be forward, as we're seeing Strategic Focus get a little hot and bothered by the crowd there. But Malarchuk, he has ability. I just sort of wonder if he's going to be able to see out the distance completely in here. He didn't make the front two back. He was coming off the break. Maybe those blinkers are an indicator that they really want to be aggressive today.
Right as I say how well-behaved gun runners are, he starts to act silly, but you'll notice Dylan has kept him away from the pony. We still haven't been rejoined by the pony, so he's doing all this, and he's got a beautiful long loop in his reins. I mean, he's not fighting with him. This horse is still very, very good.
There's Chad Brown, his trainer, in the background, coming off yet another Eclipse Award as outstanding trainer. Last year, he felt very strong going into the Belmont Stakes with Sierra Leone. This year with a new face who would be a surprise with Hill Road.
Hill Road, not quite as hyped and accomplished as a horse like Sierra Leone, but a similar running style to that one where they do have that big closing kick. We'll see what we get if he gets enough pace to close into. Certainly has some ability as he was closing into and getting a piece of races where the pace did hold together in his first two dirt starts. I don't know that he's a major contender going on to tomorrow, but certainly one with a bright future.
He was my pick in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last year. I absolutely loved him, and he delivered a solid effort. He did have some hiccups along the road here, so he's going to have to see if we can string together a couple of good efforts for once.
And again, speaking of strategic focus, and Sierra Leone for that matter, according to the DRF workout reports, horse that was not just working with Sierra Leone, but more than holding his own against the Breeders' Cup Classic winner. And that's probably part of the reason word is spread that he's such a short price now, 3-2.
And if it wasn't that, it was the first performance because he was heavily touted first time out as well, ran like it, earned a fast 90 Beyer speed figure for that first effort. And it just seems as though this horse has been well-intentioned from the start. I'm curious to see what we get from him today, but even finishing in the money here with this group, if they show up and run a fast race, no disgrace by him whatsoever.
There's Umberto Rispoli, just left the picture. Be back aboard journalism on Saturdays on a long shot here. Costa Terra off the claim for the Cantermachi barn, 40-1. I thought could make an impact. Maybe underneath in this race. We'll see what happens. Start of a mandatory pay pick 5. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you, Greg. We're just waiting on Seeking Unity coming up with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. Walking up. They're in the gate. A little bit of movement from Good Skate. He's off and broke well. Here's Seeking Unity. Sprinting up on the outside, Malarchuk, Good Skate, no shortage of early pace as they are flying into the first turn with Malarchuk, the fastest of them all. Good Skate is in second. They're followed by Seeking Unity, orange colors on the outside, third. Strategic Focus has settled along the rail. He's in the fourth spot and 4 lengths off the pace. It's another length back to Waitlist inside of Capitol Hill. That pair is followed by Dreamlike. The opening quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. At the back of the field, Frizzante, Unbridled Bomber, and Costa Terra is the trailer. Down the back stretch, it's Malarchuk carving out the fractions, prompted by Good Skate, who's a length and a half back in second. Strategic Focus holds his spot third, Seeking Unity fourth, as they go through a half in 47 and 3/5 seconds, getting toward the half-mile pole. Waitlist is next on the inside of Capitol Hill, who has 7 lengths to make up. Unbridled Bomber is down at the rail. Dreamlike in the green is asked to get going at this stage. Has about 9 lengths to make up into the far turn. Costa Terra is just outside of him, leaving Frizzante as the trailer. They round the far turn. Malarchuk's been there every step of the way. Here's Strategic Focus, 6 furlongs in 1:11 and 4. Strategic Focus guided off the rail and coming after Malarchuk as they reach the top of the stretch. Waitlist moves into third. Strategic Focus is up to take the lead. On the inside, Malarchuk trying his best, but Strategic Focus running to this tremendous pedigree. Opening up too close to home. He's still learning, but he's got immense talent. Strategic Focus wins by a length. Malarchuk second, Waitlist a long way back in third, and then Frizzante.
Some things going on here in this stretch. There is Chad Brown. He runs 1-2 here, but will this order of finish stand? Strategic Focus crossing the wire first, still a little bit green.
Alapit Green. You saw him completely coming in for the length of the stretch, and then Flavien Prat had to really check to get himself out of there, and then you still saw the winner drifting. You can see him right now. We come down the lane, so the outside horse is going towards the 2. There's certainly going to be an objection or a steward's inquiry right here. He's lugging in, and the rider's trying to keep him straight. Dylan's trying to keep him straight, but he still whips him right-handed. He goes in, and then you have Malachuk angling out with another re-rally. This is what makes it interesting. It wasn't like when he came outside, he was still behind. Once he came back out, he was making up ground. So did this horse crossing over him with that big grandstanding check cost him the placing?
Well, I think that little piece of this puzzle really adds so much to the conclusion, because whether or not they end up making a change in here, you can't say that this horse, the number 2 Malarchuk, was done. He was coming right back on his uncoupled stablemate in here, and I think that, yes, that greenness was there with strategic focus, but he indicated with switching leads that he was going to shift towards the inside, and then Dylan went to the right-handed prop anyway. That's when we saw that big dramatic move over.
And I have to say, there is a chance that if the 2 doesn't shift out and he's pressured between another horse and the rail, he might not have come on with a fierce rally like that.
There's also that.
We'll need to get a look at the head-on to get a better idea.
I want to see the overhead. Do you guys have the overhead?
Yeah, do we have the drone?
You're asking for a lot, Michelle.
Well,
Ice
last
cream,
time I asked for was
drone
ice
shop.
cream, and it happened. So drone shop, please, Evan.
Michelle gets what she wants around here.
I got air conditioning. I mean, this is the best day ever.
Well, regardless, look, very impressive from Strategic Focus. He's only had one start. This is career start number 2, and that inquiry sign, now as we expected, is up. 6'2", 5'8". Some things still to iron out, but a horse who Chad Brown and company obviously have high expectations for.
They do, and I wonder if we're going to see anything from the jockeys, whether or not Flavien will claim. It's not his MO, so I am curious to see what will happen here with him, but I think that we're going to take a look at what you wanted now,
I
Michelle,
love it.
the overhead view.
All right, so right now there's a good half a length in between the horses, right? Actually, the 2 horse comes out.
You know what? He does come out to
The
meet
2
him.
horse comes out, right? And the 6 is actually maintaining. Now, right here is when he's going to switch leads, and he hits him right-handed, and you can see he comes back in. Oh, this is a lot less bad for the winner.
There's still one more. It is a lot less bad. I think he was
It's
clear.
a lot less bad.
I think he was clear.
It's a bit of
I
a
think
sell
he was
job.
clear. A lot. I don't know.
Pratt.
A little grandstanding there.
Well,
It could go either way.
I could see
you
it
could
going
make a
either
case
way.
for it.
But Pratt's
Here's-
not claiming, and I think that that's interesting.
Here's the
so
thing.
far.
If you're Chad Brown and if he gets disqualified, you still move on with what your plan was, right? If it was to go to the Curlin and then the Traverse,
Oh, of
because
course.
the horse ran a great race. He just obviously needs a little bit of mental fine-tuning.
And I will say, regardless of which way this shakes out, both of them so well clear of your third place finisher. They put a big separation on the rest of this field, and so it was between these 2, and they asserted themselves as the top 2 down the lane.
Dylan's turn on the phone. Very nice of Flavien to hand him the phone to make his case.
So polite.
And Dylan Davis getting these big opportunities now to ride like for a barn like Chad Brown. Part of it because of that breakthrough summer he had here last year.
Absolutely, a lot of that for the late Christophe Clement winning that first Grade 1 victory with Carson's run, and just having that momentum continue forwards for Dylan, getting him out in the Kentucky Oaks this year with Lucara, who will ride later. We're taking a look at the head-on now.
That makes it look awfully dramatic with Strategic Focus, but as you look at the overhead, it tells a little bit different story.
It seems like there's more space for that move to occur without impeding Malarchuk, and I agree with Michelle. It seems as though Flavien was bringing his horse out to meet Strategic Focus at first, nothing outside of the bounds of race riding, but it's just interesting to see that that was a move towards him rather than all Strategic Focus just deciding to lug in and take his path.
You could say he initiated the contact. Well, there was no contact, but he initiated the movement, right? Having the 2 come out before the 6 came in.
Now the fate of
Now
these
we
2
wait.
stablemates in the hands of the stewards.
Chad's like, bring them both, then let's just take a photo.
Dead
It's
heat,
fine.
whatever.
It's fine.
Whichever way it turns out, it will be a win for Chad Brown. But yeah, Strategic Focus.
It probably makes it hard because we have different ownership interests here. It's not like there are 2 Klarovich horses, right? You've got 2 separate ownership interests.
Well, and I think too, just from a betting standpoint, you have your 6-5 favorite, perhaps starting out that mandatory payout pick 5 sequence. Some have singled, some have really leaned on heavily within their multi-race bets, and you have a horse that was the second choice going in. So things could play out a bit more impactfully throughout those multi-race sequences should there be a change.
And if you're Chad Brown looking down the road with this horse, it is a big ask. Second career start, going 1 mile and 1/8, and the horse maybe did get, who knows, maybe got a little tired here, traveling 1 mile and 1/8. But if he does want to get into the mix against the big boys in the Travers this summer, and here's the announcement. Wow.
Brought down.
Disqualification taken down with that dramatic coming in. So change made. Strategic Focus moved down to second. Malarchik will be moved up to the win. But as you said earlier, I think plans with this 6 horse, the Son of Gunrunner, they remain exactly the same. This was still impressive.
Yeah, the only thing you're going to change is maybe the addition of blinkers. Maybe a bit change. It is curious, though, that when the horse was lugging in, Dylan still went to the right-handed stick, right? I mean, that's going to cause some days.
2-6, 5-8 finish, and it's a 3-1 change. Malarchik put up for the victory via DQ.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back on our Friday coverage, Belmont at Saratoga. The Acorn to come with Kentucky Oaks winner undefeated Good Cheer still ahead. Program brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. And the performance here in this 5th, we had a change, but winning trainer remains the same. Chad Brown 1-2. Order shifted. Malarchuk, the victory over Strategic Focus. Let's go to Matt Hill.
Yes, and Chad's with me. Greg, I guess a roller coaster ride for some playing in the race, but for you, a good situation to be in with 1-2.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, we won the race, but it's unfortunate that two of my horses were involved in the same inquiry. It's never a great outcome when one horse and client gets taken down. So, you know, both horses ran great. The horse that got disqualified was a little green. Dylan said as soon as he gave him a reminder right-handed, he really reacted to it negatively, just ducking in, and he couldn't really get him back over in the correct area quick enough. But both horses ran great. For Malarchuk, a breakthrough for him, putting the blinkers on for the first time. So both horses were well clear of the other horses, so they should get a good number for this.
Ways and Means in the Better Roses. What are your thoughts?
Training really well. She got the race that she needed last time off a layoff at Churchill. That was a really, really tough race, and she ran great. She should move forward off of it.
Your horses in the FIPS ready to go?
Yeah, they complement each other. They've run against each other in the past several times. So Randomized is a front runner and Raging Sea's a closer. So we'll see how the track's playing, and hopefully one of them is good enough to get to this winner's circle here.
Awkward circumstance there in the previous, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, the aforementioned Ways and Means, that's coming up next. Grade 2 Better Roses. Look at all these chances to come for the reigning Eclipse award-winning barn of Chad Brown.
I like Dynamic Pricing quite a bit, one of his bigger priced horses throughout the day in that Just a Game. But as you see, multiple entrants, you can get the other Chad Brown, the other Chad Brown, live shots all throughout the rest of the card.
How'd you two feel with Ways and Means coming up at this Better Roses?
I'm going to try to beat. I prefer the rail horse, Irish Maxima, for John Service, bringing in 3 in a row, coming off a little bit of a break, but a perfect 4 for 4 at that 7 furlongs. And to me, 7 furlongs is the most challenging distance that you can run, and we found a specialist here.
She's been very good here at Saratoga as well. Winner of the test last summer, that Grade 2 Better Roses. Coming up next, as Malarchuk, there's the prices, $8.40 for the win. Strategic Focus, disqualified, placed second, but I would think bigger and better things to come from this lightly raced 3-year-old.
I would agree with that. I think he's one that's still figuring things out. We haven't seen the ceiling of his ability, especially if he can keep a straighter course moving forwards.
Early pick 5, close to $1,500. And here we go. The beginning of a 2-day all dirt pick 6 with this Grade 2 Better Roses. 7/8 of a mile. Fillies and mares 4 and up. Scylla, Ways and Means, Jody's Pride. Pretty tough threesome right there. And a good supporting cast as well, including Irish Maxima, who Michelle just mentioned, who is taking significant money right now at 9-2. But Ways and Means, this race seems like it does go through her.
It does, and if she doesn't win, things are going to play out with some big payouts in those multis. I think that if anybody does beat her, it will be on the front end with a horse like Irish Maxima, who's just shown so much speed, and her hand is forced already from that inside post.
This race coming up in just a little bit. We're going to say so long to these two in a moment. Take a look at what's still ahead on our Friday coverage. Best is yet to come. Better Roses, Ogden Phipps. Golden ticket to the Lexus Melbourne Cup in that Belmont Gold Cup on the line. Good Cheer, the Oaks winner in the Acorn, and then 2 Grade 1s with the New York and the Just a Game to close things out. Who are you most looking forward to seeing outside of Good Cheer still ahead?
I'm really excited for Dynamic Pricing in that Just a Game. Looking forward to betting her a horse that I think was against it from a trip standpoint a couple times, put things together last time. But really, I'm looking forward to going to get more ice cream, Michelle, now that we can get out of here.
These are all killed. I like She Feels Pretty.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
For Cherie DeVoe, we look forward to all the action coming up. Great to be on with both of you. Your day's not done even though you're off the air. Probably busier now than you were just the last couple of hours.
I'll be back on the air.
She will be.
I got to come back and report.
Bob Baffert, he said the previous 3 Belmont winners, they were all gimmies. They were pretty good. Point given, and then a couple of Triple Crown winners in American Pharoah and Justify. Can he collect a 4th with his frontrunner, Rodriguez? Stay with us.
Game winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. a very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Hit show. Break's first national treasure is looking for the lead again today.
You know, people said, boy, that must have been fun. No, it's not fun. It's work, okay? It's not fun. It's fun when you're over with it, okay? Maybe to some certain degree, but it's not fun. It is really stressful.
D'Arcangelo rides the rails around the first turn, third. Forte's up close there.
The first race on the card, first race I had called in 10 years was 14 horses going 6 furlongs on the turf, okay? It don't get no harder than that, folks.
There's 5 furlongs to go in the Belmont.
I did make it through. I had to go down to Belmont for about a month before that and prepare. The first week, I was calling into my iPhone and played those back, and it was horrible. I almost called the folks up at Fox and said, this is not going to fly, because I was forgetting names, I was stumbling, I couldn't see the horses well. It was, the first week was really, really bad, but I got it together by the time post time came around, I think.
Arcangelo is fiercely determined. Arcangelo coming to the 8th pole. Forte's coming late. Oh, he's got a chance. Forte coming on the outside. Trying to catch Arcangelo. He couldn't do it.
Back with you as we continue to rotate crews here. We got everybody in the mix. 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, voice of South Ozone Park.
There you
Chris
go.
Griffin. Good to see you both here on this outstanding Friday afternoon with the Oaks winner still to come in good cheer.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely beautiful crowd out here today. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous out so far, and the rain has stayed away, and I think that's a good thing. As long as we don't get rain to maybe the later races, I think we'll be just fine. The track seems like it's just fine. Turf's pretty fast, too, as well.
Yeah, and a disqualification happened right before we got on air, so you can't blame us taking a look at that race. But lots more fun to come and some great racing action, of course, in the Belmont Stakes and all the great stakes coming up, wagering opportunities. And we've seen prices. We've been able to see some prices in the mix, which is always good for the bettors as well.
And we'll see how that 3-year-old who got disqualified for Chad Brown continues to progress. But you would think they have designs on tackling him against the very best of this crop a little bit later on in the year.
Yeah, I would think so. He's very, very talented.
Look at the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. Going to break, we talked about him, and he's had some success in the Triple Crown in Bob Baffert. As I said, he mentioned his previous 3 winners of the Belmont. They were all gimmies. Rodriguez will be no gimme, but he does possess very good speed, and they have made no bones about it. They want to go to the front.
Yeah, I think, you know, Chris, the one thing about it is like everybody has their opinion on who's going to win the race. A lot of people don't know who's going to go to the front end, but I just have a feeling the way Mike Smith rides, He's going to put this horse on the front end at all costs.
Andy Sterling and I had this discussion yesterday, and he thought Crudo was going to be fast. He says Crudo is just faster than Rodriguez. I think Rodriguez, though, has an opportunity from the 3-post. Hill Road to his inside, Sovereignty to his inside. Neither one of them is going to the front end. I think there's Mike Smith, gets over to the rail, gets that controlling position. Whether he can dictate and whether Johnny V is going to be able to cross over and get in front of him, that's going to be the question. But we saw in the Wood Memorial, a race that I had a very good seat for, and it wasn't sitting, but a good vantage point for. He can take them wire to wire. He can get on the front end and he can relax and he can run them off their feet. Whether he's going to be fast enough to outrun and hold off a big charge from the top 3, that's the big question.
West Coast speed, I believe, is greater than East Coast speed. Bob Baffert, he said they tried rating this horse. He just doesn't want to do it. They have to go with this horse.
No, and listen, you can go back to a lot of different races that Mike Smith has ridden. Charlington against Knicks Go. He put Knicks Go to bed. Charlington lost in the end. Bodemeister, 109 and change, just got run down the wire about I'll have another. He lets his horses roll early, and I think it's going to be Crudo who will get put kind of in the grave for me if he goes after him, not the literal grave, but
yeah, but I mean the 3 horses in behind, they want to see a pace duel. They want to see that pace duel emerge, and they want to see journalism's going to have a kind of a tough trip. I know we're going to talk about it a little bit more, but where is he going to tuck? Because he's going to be outside. He's going to have to be behind maybe some of his main contenders. It's not going to be the easiest trip for journalism this time, and that's even saying that after the Preakness try that we saw.
All these races within the race going to make it fascinating in this Belmont Stakes. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, here we go with the graded stakes action. Bed of Roses, Ways and Means. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Flavian Pratt, test winner from last summer, back in action when we return.
Who's the best? Who's top horse? Football Gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at 3 Chimneys.
Action building and building as we work our way to the third and final leg of the Triple Crown late Saturday night in the Belmont Stakes. Pretty good one coming up here. Grade 2, Bed of Roses and some of the very best filly and mare sprinters in the sport ready to battle. Let's start with Scylla Belmont, Joel Rosario.
Same race as Ways and Means last time. You can argue she had worse of a trip, and she was almost right there with a 3 last time out.
Last year's test winner. Here's Ways and Means for Chad Brown.
Yeah, she doesn't do a whole lot wrong, especially right here at Saratoga. She's never been out of the exacta. She's okay at this distance, not great, but she's a deserving 1-2 favorite.
Jody's Pride coming off a career best performance.
Yeah, she could be getting good at the right time. A 4-year-old filly, and Irad Ortiz Jr. jumps aboard.
Back to the inside, speed with Irish Maxima for John Service.
Definitely the speed. She's going to have to push a little bit, though. She had an easy lead last time. Not going to be so easy this afternoon.
Here's Justique, Cherie DeVoe, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, you take a look at Justique, throw out that last try in the Madison, you go back to the carousel run, maybe can contend with these. She's got to really get back to some of those turf tries, though, maybe better on turf.
Tough test coming up for Miss Justified. Dylan Davis rides for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, she's 5 for 8 last lifetime, and she's gotten back to sprinting, and that was a pretty good effort last time out.
Yeah, it did take a big move forward, that 4-year-old debut. Here's St. Benedict's Prep, Melinda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Well, if you like Irish Maxima, you kind of have to like St. Benedict's Prep. She's not that far off of her, and we're talking about 34-1 versus 5-1. On the win end, a little tough, but maybe for a minor share.
5 minutes to post. In this bed of roses, again, this also starts at 2-day all-dirt pick 6. 20-cent variety. You can play that, everything else in between and beyond by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Code to use for new members, Belmont25. Get that $25 free play, that $200 deposit match and sign-up bonus, and so much more at NairaBets.com. So there she is in those familiar white and red silks at Klarovich Stables. The brilliantly talented Ways and Means, winner of the test, the Gallant Bloom, back-to-back last year. As we take a look at that Grade 1 score on a muddy surface last summer.
Yeah, it was a great effort on a muddy surface, like you said, but she really towered over individuals. Now, does she tower over these horses? You know, I always said, Chris, the best handicapping tool is time. Now you look at that race, My Main Squeeze, Emery turned out to be pretty good fillies, but this was on a muddy racetrack, completely different story today.
And I know why we're taking a look at this, because we're looking over the same surface, same type of race, but if you go back to her last run at Churchill Downs over a sloppy track, she ran a big effort. She finished behind Copion, who many feel is a top at the division, and this is a division. That's the one thing to remember when we're talking about these female sprinters. They're going to face one another quite a bit throughout the season, and we're starting to see that. Ways and Means, is she going to improve second start off the layoff? She should, although she wasn't able to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. She wasn't able to do it just off of the maiden win, but so maybe some disadvantages for her a little bit. She's 3-5, the price you're not going to love, but she's a deserving favorite, and you definitely have to beat her in order to win it.
Now, we had big expectations from this filly early on in her career off that performance in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies back in 2023, where she just missed against Just FYI. Really sort of never panned out to be as good as we thought she would until recently when she came back as a 4-year-old. She was sensational in the Grade 2 Ruffian.
Yeah, take a look at Jody's Pride, and I know that I've seen her in person quite a bit, and when she does lengthen her stride and open up, she's impressive. I think this is her premier distance. I think she's a one-turn sprinter, and I think the connections have also kind of leaned that way too. Jorge Abreu, after this try, an interview right here after the race, felt like they had really kind of found their way with her, and she kind of found her form back a little bit. She had an inside run. She had a distinct advantage. Sterling Silver didn't come back and impress off of this effort, but on her A game, she's 1 for 1 here at Saratoga. It was her maiden debut effort. She won by 10.5 lengths. It was a long time ago, but she can run with Ways and Means on her best day.
No, she can. If you throw out her wet track efforts and her turf race, okay, and then you got to throw out her 2-turn races. Okay, let's do that right now. She is, where's she at, Greg?
She's way too big a price is where she's at.
She's 4 for 4. She's 4 for 4 with, 3 for 4 with a third-place finish when she got beat by Emery. So she's definitely a one-turn horse, and she is the main danger to the 3. Although the 2 is getting bet in the will pays, like she's the horse that is second rate here, and maybe she is the 5-year-old mare. She's got a lot of class too.
Disparity. I know it's, look, Ways and Means comes with a huge reputation. She won the test here. She's 3 for 4 at Saratoga. It's Chad Brown, Flavia Pratt. 3-5 is way too short considering the talent of Scylla, the talent of Jody's Pride, that they're 5 and 7-1 respectively.
Yeah, I mean, an overlay big time right now in Scylla. When you're taking a look at a 5-2 morning line, and now she's at 5-1. She comes out of the same race. She's not that far off. She had some trouble in that spot. Irish Maxima, who we're seeing on the screen right now, an inside draw. Frankie Pennington out of that last race. He was looking around for the competition. Nobody went with this horse. You take a look at some of those fractions. She's not going to get an easy lead like this that she got last time. She's just going to have to move quicker. You'll see even at the top of the stretch. Frankie Pennington, a rider in from Pennsylvania, he's looking around. He's looking around. He's waiting to see who's coming after me, who's going to come and give an effort. He's still holding on. He's still waiting. He's still waiting. And then he kind of cuts loose at the end. So it was an easy lead last time. She's not going to get that easy way last time. And she's got Ways and Means chasing her. She's got Jody's Pride chasing her. John Service did have a winner here, a $60 winner here yesterday. She's going to have to really run to keep that. She does like to win, though. 8 for 11 lifetime. She's a win machine.
It's one thing just, and look, that was impressive.
Yeah.
Take nothing away from her. She does have speed to hold off St. Benedict's Prep. Totally different ball game to say you're going to try and hold off Ways and Means and Scylla and Jody's Pride.
That's the difference. She gets the acid test today, whether she's that kind of filly. But, you know, ever since John Service putting blinkers on her, she's turned into a different horse. And you can say that with the same with the two. She's gotten a little bit sharper. Now, she didn't break well last time on the sloppy racetrack. She didn't break well the time before that. That's my worry about the two. Her last 2 starts, and she went on to a layoff after her last 2 starts ago when she didn't break well. That's my worry. Now you see the 3 Ways and Means right now at 1-2. That is very short.
And, you know, back to, you brought up the filly who beat her for Richard Mandella. Copion might be the best sprinter, male or female, period, in the country. So there's no disgrace in losing to Copion.
Yeah, and that's going to be why you're going to see this price. And you do. This is where Scylla kind of sneaks in on you, though. When you do take a look at that price, that disparity a little bit, the 1-2, they come out of the same race. So maybe Scylla can improve off of that effort. But when you talk about Copion, when you talk about the top in the division, the bettors know. They're savvy enough to know who they've been facing and what she's done. We may come back after the race and say, well, Ways and Means, this should have been simple. We should have just been able to circle this number and single and move on. But it does seem like race shape, she gets some pace to chase. She's not going to have to be that far back. Ways and Means, is she going to have the best closing kick? I'm going to take Jody's Pride at a 7-1 price. I like that I'm going to get 7-1 in here. Can she outrun her in the stretch? We'll see. That's the question we have to answer. I'll take it at 7-1.
It's just, Paul, it's so enticing because it's just tremendous value on both Scylla and Jody's Pride with how overbet Ways and Means is right now.
Well, the thing is you're going to have the one that's going to go to the front end. So I think the public thinks, okay, Flavien Prat, which I think is going to sit right off the 1. And that kind of puts the 3 in chase mode and makes the 3 the target, right? For the 2 and the 4. The 2 horses that are going to probably come from a tiny bit off the pace. And if the 6 maybe steps up a notch, those are the 3 fillies to me. I'm kind of with Chris. I just don't know how the 1 wins this race because I don't think the 3, I don't see the 1 stinging the 3 and then holding off the 2 and 4s. You see a great crowd here on the apron.
And if you loved the number 6, Miss Justify, a horse we haven't talked about much, you know, she's sitting right at that 12-to-1 price. She was heavily favored in the last start, heavily favored in the start before that. She won both tries. Dylan Davis just got DQ'd at that last effort here. Todd Pletcher here at Saratoga, and you're going to get, again, a huge price on a horse that maybe came back and is a new horse and is rejuvenated and maybe gets a slice. Tough on the win end for me, but a horse that you could see a 4-year-old filly by Justify that could have some improvement.
You like that they're giving, and there's Todd Pletcher who trains Miss Justify. You like that, Paul, they're giving her a shot. Obviously, there's no doubt about it. This is an incredibly tough test for her, but find out, is she up to this level of competition? Has she taken that move forward?
Yeah, I think that last effort was so big. She got a giant number. She was wide most of the way. I know it was only a 5-horse field, but you know, these guys look at numbers, Ragusan numbers, whatever you want to call them, thoroughgraphs, whatever. And what ends up happening is when they get that giant number and they compare it to somebody else and they think, you know what, I'm not that far off from Ways and Means. If she can repeat it, easier said than done.
Ways and Means, and maybe the best still yet to come from her. We knew really from before she ever ran how talented word was out about her. She was odds on 3-5 in the debut. She won by more than 12 lengths in a 6-furlong sprint, the first time we ever saw her at Saratoga in her debut back in 2023. And she has lived up to the billing. 1-2 favorite here for Chad Brown-Klarovich and Flavien Prat. Grade 2, bed of roses. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Miss Justify and St. Benedict's Prep to the outside. Just one behind the gate. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Bed of Roses, and Ways and Means had a beautiful start and will vie for the lead. Here's Irish Maxima sprinting quickly through along the inside, and she'll be in front. Ways and Means will race from second. Miss Justify is close up, just a length and a half off the lead. St. Benedict's Prep is deepest of all. Then Scylla, who's inching up in a tad tight spot. Jody's Pride is in between horses. It's a compact field before the stretch running Justique, who spots them a lot of ground. Irish Maxima passes the half-mile pole through an opening quarter that went in 22 2/5 seconds. Heavily favored Ways and Means, tracking her comfortably from second. Scylla is down at the rail in third. Then Jody's Pride in between horses. Miss Justify outside of her. St. Benedict's Prep, and still a long way to Justique. They're at the top of the stretch. Ways and Means. Scylla bumping with Irish Maxima as Ways and Means takes command and opens up 3. Now it's 4 coming to the 8th pole. Scylla trying her best, but is nowhere near Ways and Means, who towers over the competition in the Bed of Roses. Ways and Means opening up with every stride, strolls in by more than 6 lengths. Scylla second, Photo for third between Jody's Pride and Miss Justify, but it was a one-horse race. Ways and Means in 1:21 flat.
An absolute demolition of the competition by Ways and Means, and not that far off the track record for 7 furlongs. Chad Brown has Ways and Means back at her best, and maybe the best still yet to come.
And the pace played out the way we thought, Chris. We thought the 1 would go to the front end, and the 3 would lay right off. And when he unleashed this filly by Practical Joke, wow, she exploded here late and stopping the clock in 1:21 flat.
Irish Maxima had to go faster than 22 2. It went 22 2 that first quarter, but she was off a step slow. She was rushed up the inside. Ways and Means just, Flavien Prat just takes a look over his left shoulder and says, okay, yeah, you can kind of come on through, because he feels like he's going to have her measured. But I mean, 108.63 to finish off in 121 flat. I mean, that is just rolling. It looked like Chad Brown even said, wow, when he was walking down the steps there, because that was extremely impressive. She's got a lot of other races she could tackle, but man, that was that'll blow you away. Those are those performances that'll blow you away.
Off this, no question now, she is better when we saw her in the test last summer. She is bigger, stronger, and better.
Yeah,
as a 4-year-old.
I think she's just grown up. If you remember the first 3-4 races of her career, she had some issues at the gate. She was taken up. She just won on pure ability. Now you're getting a horse that obviously we knew had a tremendous ability, starting to do things right.
And she loves it here.
Scary, yeah.
She loves Saratoga. She's going to be here this summer. You're going to have a lot of opportunities to come back. That's the one thing with Belmont and Saratoga, the racing festival. You get an opportunity to see these horses on what might be their preferred surface. They're going to come back in July. They're going to be back in the summer. Ways and Means is going to have a big impact on the division, and now you start thinking Copion and Ways and Means, and watching them tackle one another again. Those are going to be some exciting races to look forward to.
Paul, you brought up a good point. You know, obviously she loves this racetrack. She's now 4 for 5 at Saratoga, but yeah, off this performance, let's not just hand this division to Copion just yet.
No, you know, listen, this now puts her hat in the ring. Copion, you're right. Richard Mandela's got a tremendous filly, and she got the best of Ways and Means, but we just saw the best, excuse me for saying that a couple times, no pun intended, the best of Ways and Means. And now if you put that race with Copion, this could be a nice little race coming up. And I just think that, you know, was a horse that was a little quirky, and I just think now he's got her right.
Yeah, not a ton of excuses either. Not a ton of excuses out of the race. Everybody kind of ran their race.
Yeah.
What a performance. Showstopper from Ways and Means, 3 already today. For Flavien Prat, Klarovich Stables, Chad Brown team up for the win.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races and one of the great weekends of racing there is in this sport. Belmont at Saratoga. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We just saw a jaw-dropping performance from one of the best filly mare sprinters in the sport. Ways and Means looks like she has gone to the next level with this win in the Bed of Roses.
Yeah, and when favorites win, you know, from a wagering standpoint, yeah, you say the favorite won. That's how you want them to win. When you're 3 to 5. That's how you want your 3 to 5 shot to run. And she's shown that she loves the track. She loves this distance. She's going to be a real presence throughout this division throughout the summer and into the fall. And she's just, you know, she ran to how it looked on paper. You get the winning, you know, selection there, Paul. You had the 3 Ways and Means, and there you go.
Sniffed that one out, didn't I?
Yeah, you're right. Incredible. Ways and Means, 5th win of her career. Let's go to Matt.
The Klarman winning owner, gee, you must have enjoyed that. Nearly a track record. Congratulations.
She's very special. We bred her, and she's only 4. She's 5 for 10 now, and just under $1 million of winning. So we couldn't be prouder. She loves it here too.
Yeah, absolutely. So take us through it, how it really feels to have a horse like that when you're in the stands watching your horse obliterate a field.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is realizing that she's special in the first place, like her debut was so great. I think you're still nervous. You know, there are a lot of great fillies in that field. There was a lone speed on the rail. Well, she didn't break great, but she still got the lead. And you sort of felt like the jockey was inching up and under control, and that's where you started to think, I'll bet we're going to get this done. But you never know till the wire, as we proved in the previous race.
And what were Flavian's words to you there a short time ago?
He's a special filly.
Onwards and upwards. You've got an exciting time ahead. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Seth Klarman, the Oracle of Boston.
He is.
Those Silks, they almost have permanent residence in the winner's circle in big races, certainly here on the East Coast. And now all of a sudden, this is becoming one of the more exciting divisions with a little rivalry that may be developing between these 2 top-heavy runners with Copion and Ways and Means.
I mean, just the way she was able to put away the 2 and the 4 and the 6 in there, both horses. Jody's Pride, who we thought was up and coming. Celia, yeah, I think, you know, this is a horse, obviously, the talent has always been there. And like I said, I think earlier in her career, it took Chad a little while. And then, you know, he's able to put her away. And I don't think she likes a sloppy racetrack. I really don't. I think she won on pure talent. The harder the racetrack, the faster racetrack she showed today. But I think the professionalism, her braking a little bit, she's always been a little bit weird around the gate, a little antsy. Professionals can be today, and that was a different racehorse. I understand she's always been brilliant, but that was beyond brilliant.
I realize we have a lot of big races still to come. This might be hard to top in terms of just impressing everyone. This was something else.
It blows you away. It blows you away when you get an opportunity to be a fan and just kind of watch here from the desk and not be in the booth or wherever you are watching. But the sports side of me also we talk about rivalries and rematches. That's a big thing we're talking about here this week, especially. Richard Mandella, maybe he was there with Kopion just kind of hanging out at the bar. Maybe they watch on screen and maybe they say, wow, that was an impressive performance, but what do we have for her later on down the road?
Our turn next. We'll see what happens. We will be on the turf in the next one coming up, mile and a 16th on the grass in this allowance optional claiming race. Wide open group here. Mystifying right now the 3 for Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGahee. We'll have Jose Ortiz for the Phipps stable, and back-to-back very narrow defeats, Paul, the last 2 tries.
Yeah, you got to give this filly a lot of credit. She was trying something new for the first time and getting blinkers, and that was in September when she got on the turf. She just missed with an 88 buyer. She came back on the turf, Chris, in April and ran the same race and just missed. She's a deserving favorite.
Yeah, she's a deserving favorite in a big field here on the turf, and you know when it's the turf and you know it's here at Saratoga, it's the Belmont Racing Festival. We're going to look for prices. You're going to try and beat this type of horse when you have a 5-2 shot, a 2-1 shot. These are the types that you don't want to beat, and I have a selection that is going to try and beat that horse in there. But a competitive race at that mile and a 16th, should be seeing a lot of people jockey for position. We'll see where they end up. Who gets the best trip? That's going to really tell the story. Mystifying, a deserving favorite, a favorite I'm going to try and beat.
You guys ready to go to school?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Belmont by the numbers. Let's learn something here about the big one to come. First running back in 1867. It was a filly that won the first ever edition. Largest margin, we all knew this. Secretariat back in 1973. Most wins by a jockey, Jim McLaughlin, Eddie Arcaro, 6 apiece for those riders. Just incredible. James Rose Sr., 8 Belmont victories. Most by an owner, Bel Air stud, James Keene, back in the early days of this race. They won it 6 times each. Fillies that have won it, well, we knew with Rags to Riches it had been, 103 years, 102 years, I believe, since a filly had won it. She was the 3rd to ever do it, and what a performance, stumbling out of the gate. Triple Crown winners, 13 of them. 3-year-old champions. It's an important race. As you see, 69 times been crowned a champ. 36 times the Belmont Stakes winner, named Horse of the Year, AP Indy among that group. Seattle Slew among the 41 Belmont winners in the Hall of Fame. So much history, and still it's hitting me being here at Saratoga, having a Triple Crown race like this to cap it off. Just so incredibly special to have a race with this much history at this iconic racetrack.
Yeah, and you got the first 3 finishers from the Kentucky Derby, and some people are picking the other couple horses that are in the race, like Rodriguez and some other horses. So it just shows you this rendition of this race, very, very good, very powerful.
Let's meet the field that will line up. Very top heavy, of course, with the big 3, as Paulie mentioned. Top 3 finishers returning. Rematch of the Kentucky Derby Preakness winners. 3rd place finisher Derby Day Baeza as well, who Flavien Prat will hop back aboard. As you take a look at the current odds, and that is so surprising to see the Kentucky Derby winner at 7-2 on the board. 3rd choice in this race. Pretty incredible. We'll see how things continue to evolve as we get to the big one at 7:04 Eastern on Saturday. Start with Hill Road. Chad Brown, he had Sierra Leone last year. He's got a long shot this year.
Yeah, just off of that Peter Pan win, he won last time out. Hill Road's going to be coming from off the pace. He does draw the rail. I don't think that's going to affect him much. He's going to be far back early.
Sovereignty, reigning supreme on Derby Day, and then Bill Mott and Godolphin opting to pass on the Preakness.
Yeah, they brought him up here 4 days after the Kentucky Derby to get ready for the race. I think he's going to fire a big shot. I am completely surprised that he's the 3rd choice right now.
Foot issue kept Rodriguez out of the Kentucky Derby. That foot has healed fine, and he's probably going to try and take him gate to wire.
Yeah, you don't want the hiccups because there have been some times where we're trying to find where Rodriguez is going to run, but the workout seems to signal he's got the green light. He's all systems go. He is going to be front end and a presence. I think he'll be in front.
Uncaged, Todd Pletcher, maybe the biggest price in the field.
Yeah, biggest price in here for Windstar and Rapoli Stables, son of Curlin, and the best races have been over muddy racetracks.
Crudo for Pletcher. He has speed. Can he pressure Rodriguez early?
Yeah, John Velasquez, of course, they're going to push. They're going to be able to stalk from the outside. I don't know if they're going to head this runner in Rodriguez towards the inside, but coming off the Sir Barton win, he's been very impressive the last 2 races.
Third place finisher, Kentucky Derby, and this is the one that seems like everyone believes has the most upside, Baeza.
I'm kind of with you, too. This horse is very, very good. He's got a very good conditioner in John Sheriffs. He gets Flavien Prat aboard, and he was third in the Kentucky Derby. Drew in from the 21 posts.
One of the most brilliant performances and really rallies to run down a horse in the stretch we saw in Triple Crown history from journalism.
Yeah, this horse, when he does get in a little bit of trouble, some of that bumping, he's going to want to go get you. He's going to want to go fight, and that almost pushes him and inspires him to do more. Not necessarily want bumping in this upcoming race coming up on Saturday, but journalism deserving favor.
Father-daughter team with Heart of Honor, who's acting up in the gate in the Preakness. See if we can get a more relaxed Heart of Honor on Saturday.
Yeah, Safi Osborne, the rider in here, and a horse that did actually have some good late strides in the Preakness.
Interesting duo there. You know, Safi Osborne, first female rider to win a race at Maidan in Dubai. And Dad said, look, her brother, I believe 3 brothers, are all 6'2" or taller. He said she won the genetic pool. She is small, but she does not lack strength. She's like a little weightlifter, he says. She's very strong.
Well, I mean, I love when the interview that he did, he basically said, I leave it up to basically Safi. I mean, she knows the horse. She jogs the horses in the morning. And sometimes that could be a tough thing when Dad's telling you what to do, right? And, you know, like, okay, what am I doing here, Dad? But he seems like he leaves it up to her, and she's a heck of a rider. Whenever you can go over and win a Grade 1 in Maidan, but she sits well on a horse, and she's very good and very accomplished so far at a young age.
And Jamie Osborne, have you seen him on social media?
Yeah.
He is fantastic.
He's great.
I mean, just a ton of personality. It's great to have them here and in for the effort. They got a long shot chance in the Belmont, a deserving long shot in this spot, but they're taking a run at it, and we'll see how it does fare out. But this is just a great race to take a look at. I kept thinking rubber match. It's not. It's a rematch of the Derby and the Preakness winner, but it's going to be fun to see them go at it. Not forgetting some of the other contenders. We're going to talk about it over and over and over again, but we'll see if it's journalism, sovereignty, or Baeza, or somebody else. Exciting.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Much more to come on this special Friday afternoon on the eve of the Belmont. There's Jamie Osborne. His daughter will be back in the Iron Shirt, first ever mount in the United States. They came in the Preakness. No pressure. How will she fare with that race under her belt on Saturday?
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
I'm here with the dynamic father-daughter duo. You're not dynamic?
One of us is.
I mean, I think it's like a comedy. But of Jamie and Saffie Osborne, when you Wikipedia you, it still comes up Jamie Osborne jockey.
Yeah.
I know
That
you
says a
don't
lot for my training career, doesn't it?
I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, all right. Don't rub it in.
Sorry. When was the last time you were here?
I think I rode a winner here in 1997, which was
Good job.
yeah, which was the last time I was here. Little bit of an issue with your police afterwards. Yeah, I had to leave quickly, but luckily they let me back in.
I've used the line a lot, but I keep saying I'm single-handedly trying to bring up my father, and it's not going very well.
How much does he embarrass you?
Oh, I'm immune to it at this point.
You reckon? Oh, I must try harder.
No, I am.
I can always ramp it up a bit.
No, I mean, I don't think it would matter, to be honest.
Clearly, you have a good working relationship.
It'll be interesting to see how you answer this one.
No, we do have a very good working relationship. It's, oh my God.
When it comes to Belmont Day for the race, is there any instructions exchanged?
I'll give her a damn good listening to.
Who's the boss in the relationship?
Oh, he's the boss.
Okay.
I'm just saying that for the camera.
Exactly. I know.
Saffie wants to ride them. She wants to train
No,
them.
I
She wants to
don't. Oh,
buy them.
That's-
She wants to tell me she wants
No,
to place them. Yeah, you
That's
know.
not true. As much as it might sound like we hate each other, I do really enjoy working together.
You can tell. You can tell. What's one thing you want to do while here in Saratoga?
Ride a winner.
Win the Belmont.
Duh.
Well, great to see father and daughter. It's just a great storyline in this race. And he's sort of done things a little differently. He said he was tired of getting turf horses and going up against Charlie Appleby all the time. So he said, let's try and get some horses who we can get on the dirt because there's some very good purses. Had never been worse than second. If this horse does behave in the gate, can we see a better performance?
I think you'll see a better performance. Most of the time when horses come over here, that's their issue, is going to be the gate. Because when they run over in Europe or they run over in Dubai or Maidan, they don't really have a handler in the gate with them. So, you know, it's a little bit different when it comes here. They get a handler, they get schooled a little bit. Now, second time in an American gate, I think the horse will be a little bit more familiar.
Yeah, and sometimes it's also a learning. It's a learning experience for the connections too.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're trying something different and you're trying to have horses to run on a dirt surface versus some turf horses that you've had, it's a learning experience and trying to get them used to the gate. And you can school a bunch, but you can't school for experiences of thousands and thousands of fans that are fired up and ready for those horses to come onto the track, and the singing and the boisterousness, and then some weather rolls in and all these other things. So there's a lot of different things that you cannot replicate for race day. You can try, you can train up to it, but also a family affair. I mean, it just reminds you about horse racing and how a family can get along and they can kind of chide one another, but they're out there going for the same goal, is to keep those horses, to keep them upright, keep them safe, have some great safe racing, and have some triumphs as well.
I think I know the answer to this, but we're going to take a look at the updated odds again of the new faces. Who do you give the biggest chance to?
It's definitely Rodriguez. I just don't think that Hill Road is there yet. He might be, but I don't know if he can. Or it could be Crudo. Because I say that because if one of those horses gets left or something happens at the gate, somebody gets loose on the lead, I would not leave Crudo out of that equation. But it's still hard to me to get to those two horses, obviously, because you're expecting a speed duel, but sometimes things happen at the gate.
Yeah. I mean, let's get back to today's action, race 7. Raindrops coming down here now in Saratoga. Mile and a 16th on the turf. It's a light rain, not going to affect things certainly for this race here, as we're 9 minutes to post. And there's a look right now at the 7. State's debut for Louise Proctor, who will debut for Chad Brown. Flavien Prat will ride, who had won the first 3 starts of her career. But then the French Guineas, things did not go well. There's Miguel Clement. He's having a tremendous week. First career win as a trainer on Wednesday in a position he did not want to be in with the untimely passing of his father. I think kind of shocked everyone in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a tough experience for him to just roll right into now taking over the barn, because you've got a lot of people that are relying on Miguel to now take over the training duties, and a lot of people that are dependent on the jobs and working daily, and the horses, of course, because it's a very strong barn. I do think, and I I was not behind the scenes much with Miguel and with Christophe and with their family, but they were preparing for this. They were preparing for this moment for Miguel to be able to now take the training duties and to be able to run the operation. And getting a one to the winner's circle on Wednesday had to feel like kind of that you take a little bit of a deep breath. But a lot of big contenders coming up this week,
including one of the more exciting turf horses with what we saw Deterministic come back and do on the grass downstate. Meanwhile, Manhattan, speaking of, and that's where Deterministic will line up off that Fort Marcy performance. Mile 3/16 on the turf, $1 million purse, and as big as it gets. This is one of the big great ones on the grass all year long. Farbridge for that barn as well, and this is a multiple Grade 1 winner.
I'll tell you what, Farbridge, this is more impressive than look. I mean, when you take a look at this effort, they were in control. They knew that Farbridge was going to be able to win this race. I don't think that they were as concerned. It looked to me that it was just a mild encouragement through the lane, but they were well in hand. I don't think they need to see the same exact tactics that you saw here. This was just a horse that was better than that group that day, and I think that there's more in the tank there for Farbridge.
I'm kind of with you, and I think he's another horse being by English Channel. They like a little cut in the ground. Now we're getting a little rain today. We're supposed to get a little rain tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be that much rain to take the races off the turf, but I think there's going to be cut in the ground, Greg. And English Channel had his best day over that turf at Monmouth Park, and it seems like his progeny do the same. Farbridge has got a good win over a yielding turf. I think he's going to be very dangerous.
Back to his stablemate, who I think is one of the more exciting horses we're going to see this weekend with what he did last time out in the Fort Marcy, beating his stablemate Carson's Run. This was a huge effort in Belmont at Aqueduct. 98 buyer, doing it on the lead every step of the way.
Here's another horse that started on the dirt. I mean, 2 for 2 in his career, winning the Gotham. And then they got him on the turf, and he's just improved with every start. And you're right, in the Fort Marcy, he was brilliant in this race. I mean, just kind of left him. And, I think going to the front end, maybe that new dimension, Chris.
You definitely think about Deterministic, and if you watch some of his races from the past, you think a horse that's going to come from off the pace, a little bit off of it. He's going to have a closing style kick. They put Kendrick Carmouche aboard, and now that horse is going right to the front. Deterministic really ran him off their feet. It's going to be tough to do it again, but that new running style may just suit him very well.
Very exciting horse with how he came back in that performance. Look at the Saturday Stakes schedule. As good as today is, look at this lineup on Saturday, culminating with the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. But the Met Mile, that is a stallion-making race, one of the big races there is in this sport. The Manhattan, as we just talked about, Woody Stevens, that is going to be a war. Cannot wait. What a weekend we have lined up for you as we get set for the post parade. Here's Hope Mission, one of a couple for Brendan Walsh.
Taking a look at Hope Mission off of that 5th last time out. 2 starts back, did break the maiden at the same distance, a mile and 16.
Huge long shot next door, Lady River Lily.
Yeah, 56-1. Coming in from Florida, so might like the cooler weather here.
5-2 favorite. This is Mystifying. Jose Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, on paper it does seem to fit. 5-2, maybe right around the right price. If you do like a favorite here, has not won in the last 2 starts, so 2 seconds.
Royalty Rate. Chad Brown, Klarovich, here we go again.
Yeah, they're looking for, at least Chad Brown's looking for 3 wins in a row. And this horse being the filly that won first time out.
Temple City Taboo, big price blinkers on.
New barn goes to Antonio Arriaga. Is going to take over the training duties. A 3-year-old filly by Temple City is really going to have to pick it up. You're going to get all that 52-1 if you like this runner.
Mr. Travers himself, Javier Castellano. He's on Big Beautiful.
Yeah, Big Beautiful ran well last time out. And Anthony Dutcho had a horse win by a nostril of Lane Lussey in the last yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
The new face here in the States for the Chad Brown barn, Luis Proctor.
Yeah, these are the horses that you really got to keep an eye on for Mr. Peter Brandt and Chad Brown. When they team up, they do good things, and some of the softer ground, maybe with a little bit of rain, maybe a little bit of that cut that Paul was talking about.
Frankie Dettori, Storm Miami.
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit, taking the blinkers off. Did not get the best of trips last time out.
Next on stage, big price with Christopher Elliott.
Christopher Elliott probably goes to the front here for Ray Handel. I think, that front running speed gets 5 pounds for the rest with the apprentice aboard. Long shot, going to try and take them all the way, I think.
Here's Wrigleyville, 23-1.
Could be part of the pace, especially with Luis Saez on board. You're getting 23-1, like you said, on this horse. Tommy Proctor for Glen Hill Farms.
Spool, it's Graham Motion. Umberto Rizpoli coming off back-to-back wins.
Yeah, I really like Spool. This is a horse that I'm going to select. But coming off of that last try, ground saving, ran into some trouble, and it was some trouble that Javier Castellano kind of found in the lane, and Spool is one that I think can really improve.
And Miguel Clement now off Farbridge, deterministic in the Manhattan. He's got Unreasonable here.
Yeah, and I think this is another horse that's got a big look here. I like the bottom side of this pedigree. He made kind of a middle move, got in tight. Like, I thought the horse made a couple moves in that race. I understand he gets the 12 hole, but if he can save any ground, Joel, I think this horse could be a runner to the 12.
Let's get back to the favorite. Mystifying 2-1 here on the board. 2 narrow defeats in this entry-level allowance races the last 2 tries after winning the debut on dirt, is yet to win on grass.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this effort last time, looking for room, right? In hand, waiting for a spot. Where's the hole going to open up? Now the hole's maybe going to open up. You got to muscle on through. So is that trouble enough to warrant that second beat in the neck? Maybe. I mean, maybe that's enough trouble that's going to cost you the win in that spot. You see the extending of the stride, and he wants to win. He found some trouble, and on the turf, you're going to find some trouble like that. But, man, you get run down here and get beat by a neck on a horse that was closing on the outside.
Yeah, not every horse is journalism, but, I mean, like, honestly, that takes a lot out of a horse. I thought it was a tremendous effort, obviously. And I don't think he ever really saw that horse flying on the complete outside. He saw the other horse, so he was able to put 2 horses away. That was a really impressive effort. You just wonder, does this filly come back with the same effort today? If she does, she's going to be really tough to beat.
Second off the bench, yeah, we may in fact see better. Here's a look at a long shot with one of the best ever to do it, Frankie Dettori. And Paul, you like this one. And what do you like about Storm Miami?
You know, this is a horse that's been in big fields. And, you know, sometimes you get out here and a lot of the fields have been short. And this horse got left in the gate last time out, made up some ground. They've tinkered with blinkers a little bit. Seems like she always is left, you know, hanging a little bit on the stretch out. Now she's going to mile 16th. If you look, she's shown speed sprinting. So I think if Frankie can put her in the game, and if she breaks from the gate and minds herself at the gate, I think she's got a big shot.
10-1 right now for the Brendan Walsh barn as well. Storm Miami. And then, Chris, you're going to go to Spool. What'd you like with this Grand Motion filly?
Yeah, so lightly raced, and you take a look at that. If you watch that Tampa effort, she had found some trouble in there. There were some return winners out of that race 2 starts back. And then you go back to her try Belmont at Aqueduct, and she dove down to the inside. I thought it was interesting when you watch that trip. She was going to move to the outside, and Javier said, well, the seam's going to stay to the inside, so he worked to the inside. The hole almost closed on the inside at the rail. She was able to find some room, and then once it opened back up, she really accelerated nicely, and it was very mild urging. It was not an all-in effort trying to get her to go. You get Umberto Rispoli, who, as advertised, likes to save a little bit of ground on the inside. I think maybe a ground-saving journey here with Spool. If that hole opens up, can really find that seam and accelerate.
Well, we were just showing her to you, the 11 in here, so 13-1 on Spool, and yes, she's undefeated on the turf in 2 starts. There she is again.
She looks well. I mean, and you're getting prices everywhere here with some really nice fillies. And I get it. The 3 is the horse to beat at 2-1 if she runs her race. But I thought there's some other fillies. You can go to the 7 in here. First time here in the U.S. for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. First time Lasix. Obviously another player in here.
It does seem like maybe the bettor's not quite sure where to go here. Maybe you like Mystifying and you have that 2-1, but even a horse like the 8 Storm Miami, who we're talking about, it's been a long time since wins for Storm Miami. So you're taking now 9-1. She's been taking some pretty significant action. Is it too much action in here, though? Is it the Frankie Dettori play? Is it that nobody really kind of knows where else to go in here? Because this does look like the type of race where maybe a blanket type finish and we don't know and somebody pops at a huge price. But the 7 at 4-1, Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, and a horse that's shipping in here first time in the United States. These are the types of horses that you say, man, how did I not have that horse on the ticket there at 4-1 when I could have caught that horse at a nice, decent price?
If I perceive this raindrops, I'd pick the 4 or the 12. I think those are the 2 horses that were like the cut in the ground.
Do you think it's been raining enough for a ton of cut, though?
Not a ton. I don't think it's been raining enough, but you never know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to come down a lot harder. It'd probably take a little while, though, to change.
Yeah. They got it fast and firm. And it has not rained at all in the past 4 or 5 days. It's been sunny out, so, I mean, I think it's going to take a little bit more rain to make this a good or any kind of yielding turf course.
But if you are the connections for turf races later on in the program, it is definitely something you start thinking about.
Yeah.
You start looking at that cut, and the bettors too. When you start thinking about the cut in the ground and just how the turf course will play, this might be a good place to start, but just with some of that moisture.
Mystifying the Three has remained the favorite throughout the wagering for Shug McGahee with Jose Ortiz. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Greg, we're waiting on Unreasonable to the outside. Daughter of No Nay Never going in. All set. And they're off, and Wrigleyville bounces out very quickly. So does Big Beautiful. And those two will vie for the lead. Just in behind them, next on stage is a close-up third, and they're followed by Storm Miami in the Green Silks fourth. Then comes Mystifying on the inside of Royalty Rate. Those two match strides into the first turn. The pace appears to be swift. Lady River Lily is next. Hope Mission is a length behind her. It's a gap of 4. Back to Temple City Taboo, who is another 4 clear of Louise Proctor, who was off slowly. Spool is just outside of her, and Unreasonable at the back of the pack. The opening quarter went in 23 2/5 seconds. It's Big Beautiful leading. Next on stage, who's 3/4 back second. Wrigleyville has 4 lengths to make up by herself in third. They're followed by Storm Miami, who's 4th, heading to the half-mile pole. Another 2 to Royalty Rate. The half went in 47 1/5 seconds. Mystifying, biding her time, has 9 lengths to make up. Hope Mission is just behind her. Lady River Lily on the inside of Temple City Taboo. Still another 3, Louise Proctor inside of Spool, and Unreasonable is at the back. They're coming after the front runner, Big Beautiful, who's been there every step of the way. Next on stage, and Wrigleyville. Wrigleyville now takes second, and in behind them, Royalty Rate is starting to mount a bit on the outside. Mystifying still 7 lengths off the lead with a furlong left to go. Big Beautiful digging in, Wrigleyville alongside. Angling out now is Storm Miami to take a crack at the top pair. Storm Miami picking up momentum. Louise Proctor is on the scene late. Big Beautiful, resilient, Storm Miami surging. Storm Miami runs down Big Beautiful. Wrigleyville was third, and Royalty Rate finished fourth.
Frankie Dettori on Storm Miami from off the pace here in the 7th.
Yeah, great ride by Frankie. He was just sitting in a great spot. He had 3 horses in front of him, Chris, going just crazy on the front end, but they kind of stuck around lane.
Yeah, some trouble at the back, but yeah, they were going after each other early, and you said it, up the backstretch. You were saying really nice spot for Frankie. He was sitting in a good spot and just patted. Dettori moved there, turns right towards the outside. You know the wire's in sight. Big Beautiful runs a big race, front end speed, almost holds on. Frankie, Storm Miami run him down. Been a while since the last win, but they got the win there.
9-1, Storm Miami. And a man who has accomplished just about everything you could imagine in this sport. Just a dream career for Frankie Dettori, and still doing it at an extremely high level at his advanced age.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're going to get the jump. You might get it here in Saratoga, but it's a little slippery. We need Frankie for the grade 1, so we might not get the flying leap for an optional claimer. But yeah, Javier Castellano did everything he could do with Big Beautiful. This is going to be a nice superfecta and trifecta if you have this.
Yeah, it seems like on the inside is kind of where you want to be a little bit. Taking some of those inside paths and then just tipping out, staying in that 2 or 3 path in through the lane. You know Frankie's going to have that big smile. He's going to be excited after a big victory like that. And it's nice to see. It's nice to see Frankie get a win here for Printer Brendan Walsh. The blinkers come off, and they got the job done at a nice price. What, 9-1?
Here's a look one more time, and the winning move from Storm Miami. And Frankie Dettori all out, asking for more and getting it from this 4-year-old.
Yeah, he's just got a great setup. I tell you what, the 6 ran a tremendous race, Big Beautiful, just to put away everybody. But you see Frankie going back, and Greg, I always tell you, they never look like a loser coming back. Don't they look just like—
They do.
They almost got like a spotlight on them, don't they?
I wish they could say that before the race. Sometimes they do. But yeah, they know they win afterwards, no question. And Frankie Dettori, one of the great personalities we've ever seen in this sport. Good to see him win here at Saratoga. So 9-1, Storm Miami with a win, 8-6, 10-4 finish. These prices when we come back. And we'll be back on the grass with the 8th right after this.
Gunite to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth. Then the chosen run. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Gunite is second. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As the field turns for home, Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch, and it's Mindframe and Dornoch head in head with a furlong left to go. Sierra Leone is closing ground. It's Dornoch hugging the rail. Mindframe a little erratic, but he's still right there with Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe, it will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
What an incredible performance. And the first ever Belmont at Saratoga. Mindframe drifting. Who knows if it would have been a different outcome. Dornoch, though, showing that grittiness once again and living up to what we thought he would be when we saw him early in his career.
Yeah, he really did. He showed a lot of grit. You see Sierra Leone, your Breeders' Cup Classic winner there late. He even showed more grit in the Haskell after that. But I still ask Luis Saez, I think Jason Worth hurt him that day when he picked him up and threw him. But it was a great day. And yeah, I mean, second place finisher was wandering around, but Luis Saez gave this horse a tremendous ride.
Yeah, Dornoch, that was an exciting victory. He stayed on the rail and just ran a straighter course, and he was able to gut it out. And he had shown some of that ability to fight it out and really, really gut it out through the lane, and he had an opportunity to do it there, and at that 1.25 miles, played out perfectly.
So his Dampuka, Derby winner the year before with Mage, Belmont winner with Dornoch, and now Baeza a chance 3 years in a row to win at least a leg of the Triple Crown. Just a remarkable story. Live coverage of the Belmont Stakes. You'll see it on Fox tomorrow evening as the rain continues to come down here, but it's not dampened the great time everyone's having here at Saratoga. As we get set for race 8 coming up next. And nice call, Paul LaDuca with Storm Miami.
Thanks, I appreciate it. They see Frankie Dettori in the winning circle. I didn't think we'd get it, but we got the flying dismount. I don't know how he's doing this, man. The innings I caught, there's no way I'd be jumping
with
off a horse.
Slick floor, too. Wait for it. Here we go. And a signature move from Frankie.
I think he was even positioning everyone.
Yeah,
making sure he was
limbering up the,
oh,
the
wow,
arms.
he's actually stretching it. That's great.
Clearing the runway a little bit for the dismount.
He wants everyone to know it's coming. And here we go. I'll give him a 7-2.
Yeah. He wins a grade 1. He'll get a 9.9, but Storm Miami gets the job done here. over Big Beautiful. Really ran a good race.
$20 horse. Paul Duca, your work is done.
Not yet.
You're only as good as your last race, though.
Yeah, sure.
All right, here we go again. Mile and a 16th on the turf again. Maiden special weight. All trying to get that first career victory coming up. And Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, Asbury Park. Remaining half of the entry here, 9 to 5.
So you got Asbury Park, which is a beautiful, although Asbury Park in Great Britain, although I think of Asbury Park right by Monmouth Park and Tom Collins, one of my father's greatest strengths that he likes. But Asbury Park debuted here last year, and you got to watch that replay. It was unbelievable. This horse, obviously talented being by Frankel, and that's why they're betting this horse.
Yeah. Expected this one to take a lot of money. That is the case right now. It's going to break about middle of the field in here. Interesting race, though. If this horse, long time away, we expect this barn to usually have them at their best, though, even off the bench. Who catches your eye outside of the favorite?
Yeah, I was taking a look at horses that were coming off of some of those dirt tries. I think when you have a horse that's tried the dirt, maybe they're pointing more for the grass, and this is the type of race that they're looking for. And to me, the turf races right now that we've been watching at these maiden special weights, some of these allowance levels, it's hard for me to really just slam dunk go right to the favorite. Yes, the connections are obvious connections that you want to be on board with at short number sometimes. We saw Ways and Means get it done at a short number. But these are the types of races where you got to go shopping, if we will, a little bit. I hate to say that word, but I want to find a price in here. I'm going to go to a horse that's off of the dirt, tries the turf for the first time, because I think there's some upside. We haven't seen that potential, and maybe that helps me catch a number just like you did with Storm Miami.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Much more coming up on the 8th when we return. He broke through in the Triple Crown in this very race back in 2016 with Creator. Orad Ortiz Jr. has got a chance to score an upset yet again. He'll team up with Chad Brown with Hill Road on Saturday evening.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish. First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Didia's running a huge race in the center of the course, and she runs by surprisingly, full of run. Following her is Nisi Marie on the outside, and then comes McCulloch. But it is Didia in a tremendous performance to win the New York, presented by Rivers Casino.
Big moment last year in the New York for Didia. Her lone grade 1 in the States.
Yeah, that was an impressive performance, and you see the triumphant wave, and she was just a nice mare that was able to really get the job done over the turf and do it well. I mean, off of that effort, just continued to always show up. It was one of those, she was kind of one of those forgotten names sometimes. You really didn't continue to give her the credit that she was due. But when it came to the big stage, she really continued to show up, and she was a big presence last year.
$1.7 million in earnings in her career, trained by Nacho Correas. This year's edition of the Grade 1 New York, that's coming up later this afternoon. Mile 3/16 on the turf, again, Grade 1. Purse of $750,000, and no question she feels pretty. Race goes through her from an outside post for Cherie DeVaux with John Velasquez aboard.
Yeah, ever since they put in blinkers on this filly by Cara Conti, she's now 3 for 3, and she's really starting to peak at the right time. She's 6 for 9 last time, and this was her last effort in the Modesty, and she kind of put this field to bed. You can see Johnny V just kind of a hand ride. He's going to flag her one time with the right crop, and then the race was over with. And she won the American Oaks. She came back, and I think she's getting better and better, Chris.
Yeah, she really does contend. She's going to warrant that 3 to 5 price. Very impressive there, because she never looked like she was going to get caught through the lane. If she comes and she shows her A game with those 6 wins, never been out of the trifecta out of 9 career starts, she is a clear and deserving favorite in the race. Can give me another, maybe turn the tables. We'll find out. Jose Ortiz, maybe he can go back-to-back as a rider.
You look at each of those last 3 wins, too. 2 Grade 1s and a Grade 3. She won them pretty easily.
Oh, you're right. I mean, and when she won the American Oaks, she had a brutal beginning. It was crazy. The race before that, she jogged the QE2 Cup. Last time out, it seemed like she was just another day on the job. So, yeah, I mean, I think that she's so talented, and Cherie DeVaux is so talented as well.
So that's still to come. 2 Grade 1s on the grass. Rain for now still coming down. It's lightened up a little bit from what we saw about 15, 20 minutes ago, but we'll continue to monitor that situation as we get set for another race on the turf coming up here in the 8th, approaching the 15-minute mark to post. Here's the remaining stakes still coming up. Ogden Phipps, presented by Ford. That golden ticket race, Belmont Gold Cup, with a ticket to the Lexus Melbourne Cup on the line to the winner. How about that? DK horse Acorn with good cheer, who we know can handle a wet track.
Yeah, that's true. Won the Kentucky Oaks on a wet track. So obviously one of the horses to beat in there. I mean, and it's going to be probably a bit heavier favorite now with the rain coming down after what they saw in Kentucky. I would think the most singled horse in the pick 6.
Oh, without
question, right?
Yeah.
And with Shred the Gnar coming out of that race too. Obviously that.
Yeah. Probably main competition coming out. You still intrigued by anyone else in that race?
With Shred the Gnar out of the race now, Lucara. Excuse me. I thought went way too quick in the Oaks. Really went fast. I thought worked quicker, and I think there's still some other speed in there. I don't think Dylan needs to go full guns a-blazing. I don't know if she can beat good cheer, but I think she'll give a better effort today.
That's the DK horse Acorn, one of the true superstars of our sport to come, with the perfect 7 for 7 good cheer Kentucky Oaks winner for Brad Cox. Luis Saez, can't wait for it. That is race 11, 5:46 Eastern time. But first things first, we have a pick 4 starts here on the turf. Maidens trying to get that first victory on the resume coming up. Still 3-2 favoritism. Asbury Park. And what was it that stood out to you about that debut performance last summer?
Well, the horse got backed up all the way almost to last. It broke okay from the gate and got completely backed up all the way to last. And then Irad Ortiz Jr. had to kind of like get out, and he kind of had to bobbing and weaving. And at the end of the race, the horse was running like his hair was on fire. He was going in and out, and he was flying at the end of the race. I can understand why the horse went to the sidelines for a little bit. There was so much greenness there. I just think the horse is going to fire a big shot today, being by a son of Frankel, and I think there was a lot going into his debut, a lot of buzz.
You talked about, having some interest looking at horses going to be getting on the turf for the first time. Who do you feel like stood out that had turf pedigree that could move forward?
Yeah, I thought the number 9 in Solutions was going to be my selection, and a horse that was coming off the dirt for trainer David Donk. And the way that I view some of the races and the way that I looked at some of the races this week, Chad Brown's a champion trainer for a reason. He's going to have short price favorites and horses that are meant for a lot of these races and meant very well for these races, but where as a bettor or as a handicapper, might I be able to find some opportunities to tackle those prices and be able to catch a number. Solutions is the type of horse that does that. Any horse that can show some speed, I see that acceleration gear, I like it. Luis Saez is going to take over. John Velasquez obviously knows what he's doing aboard a horse, but Luis Saez here teaming up with trainer David Donk. There is some turf pedigree in there. Sally Dangles the Dam, she's been bred to a lot of turf sires here in her very young breeding career. I just think that there's some turf pedigree in there to where she's going to be able to respond, and why not take a shot? And I think I'm catching some value too right now at 9-1.
You got Shug McGahee, Hall of Fame barn with Tom Collins, who, she's had plenty of opportunities. This will be start number 8 coming up, but this will be third off the bench for this 4-year-old, and seems to be at least taking a step forward and moving in the right direction as we take a look at him.
Yeah, when you look at his form, right, he's run at Churchill Downs, he's run at Tampa, he's run at Kentucky Downs, he's run at Aqueduct, he's run at Saratoga. He's tried his hat in a lot of different arenas, and he's just checked in a little bit short. Now, this was his best race when he did run second with Sammy Marin aboard. It's just if he's good enough. You won't miss him on the racetrack. He's a big great son of Frosted.
And there's a ton of question marks in this race. A lot of first-time starters. That's going to make you kind of try to project what kind of trips is it going to get for very, very strong connections. Amelia Green's got a runner in here. Or, excuse me, Scratch and Improve. But Inwood Drive, Bill Mott trainee, Junior Alvarado. They've teamed up and done some great things together, obviously. So a lot of different question marks that were going to take me away from an 8-5 shot. A deserving 8-5 shot, though. This is a race where you could see Asbury Park just run them right off the screen, get a decent trip, and accelerate and win the race. But maidens, lots of questions. Why not take a shot in here and get a big number?
And then, back to Tom Collins, there he is. And I think it's interesting. First time he got on the turf.
Yeah.
Probably is, one of his best efforts. And it was here at Saratoga back as a 2-year-old against Agate Road. It was very good early on. Different turf course, so that was on the inner turf. We're on the Mellon here. Still showed a lot of ability early on, and sometimes people dismiss, well, he's had all these opportunities, I'm going to look elsewhere. But I feel like maybe he's starting to put it together.
I can see that. He seems like that horse that's in between, whether they're going to the front or coming from behind. And one of the best guys to have a horse like that is Irad. He somehow figures out the right spot for these type of horses. So, yeah, he's definitely a player in here. I hate when people say horses had too many chances because sometimes, that can bite you.
However, I will say there's always that, I'm going to give this horse one more shot. I'm going to give this horse one more shot here today. Just don't burn me, Tom Collins. But off that 0-7, 2 seconds, I've done it so many times. I'm going to give you one more shot today, but if you don't get it done today, then I'm off.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Rain still coming down and has picked up the intensity a bit with those raindrops. We'll be back with the 8th, 10 minutes to post right after this.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the
premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Back on our Friday coverage with the DK Horse Acorn still to come, and good cheer. The Kentucky Oaks winner putting that perfect record on the line. Rain coming down pretty good. Everyone has run for cover, but I don't think anyone has left just yet with the best still ahead. And these rains could, they move through very quickly quite often here in this part of the country.
Yeah, you know, that's the one thing about Saratoga. They could be in and out in a hurry. As you can see, look at this. There is sun in the paddock with the rain coming down. Reminds me so much of Florida. I remember playing a game when I was with the Marlins. It was not raining in home plate, but it was raining in right field. So it happens a lot here at Saratoga like that.
Yeah, you saw the fans are very experienced with it as well. They just kind of walked back, got underneath the grandstand area, waited out a little bit, and then they'll come right back out.
You know, it's a big assumption game. We don't know what it's going to be like, but there's more rain in the forecast. I believe 70% chance of rain on Belmont Stakes Day.
Yeah.
We have a wet track for the Belmont Stakes. Who do you feel that benefits the most?
I think it benefits Sovereignty. He already proved that he can win the race or the Kentucky Derby over a sloppy racetrack, but all three horses ran well, right? So, like, who does it really benefit with all a good trip? Because you could say Journalism didn't have as great a trip as Sovereignty. Baeza might have the worst trip. You know, everybody has their own opinion, but if it comes up sloppy, we know that all three horses kind of like it.
Yeah, they all seem to handle it. Rodriguez handles it just fine, handle it in the woods. So, you know, taking a look at a little bit of moisture in the track is not going to be something that I don't think the connections are going to be worried about too much.
Do you know, we talk about how grueling it is to be in all three legs of a Triple Crown. And Journalism is going to be the only horse to compete in all three legs this year. Not a mile and a half this year. It's only a mile and a quarter, so you're not going to have to deal with that extra push in the stretch. But does Sovereignty get a bit of an edge that he comes in fresh and sat out the Preakness?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? You know, I mean, if you play by the old school rules, you say to yourself, no. I mean, like, listen, ran a bang-up Derby over a sloppy race course. That could take a lot out of you. He went to the Preakness, had a ton of trouble, and ran his heart out to win that race. So are we getting fooled a little bit by Journalism when we have the winner and the third-place finisher coming back on rest? If he wins this race, I'll give him all the credit.
Be quite a feat.
Yeah, it's a winning angle, though. A little bit against your point, though, too, Paul, is that Sovereignty taking that time off. You know, Dornick did it last year. He ran in the Derby, skipped the Preakness, came back for the Belmont, and got the job done. So from that standpoint, with that, you know, time off 5 weeks versus the 3 weeks, yeah, I think it gives you a little bit of an advantage. It just depends on the type of trip they're going to get and, you know, how many goggles you've got set up to go through over a wet surface. But these are the best horses. You got to prove it on the racetrack. That's
you know,
what
Michael McCarthy, you know, did say after that win in the Preakness, he brought Journalism here to Saratoga, and this setting, this racetrack, it can do that for horses. Sort of re-energize this horse a little bit, and he feels like he has not lost any edge, any of his form, and it was very good for him to get here.
It was, and I will say this: he's the handiest, right, of the three horses. If you're gonna,
he'll get first run.
Yes, and he'll probably love these tight turns. It's just whether he is tired or not, and whether those other horses have caught up to him. Yeah.
And I think we saw he's the most athletic.
Tremendous athletes, these horses, and they do show you. He came up here to Saratoga, and they weren't 100% saying we're going to run at the Belmont. They want to see how the horse responds. If you watch social media, if you watch some of the responses from the public, they've said, whoosh, this horse is ready to go. He's ready to come after him on Saturday. I think you'll see your best horse step forward.
Here's our post parade, and there's the favorite, Asbury Park.
Talked about him plenty, Asbury Park. He's got the pedigree. He has some time off of that Saratoga run back in 2024, a 5th beaten 2. He's going to have to improve, but the connections say he can.
Ski bum the rail.
Yeah, blinkers go on for K. Barcola and Tommy Proctor.
Here's Bobby Bob.
Yeah, maybe a pace presence does come off of that dirt 2 moving to the turf. Has been gelded since the last start.
David Donk, turf debut, Organite.
Yeah, this one out of Liam's map, Dylan Davis will be aboard.
Beware the other Chad Brown, debuting Arkhipov.
Yeah, the other Chad, a first-time starter by Munnings. If it was on dirt, I'd be all over the Munnings, but this is on turf, 2 turns.
Talked about Tom Collins for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, the other one here that's getting bet right now, the son of Frosted.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Derby duo with a first-time starter in Wood Drive.
Yeah, the Derby winning connections here, and they won with a first-time starter earlier on the card, too. So dismiss these connections right now at your own peril because they know how to get them to the winner's circle.
David Donk with another one debuting on grass, Solutions.
Yeah, this ended up being my top choice. I like the stretch out. I think Luis Saez, maybe a ground-saving journey, finds the right trip.
Interesting horse for Tom Morley, Ratico.
Well, listen, Tom's already had 2 winners so far at this little meet, and I would think this horse is live, too.
There's Bill Mott again, Coolapot.
Really responded to the move to the turf. Should love the turf. Gets it again today.
Just Bernie, 36-1.
And Katie Davis, blinkers will go on for Adrienne DeVoe, the older sister of Cherie.
And here is Spun, also eligible, gets in. It was very interesting.
Those AEs, you always got to be careful with those AEs and not ignore them. Does get into the race, and that was a really good try first time out.
Yeah, not far behind Noble Confessor and Coolapot with a slow start in the debut. Back with us, Michelle Yu. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, guys. Got to be with these horses underneath the cover while they were getting all ready to go. I thought the 2 Ski Bum was intriguing in here because some of the horses did not like the rain pelting them. Ski Bum seemed to really relish it. He was coming around. He was kicking up his heels. He looked super happy when he was outside in the weather. I did talk to Tom Proctor about him and ask him what happened last time, and he said, oh, I don't know. He might just be slow. But he said his debut race was really good. He gets the blinkers on today, and he said he's actually been training very well. You can see he had a work up here. He's a huge son of Medaglia d'Oro. You can certainly see where 2 turns might be up his alley. The 4 was Organite for David Donk, and he came out with a hood on, actually, so one that just covers his ears and works as an earmuff to like tamper down the noise. He did not partake in being saddled underneath the cover like everybody else does. We had all the other horses, tons of connections, all trying to stay dry, and they kept Organite out under the tree moving around for pretty much the majority of the time. Now he looks like he's taken his hood off since he's come onto the track, but he was much happier being outside than he was inside, and he had a really great physical turnout. The other horse, the one Asbury Park for Chad Brown, did not seem to relish the rain at all. Anytime his handler would take him outside, he had his ears flat back. He was a little bit nervous in the stall. They had to bring the outrider pony out and park him in front of there for the horse to stay settled. But if there was a horse that I'd be concerned about maybe not liking the pelting of the rain in his face, it would be the one. Asbury Park is your current favorite right now.
9-5, and if that is a concern for you, maybe don't be too concerned because the rain has almost come to a stop here. It's certainly a lot lighter than it was just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and it can affect horses, you know, not only on their footing, but, you know, like Michelle said, I'll never forget when it poured in the Preakness when Dortmund ran against, I forget who it was, American Pharoah. Dortmund was having none of it. You could see him when it was pouring. He did not want to get in that gate. He was not feeling that rain, and he ran accordingly. So, yeah, so sometimes they don't even feel it. They don't like the pelting of the rain on their head as well.
I certainly don't.
Yeah, I don't either. I've got my umbrella, too. Yeah.
9-5 favorite, though, remains Asbury Park, Flavien Prat for Chad Brown. So, August of last summer here, the debut. A long time to wait for the return. We'll see if worth the wait here, and the public seems to think so here. 9-5 favorite. It's been the one to beat on the board throughout.
Yeah, and you know, this horse is a bigger favorite in the Will Pays. I'm surprised. You might see this horse click down a little bit lower, but I think maybe people are concerned about the rain a little bit now.
Yeah, you talk about that disparity. I mean, significantly favored in the Will Pays, as you were pointing out. And you do see the number 4, Organite, who Michelle was just talking about, was having didn't want to get saddled under the enclosure, needed some space. is kind of acting up behind the gate too. So we're seeing some of these antics here because some of these horses are doing this for the first or second time, and that can create them to be a little bit just reluctant trying to get into the gate. This is all a new experience for them. But the rain is lightening up, as you were pointing out, Greg. I mean, it was raining quite a bit, but now it's really lessened.
Chad Brown, the favorite here. He's got the dynamic duo up next of Raging Sea and Randomize, set to go in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps in that Distaff division. That is coming up next. First things first, the 8th on the lawn from Saratoga. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
4 more left to load. Here's Kulapat going up. The last one is Spun. Spun standing behind the gate. Goes in. And they're off. Tom Collins with a smooth start in the center of the course. Solutions has early speed. Ski Bum rushes up into contention. Just Bernie on the far outside is in the mix too, along with Kulapat, and they're going at it in the early stages. Just in behind them comes Organite, who's down on the inside of Rivals and 4 lengths off the lead. Ratico seems to be having a little bit of a tough time climbing in between horses, and just in front of that one, Kulapat is now asserting himself up to be a joint third. Behind this group comes Arkhipov, who is now 7 lengths off the leaders. It's another 3 back to Asbury Park. Bobby Bob is next toward the back of the field, with Inwood Drive covering him up a length and a half back to Spun. The opening quarter in 24 1/5 seconds. And so it is Ski Bum, the leader down the back stretch, left alone. Solutions is 2 lengths back in second. Kulapat third. Tom Collins comfortable on the fence, traveling kindly at this stage, has 4 lengths to make up as they move into the far turn. Ratico has settled down just outside of him and makes a bid now, while widest of all. It's a gap of 5. Back then to Arkhipov, who is followed by Organite. Asbury Park is now asked to get going, starting to move up a bit on the extreme outside as the field turns for home. Ski Bum has been there every step of the way. He's confronted by Solutions, and here comes Asbury Park. Asbury Park just looks like he joined the race now and has run by them all. Asbury Park comes back in style, 4-length lead suddenly. A tremendous afternoon for Flavien Prat. This is his 4th. Asbury Park canters in. Arkhipov second, Tom Collins third, Organite fourth.
Dominant performance in the long-awaited return. Asbury Park does not disappoint as the favorite.
Just circled the field. You're much the best here. You can see this horse went the Overland route, and you can see on the gallop out, he's really tough to pull up. But Flavien Prat had a load of horse on the backside. He's kind of by himself. Now you can see him starting to move, Chris, all the way on the left side of your screen, and he just swallows this group.
Stablemate was trying to keep up too. You take a look at Arkhipov, and it's a Chad Brown exacta there with the 5 at a number, getting in at 22-1 to complete that exacta. But you know, when you get to the Saratoga and you see these horses just lengthening stride like that, just much the best. I mean, this is a horse that just towered over the field here at the completion. Arkhipov, that was a nice debut run there for the 3-year-old by Munnings, but wow.
And
really
look at
impressive.
this. It's Chad Brown 1-2.
Yeah.
The other Chad Brown, 22-1 underneath. 1-5, 6-4. This was very impressive, though, from Asbury Park.
It really was. I mean, this horse showed the talent last year, and I think Flavien Prat was like, okay, let's just break from the gate, sit back and make one run. He took a little gamble going inside one time, Chris, and then after that, it's like, I'm not messing around, let's go wide.
And take a look at the fractions. We saw 49-1. You know, earlier we saw a bit of a quick tempo up front. This time, no, more relaxed pace. Yeah. Still, ability to just kind of push button, go, win the race. Asbury Park, the Will Pace were kind of speaking the language, and now 4 wins. 4 wins for Flavien Prat.
And by the way, Chad Brown ran first and second. His horse got DQ'd, so he's had to pick 3. Cold. And if he wins, has he got a horse of the night? He's got
2 pretty good ones. Yeah, Randomized and Raging Sea.
He would sweep the pick 4 because there was a middle pick 4, right? I think there was. God, that would be amazing. Wow.
He's done messing around, I think. Flavien Prat, 4 wins on the afternoon. And he's still got work to do. He'll be aboard Raging Sea for Chad Brown when we come back. Randomized, though, the stablemate looking to repeat in the Ogden Phipps. What a 1-2 punch for the Chad Brown barn coming up with the Grade 1 Phipps.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, Belmont at Saratoga. And we're going to get back into graded stakes action in a moment here with the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps presented by Ford. We just saw a big performance from Asbury Park. Career start number 2, nearly a year away. Easy win.
I always wanted to ride a winner, but it's got to be even better when you can ride a winner and look at yourself in the screen.
Oh, my goodness.
Right?
I mean, that casual look to the left there from Flavien, and he's got 4 on the day, but just watching them run through the lane, I mean, it's just exuding some real star power there in Asbury Park. Who knows where that horse is going to go next, because that was impressive.
And Chris talks about Chad Brown 1-2 here. You get 31-1. That's crazy.
Might see more of the same coming up. Grade 1 Ogden Phipps and Chad Brown Barn will send out 2 in here, including 3 to 5 currently favor Raging Sea and the winner of this race from last year and former Alabama winner Randomized.
Yeah, when you have so many top horses in your barn, sometimes horses can not get lost in the shuffle, but you almost forget some of their superstar power. Raging Sea fits that category for me. She's going to be 3 to 5 in here. This is going to be my selection. Enough messing around for me. I'm going to go right on Chad Brown here in this next upcoming race. But a $2 million earner, 4 of 6 last year, 1 for 1 here this year, and a win in your in. Raging Sea seems to be very set, and she's got red-hot connections. Flavien looking for his 5th on the afternoon.
Here's what's at stake. As Chris said, win in your in for the Breeders' Cup Distaff November 1st at Del Mar, plus all those extras. $60,000 in entry fees paid by the Breeders' Cup, that $10,000 award denominator, and some travel allowance just because they might need it to make the trip out to the West Coast. Who do you feel is the more talented of these two from the Chad Brown barn?
Ooh, that's a tough call. I might say Raging Sea. I do think Randomized needed that last start. I do think Raging Sea might be the better horse on a sloppy racetrack. But I will think Randomized might be the more dangerous horse. Really tough to tell for me. I think Raging Sea got a perfect setup last time out, but Randomized has got that early pace that can sting you. So it's a tough call. I'll give a little bit of the edge to the 4 because I think the 4 Raging Sea likes the mud a little bit more.
Right now, public agrees 3-5 Raging Sea. Grade 1 Ogden Phipps when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Still to come on Saturday, not just the Belmont Stakes. One of the great races in the sport, the Met Mile and Fierceness. Is he the best older horse in the land? He certainly looked like it and has come back off a 6-month layoff. We'll have a preview ahead.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths and deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Monmouth Park's lucrative and star-studded Haskell Preview Day is Saturday, June 14th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 19th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Palace Malice looking to get switched out for some running room. He's in pretty tight now. Romance is there and clearly now on the outside. Golden Sense to catch, and here comes Palace Malice. Romance on the outside, and Palace Malice goes bounding to the front. Palace Malice, magnificent once again.
2014 Met Mile Belmont Stakes winner Palace Malice adding a Met Mile to the resume. And this is a look at Fierceness in action. What a performance off the bench, setting a new track record in the Ali Shiba.
Yeah, you know, he kind of reminds me of his stablemate that we saw run earlier, Ways and Means. If you're just joining us, was brilliant on the main track at 121 flat. But I have a feeling that Fierceness is kind of like Ways and Means in that he's all grown up, and I still think the best of him is yet to come. I mean, I think he showed it in his last race, and I think he's even getting better. He had those little quirks as a 3-year-old, and he would run in and out. I think he's finally turned into that horse, Chris.
Yeah, and you take a look at his last efforts, we do think of maybe that one kind of clunker that he threw in, but other than that, Fierceness has been just on the ball. He's been able to show different types of gears, and now being able to come from a little off the pace, a stalking type trip for Fierceness. This is a new horse that is going to be deserving to run up against a really salty group. Yes, there might be 5 in there, but this is a very, very strong group of horses at that mile distance.
Some concern. Huge race in the Juvenile, doesn't come back the same. Huge race in the Florida Derby, doesn't come back the same. Well, this was lights. This was a sensational comeback off a long time away, but maybe he's just turned the corner.
I just think the mile is completely set for him. He's a horse that has such a high cruising speed.
Meanwhile, other faces there, just a touch for Brad Cox, back-to-back, just completely dominant performances. He seems like he might be the now horse.
Yeah, and I think off of those last 2 races, look at how he finishes. I mean, you take a look, yes, the company that he was keeping there is not the same company that he's going to see on Saturday, but you take a look at that effort. Florent Geroux, I have always liked him outside of rivals to be able to get forward position, to be able to either stalk or really control the tempo. Now, I'm not saying that Just a Touch is going to be in front and going to be alone and setting the tempo the entire way, but coming from the Wilson chute, and I don't know if we talked about too much about the configuration, right? It's that real quick run as you move to the backstretch, and that factors into me a little bit because your 2 main contenders towards the inside,
yes, that is true.
What type of decision are they going to make? And when they make that decision, what is Just a Touch going to do? He can kind of dictate from where he's at.
I'm kind of with him. That's the one thing. If Fierceness for me drew the outside, race is over for me. But drawing that inside, I think Chris makes a really good point. Because you got to break well, and if you got to break well, you got to get to the front, and he might get some outside pressure.
Yeah, I mean, and Florent Geroux has shown me, whether it was Gunrunner, whether it was some of those other contenders, that when he's got that outside draw, he knows how to get that position. Just a Touch. This is a horse that there was Race for the Crown, the documentary. They were talking about how high they were on this horse, and those connections wanted to get to the winner's circle. I think with that position, he can kind of see what White Abarrio and Fierceness are going to do towards the inside in that quick run of the backstretch.
And don't sleep on him. Everyone's talking about Fierceness, White Abarrio, that matchup with those two. Just a Touch. He's a serious racehorse, so we'll see what happens. But so excited to see what Fierceness can do coming back off. I mean, everyone was talking about Locked, his stablemate in the Alley Sheba, how big he ran the race before. He was a no-show, and Fierceness off the bench just ran lights out.
He's just brilliant. When on his best days, he's brilliant, and he's put back-to-back races now. And when you're running in the 110, 111 Bayerland, you're up there. And I just think he's just made to be a miler. He reminds me a lot of maybe a more talented Golden Sense who destroyed a field in the mile.
That is race 8 on Belmont Stakes Saturday, 3:17 Eastern Time. The stallion-making Met Mile. Fierceness back in action. We have a grade 1 in the Distaff division coming up next. Ogden Phipps, and still 3-5 on Raging Sea in here. I don't know if you guys did. I doubted a little bit how short a price Ways and Means was earlier. I was dead wrong. Raging Sea, a short price here for Chad Brown.
Yeah, randomized at 7-2 seems kind of to be the story in here, because at 3-5, we're still going to land on Chad Brown towards the outside. If you like randomized, she does have to turn the tables on Raging Sea. Raging Sea, though, a $2 million earner that you just don't. I hate to say it gets lost in the shuffle sometimes, but we talk about some of the stars in the sport, and Raging Sea just keeps going out there and doing her thing. Over $2 million in earnings. She loves it here at this track. She's going to be a very short price. Maybe if you like Chad Brown and you root for him, maybe you say, okay, maybe I take a look at randomized instead.
Yeah, and I made a mistake a little bit earlier by saying, Raging Sea's got a little bit of a edge on her stablemate because she's better on the maybe on a wet track. Well, randomized has never been over a wet track, so you just really don't know. So that's my mistake there. And I think 7-2 is a pretty nice price. I will say this. I do think the 2 Dazzling Move and 19-1 is going to fire a giant shot. This horse is 2 for 2. Is now in the Saffie Joseph barn, and I thought that last race
on a wet track too.
On a wet track, yeah.
And according to we're looking at Dorth Vader here for George Weaver, but the 2 Dazzling Move, who Paul's talking about, according to the DRF Clocker reports, huge work coming into this performance. Let's go back to Michelle Yu.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Saffie Joseph, who has the 2 Dazzling Moves. She'd have to be my pick at the paddock. What a fantastic-looking filly. What were your thoughts about the Allaire DuPont last time out?
I thought she ran decent. It was her second time trying 2 turns. The first time she ran the Royal Delta, and I thought it was a good effort.
And today you have to face the off-going, but she's run really well with some moisture in the track before.
Yeah, you would think Slot would enhance her chances. Obviously, if she's good enough, we'll find out. But I think she's doing well, and hopefully she runs well.
A huge edition of the Met Mile coming up as well, the White Abarrio. What are your thoughts going into that race?
He's doing good. It looks like he might get a sloppy track tomorrow, but he's been on it once. I don't think track should bug him. Just hope he shows up and runs his A game. he's showing those kind of signs. So we're very pleased.
He seems like he's really relaxed this year compared to previous years that I've seen him. Does he seem to be more chill?
Yeah, he is. He's a horse that never really like strive around a lot of people around him. He likes like a quiet time, but he has become a lot more relaxed, and that's a good thing.
I appreciate the time. Best of luck here.
Thank you.
Dazzling move. We'll have Jose Ortiz aboard, 18-1, and gets the pick of the paddock for Michelle Yu.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at a big long shot like that and dazzling move, and when you start to see their wet track efforts, it's going to jump off the page to you, right? Horses are going to move up, and she's been nothing but fantastic when she's seen a little bit of off going over the main track. But this is where you start to find, okay, if I like Raging Sea a lot, and I like her at 3-4, which I do, now you take a look at a horse like Dorth Vader to the inside, who's only a length and some off of her. She's only a length and a half off of her in the last start. So now can Johnny V work out the same type of trip towards the inside? But she's 0-2 over the wet track. So does that end up making Dorth Vader a real negative mark against her, you know, because she just hasn't run as well? We're still showing right now a sloppy and sealed track. So we're seeing the track dynamics change a touch here on the main track. You know, and Dorth Vader, if she can improve off of that last effort, she can be in the mix. Maybe not on the win end, but she can be much closer.
Third off a long layoff for Dorth Vader. She was not that far behind Raging Sea and randomized in that La Troyenne. Let's go back to Michelle.
Thanks, Greg. Down here with George right now. The La Troyenne effort, considering she was on the rail, second off the break, I thought was really good. What would you take away from that?
No, we're very happy with it. We've had some question marks about whether or not she wants to go 2 turns. And I think she kind of proved in that race that you can do it. You know, she had trouble the first turn and trouble in the stretch. You know, I think with a clean trip, she could have been, probably could have won the race. So
I'm so glad you mentioned the clean trip, because for the third time in a row, she draws the rail here. What do you do?
I don't know. I've been getting the one hole a lot lately, and it's kind of frustrating when it's puts you at a disadvantage. But, you know, I'm sure Johnny will let her run away from there and evaluate what's going on outside of him and figure it out.
You said you had some concerns about maybe her going 2 turns, but you continuously stretched her out. Does it get easier sometimes when you get the little bit longer distance 2 turns?
It can be. I mean, I always say if you really want to know about a horse going 2 turns, they need to have more than just one try at it, unless they could just completely don't do well. But she's very athletic, and you know, she was second in the Acorn at a mile and a 16th, and she ran big in the race at Churchill. So, you know, we're looking forward to the third start off the layoff.
Best of luck here.
Thank you.
Michelle, thank you. So Dorth Vader, see if she could take a step forward. John Velasquez knows her well, and again, third off the bench for this 5-year-old mare. She's had certainly some good moments in her career, but this would be a big one.
Yeah, this definitely would be a big one, and it would be a big one too for Tarifa, a horse, you know, towards the outside. Which Tarifa going in her 3-year-old season, she was very heavily touted. I mean, you take a look at her going into the Kentucky Oaks. Obviously, Torpedo Anna became the star out of that race, but Tarifa had come out of the Fairgrounds Oaks. She had come out of the Rachel Alexandra. This is a horse that a lot of people were talking about and getting excited for, and she's just come back and been just very so-so in her 2 starts since she's come back here now as a 4-year-old. So are we going to see Brad Cox and Luis Saez really turn things around, or is she kind of just not quite the same horse that we saw as 3?
There's the odds-on favorite. So 4-5, Raging Sea got the better of her stablemate. Randomized when they met in the Grade 1 La Troyenne at Churchill for her 5-year-old comeback.
Yeah, and I thought it was a good setup, you know, because Randomized was coming off a layoff, right? And you can see Raging Sea when Randomized went down to the rail and kind of squeezed that other horse. It kind of left the seas open, no pun intended, for Raging Sea. And you see Randomized now dig back in after he sees his stablemate. It was after she saw her stablemate, it was kind of really crazy. She kind of waited on horses, went down to the rail, but Raging Sea always kind of had her. But I like the way Randomized kind of dug in there late. I just think 4-5 and 7-2. I get it. I just think Randomized is going to be a little bit sharper today, but she's going to have to improve a little bit more.
Both those two were coming off the bench, although they got to deal with a filly as well, who might just be coming into her own right now. That is Tarifa, for the trainer standing by with Michelle.
Standing by with Brad Cox for Tarifa. I thought her double dog air dare effort was really good. Looks like she just needed more ground. Are you happy for the stretch out today?
I am. She didn't get away well in the Keeneland race and kind of got in behind horses, pulled a little bit, but she finished up well. I think it's important to break well, get a good early position today, especially with the track. And, you know, she's proven at the distance, and she's knocked on the door in a few grade ones. Hopefully she can break through today.
We've seen some speed be pretty prevalent, and now with the weather here, does that concern you at all because she seems to come from a little bit further back?
We're going to break running. In a lot of her running lines, when she does win, she's very close. So, you know, obviously the 7's a good gate horse and she's fast. But we're gonna break. The intent's to break running. Hopefully Louis can get her away well.
Also have to ask about Good Cheer. I call her the most unassuming, undefeated filly ever. It's like she's barely getting credit right now. How do you feel?
Yeah, well, I've never had a horse that starts 7 for 7, so she's pretty good. She's a grade 1 winner, multiple graded stake winner. She always brings it. I expect more of the same later.
Tell me, what's the pressure like for you to have a filly that's undefeated?
Honestly, I mean, once I leg the rider up and get her out on the track, I'm ready to get it over with. And, you know, hopefully it goes the way it went the first 7 times, and I'll be pleased. But it's some pressure right before, you know, once they load in the gate and throughout the race, it's, you know, you kind of feel it. But she never lets us down.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Michelle, thank you. See what Tarifa can put together here in a very tough test against some battle-tested mares here from the Chad Brown barn.
Yeah, and I like that he says he wants her to be up a little bit closer. If she can be up a little bit closer, randomized from an outside draw is going to go. Maybe she can stalk and sit right off of her. You know, you took a look at that replay, and for those Darth Vader fans out there, you know, you saw randomized getting over towards the rail. That was Darth Vader in behind her. So when she did get that 4th place finish, maybe you feel like Darth Vader can run a little bit better than randomized out of that spot. So it goes through Raging Sea. She ran down these rivals in the lane last time out. It seems like she should be able to do it again. But track position and where you're going to be as far as the pace of the race and sitting just off of randomized, that's going to tell the story here. And it's going to be whether or not they can hold off the charge of Raging Sea.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I think that's nail on head. The 2 Chad Brown runners, one's going to be the target in front with randomized, and I would think that the 4 is going to try to get position in Flavia Pratt. Obviously, with 4 wins today, he's been getting good position on the racetrack. So, but you make a good point, Chris. I know that you, Greg, and I'm going to give Tarifa maybe one more shot. It's just one of those horses. I think maybe she might be better. Might be better on a sloppy racetrack. So I'm going to give this horse one more shot.
There's a look at randomized. One again, this race last year, trying to go back to back, 3-1. Take a look at 2-time winners of this race. Clariere, she was brilliant for Steve Asmussen. Sightseek on that list. That is a pretty good group right there.
Yeah. And as I go through my mind and I'm thinking about her coming back in this race that she won last year, she beat Idiomatic. And so do I feel that Raging Sea is better than Idiomatic was coming into the race last year, kind of the same type of approach? Idiomatic was on a roll at that time, and Idiomatic was a deserving favorite in that spot. Randomized just beat her, and she just beat her on the square and was able to hold her off. So do I feel like Randomized is a better horse now than she was back then to be able to get that victory? No, I think she's maybe just a cut below, and I think that's why Raging Sea gets the edge over her. But yeah, to be able to come back in this same spot and win the game and be a 2-time winner, she has the ability and the connections to be able to get it done.
I've been told of a scratch later in the card. This being announced by Frank Miramati. I believe he said a Mensitude.
The 2, yeah, in race 12. You're
going
right,
to be coming out in the New York, the Grade 1 New York for Bill Mott. So make note of that for later today. In that Grade 1 New York, race 12, the 2 Immensitude, a scratch for Bill Mott. We have our post parade here coming up shortly for this Grade 1 Ogden Phipps presented by Ford. You know, keep in mind, too, the big name in this division not participating here right now. That's Torpedo Anna coming off that defeat last time out. And we'll wait and see and hope to see her resurface down the line.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen great things from Mystic Dan. He kind of hit the reset button, and he's gotten back into the winner's circle. I think Kenny's going to do the same thing, obviously, with Torpedo Anna. Hit the reset button. She's just too brilliant to run the way she did last time out, Chris, and I would think he'll get her back going here pretty soon.
Yeah, she's going to find her form. I mean, you know, you take a look at that last effort, it just wasn't her. It wasn't her day, and horses do have those times when it's just not their day. So will she come back and be a presence in the division? Everybody will be waiting for that to see her really bounce back to form. But this is going to be a good test and a good look at who else is in the division. Yeah. And if we get a real impressive performance from a 4-5 favorite in Raging Sea, then the connections know we're going to have to contend with these types of horses moving forward.
And speaking of Torpedo Anna, We haven't really talked about her much yet at all. Filly, who was second to her when they met in the Acorn last year here, distant second, but Leslie's Rose, who was a Grade 1 Ashland winner last year on the road to the Kentucky Oaks, really seemed like that comeback race, that was a setup race to get her here. A sprint returning Grade 3 vagrancy. She ran huge, only beating the neck. Let's go to Michelle for more.
Thanks, guys. Right here with Todd Pletcher. The vagrancy return off of the layoff, was that meant to be a prep race to stretch her back out? Were you considering keeping her sprinting?
No, we were just looking for a race. We had actually picked out an allowance race at Keeneland going Beard course, but unfortunately that race didn't fill, so that was kind of a backup plan. I thought she ran very well, and we needed that race to get us hopefully set up for this.
What do you think from a pace standpoint from her being down towards the inside with some speed out?
Yeah, I think she'll place herself prominently, and my biggest concern is just a sloppy track. She didn't run very well in the Kentucky Oaks on a sloppy track, didn't care for it at all, and so hopefully she has a different feel for this one.
Also want to talk about fierceness real quick, if you don't mind. This is a big effort for him coming in from his Ali Sheba. What do you think he's going to do in the Met Mile?
I mean, he's training great. He always does. Biggest concern is just the Wilson Chute. It can be a little bit of a tricky race. So hopefully he gets away cleanly from the 1 hole and runs like he can.
Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
I think that's the big question in the back of everyone's mind with fierceness. Negotiating that sort of quarter turn.
Yeah.
In that, as you guys talked about, out of that Wilson Chute.
Yeah, and are they going to have to press the button? He's going to have to break sharp, or they're going to have to press the button, and is that going to hinder him late? We'll see what happens. But yeah, that 1 hole draw as they turn for the post parade.
Here we go. Post parade. Ogden Phipps, Dorth Vader, trained by George Weaver with John Velasquez.
Yeah, 4th last time out, a length and a half. She's only off of Raging Sea. She's seen these customers before. She's going to have an inside draw once again. We'll see if she can improve. George Weaver felt like she can.
Saffie Joseph Jr. sends out dazzling move.
The long shot here I like for Jose Ortiz and Saffie. They've been winning everywhere.
Here's the Ashland winner from last year for Todd Pletcher, Leslie's Rose.
Yeah, great insight there from Michelle and Todd Pletcher on they just needed a race for her. They needed to get a race into her. It was the vagrancy. We'll see if she can improve stretching out.
Grade 1 winner, Raging Sea, 4-5.
He's a sharp horse. Anytime you're 8 for 14, you're talented.
Tarifa for Brad Cox with Luis Saez.
More aggressive rider here with Luis Saez. I think Luis will put this horse in the right position.
And stablemate to the favorite, Raging Sea. Here's Randomized, who won this race last year.
Yeah, upset winner last year. Joel Rosario back aboard. She's got heart. She'll gut it out. You're going to have to pass her in order to win the Ogden Phipps.
So 3-1 from that outside post. Joel Rosario will be aboard. Randomized, who likes to do it on the front end in this race. Who's going to try and press early with her, if anyone?
I would think it's a 3 Leslie's Rose in here, what I read Ortiz Jr. Now, he's not the most aggressive rider. I also think Johnny V could be surprising. He's a little bit like Mike Smith. He could be a little sneaky. He could push the button with Dorth Vader. It depends what happens from the break, but, Randomized has always been in front, and Joel always gets there. It will just be how hard as you take a look at your favorite Raging Sea. Maybe Dorth Vader or the 3?
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you make from the rail there and getting the rail once again for Johnny V. If she breaks sharp and she breaks well, it's not a situation where he's just going to automatically say, okay, let's get all the way to the back now. Let's be a little bit closer up. We're okay with our position. I don't see where she heads her into the first turn. I think Randomized gets to the front end, but Dorth Vader could be a lot closer, and the 3 Leslie's Rose, I think she's definitely going to push the tempo.
Concern for you guys at all with both Raging Sea and Randomized coming back in their 5-year-old seasons, and they ran well, and certainly Raging Sea won that race, but did so with a slower figure than we're used to seeing.
No question. I mean, there's no question that when you see figures that are not quite the numbers that you felt like you wanted to see from that prior year, yeah, there's no doubt about it that it does give you some question marks in here. They may be glad that Torpedo Anna's not in this race, the numbers that she can run, but you've got to beat Chad Brown right now. He's having a tremendous day. You've got to beat Flavien Prat right now. He's having a tremendous day. Yes, you're going to get even money. The price is floating up right now on Raging Sea. Maybe that means that Randomized is getting a little bit more love as we continue to get closer to post time.
And we should mention, Flavien Prat, 4 wins right now. He's on the 4-5 favorite here. The record for wins in a day, this is at the Saratoga meet, a little different. It's Belmont at Saratoga, but we're on the grounds at Saratoga. 6 wins, Ramon Dominguez. He certainly has a chance to match or even top that with the mounts he has left.
Yeah, he's got 14 races on the card, and he's going to be the favorite in a lot of races. Flavien is a heck of a rider. Now, I don't think he wins the Belmont. I should not say anything, with Tawnyport, but he's going to be tough, obviously, in the Acorn. Maybe not in the top of the Acorn. That's Louis' mount. I'm looking at some of his horses that he has the rest of the day. Oh, he's got Beleza.
Chance for number 5 here on the 4-5 favorite. And then we'll see if he can make a little magic happen.
He's a champion jockey for a reason. Flavien Prat.
He's got Excellent Truth a little bit later on, so we got to go to Michelle Yu, who's trackside.
Yeah, Michelle Yu.
Yep, just taking a look at these horses. I was trying to listen to Frank right now with a late change that the Belmont Gold Cup is going to be coming off of the turf and being run on the dirt. So we'll have to listen to that. But the 2 horse in here, Dazzling Move, is the horse I thought looked the best in the warm-up area. I thought this horse has been looking really good in the saddling area and on the track. I love her body language. She's coming out here with her ears pricked up. I mentioned before, sometimes horses don't like to have the rain in their face, and she does not look like it is bothering her at all. So very happy with Dazzling Move. I mean, she's certainly going to have to move up, but a second place finish behind Candid is nothing to snuff at. So if Safi's as confident as he is in her and she sits at this price, I have to say she's not without a shot. I also thought the 7 looked really good in here, randomized for trainer Chad Brown, 3-1 right now, and she's coming in off a 3rd place finish in the La Troyenne, but that was off of the layoff. She gets more ground to work with. She's run really well at Saratoga before. She's run really well at the distance before. The wet track is the question mark, but being by Nyquist, I feel like she should really relish the rain in here, guys.
Michelle, thank you. We've just been told some big news, which I will relay to everyone now, that the 2 grade 1s on the grass still to come. Those races are going to remain on the turf. The Belmont Gold Cup, however, that race is going to come off the turf.
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate. The 2-mile race that is a win and you're in for the Melbourne Cup. It's just not going to run it. You've got too much rain, and maybe just the 2 miles is going to be just a little bit difficult to do that. So, unfortunate situation, but that's what Mother Nature dealt us today.
As just mentioned, the 10th race, the Belmont Gold
All right,
Cup
so big change there, and yeah, unfortunate, we just got a huge deluge of rain that hit us for a good steady about hour or so, would you guys say?
Yeah, and you don't, you talk about the turf course and whatnot, 2 miles, you're going to go around twice. So when you're going around a turf course and whatnot, it's just a decision that was made, and that's the decision that, unfortunately, for the Gold Cup is going to end up on the main track, but it does sound like, as you said, Greg, that the grade 1s on the turf do still remain. So coming up to this dirt race doesn't affect the Ogden Phipps, obviously, but even with Michelle's insight, she really likes the 2 Dazzling Move, and maybe Dazzling Move continues to kind of move up, and you're seeing the price actually come lower at 13-1.
Even though we got canceled so late, the Gold Cup got canceled late.
Off the turf.
Off the turf,
not
canceled, off the turf, excuse me. The main track onlys are still in. 11, 12, and 13, and those horses are all horses that have run on dirt.
There is John Velasquez. He will be on Fierceness in the Met Mile on Saturday. He's on Darth Vader here for George Weaver, who is at 9-1. And I thought we could see a better performance from her today. Her last 2 performances I thought were sneaky good, and she did have some trouble in both.
Yeah, you took a look at the replay and you saw Randomized kind of cross over in front. And from an athlete standpoint, I actually kind of have a question for Paul in that these top riders, top-tier riders, John Velasquez, Irad Ortiz Jr., Flavien Prat, they all know one another. They all see each other every single day. And we've talked about the horses and where they're going to be placed. But as an athlete and these guys sitting aboard these horses, Johnny V even probably looks at an Irad and wonders, what are you going to do today? What tactics are you going to employ? Because these athletes, they see each other every single mount, every single day, and they start to kind of play those head games a little bit too.
100%. And, Mick talks about it all the time. You kind of know what Johnny V does, his little things that it will give you a little cue if his horse is live or not. Jose Ortiz does some. Same thing as a professional athlete. You end up seeing guys after and me being a catcher, seeing guys over and over, you kind of get their tendencies, what to do in certain situations.
Being a poker player a little bit.
100%. So, Mig always talks about, hey, I knew this guy would always go outside so I can get underneath him. You got to know the tendencies of your other players, especially in this game. It's obviously you're kind of teammates going in the same locker room, but
Sure.
you're not when you get on the field. I would have to strategize against somebody else, another team that I'm competing against. But this is very unique. You make a good point. Mig always talks about it. You have to know the tendencies of the other riders.
And just a lot of that is, you compete against these guys on a day-to-day basis, but watching races, studying film. How much studying did you do?
Oh, you used to get a book. It was, I mean, the size of 2 Bibles stacked together, and you could have certain situations where, okay, Chipper Jones did not like change-ups inside on 3-1 counts, but then again, my guy on the mound didn't have that pitch, so you had to, wiggle around what guys had that certain thing against a certain guy, and if my guy didn't have that arsenal, it was right here. Stick out your fingers and 4 balls. I mean, it's just the bottom line.
And it's not like you could pull out your chart and just kind of start scrolling and remember
exactly.
those types of things. You have to memorize these things.
Yeah.
You can watch it in the jock stream, but then you got to move forward.
So as it says on the screen, too, and a little more information to give you, not just off the turf, Belmont Gold Cup, new distance as well. Mile and 3/4 off the turf on the main track. Now as you get a look at Chad Brown, already a huge afternoon and chance to add more here in this Grade 1. Ogden Phipps with Raging Sea and the reigning winner last year from the race, randomized. And there she is with Joel Rosario.
And with the surface change, I think you're seeing some time allowed for the bettors to kind of readjust. Some of the multi-legs and how the wagering is going to go.
Yeah,
now that you've moved things over to the main track, you've changed the distance. Everybody's got to get a chance to kind of collect themselves, and then we'll see the horses go towards the gate and load, and then obviously get on our way with the Ogden Phipps.
When you were thinking about this race, I'll ask both you guys. Did you expect to see even money on Raging Sea?
I didn't. I actually thought we were going to get maybe 7-5 to 8-5 and 9-5 on randomized. Maybe a tiny bit of a favorite over the stablemate.
Yeah, yes. I think we've seen the price really come down on randomized. I thought she was real high at that 7-2, 4-1 price, but the bettors, again, are starting to kind of take a look, a second glance here at the past performances and say, well, Raging Sea, Chad Brown's having a huge day. They're watching the same thing we are. Chad Brown's having a huge day. Flavian's having a huge day. You're going to see some of that more money come pouring in like that. Even money with a scratch of the 5, that sounds about right to me. Anything under that, that may be a little heavy, maybe a little bit aggressive at a 3-5, real short price number, because some of the other horses in here have shown they can hold off Raging Sea, and sometimes she doesn't always put in a huge effort.
And we talked about Raging Sea and randomized coming back, but not as quick a figure doing it in their returns as 5-year-olds. Meanwhile, you have Leslie's Rose the 3 as a 4-year-old. Probably a shorter distance she wants to go, really stepping up, and a huge figure in her comeback in a Grade 3 sprint, which it seems like a setup for this. Maybe she's the one moving in the right direction.
I would think so. I mean, she might show some pace in her. By the way, a really late scratch in the next race. The 3 limited liability is out of the next race. So if you're playing pick 6s, that horse is out. Was your 2 to morning line favorite, but that was on the turf, obviously.
So yeah, pick 6 begins here. Keep in mind Belmont Gold Cup off the turf. On the main track now at a 1 3/4. Even money here on Raging Sea. Stablemate randomized, won it last year. We'll try and go back-to-back and join a short list to have done that. Grade 1, Ogden Phipps presented by Ford. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
One more left to load. And a great day for the Klaravich Stables, and they have randomized going in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Ogden Phipps, presented by Ford. And it was a nice, smooth beginning as Dazzling Move sprints to the front. Randomized is on the outside, and Leslie's Rose is racing in between those two. Dorth Vader is a close-up 4th. Down on the inside, followed by Tarifa. Tarifa settles 4 lengths off the lead. It's a long way to stretch running Raging Sea. The opening quarter in 22 4, and Dazzling Move is moving right along under Jose Ortiz, leading the way by 1.5 lengths onto the backstretch. Randomized will track today, and Dorth Vader is down at the rail in 3rd. Tarifa 4th, 4 lengths off the pace. Leslie's Rose and at least 10 more, Flavien Prat and Raging Sea. They're heading toward the half-mile pole, and Dazzling Move has been left alone on the front end. Dorth Vader now takes second. Randomized has lost some ground, is now 6 lengths off Dazzling Move, who ran a half in 46 2/5 seconds. Leslie's Rose has moved up now to claim third as they round the far turn. Dazzling Move still has a nice lead. It's 4 lengths with less than 3 furlongs to travel. Dorth Vader, a threatening presence in second, Tarifa third, then Randomized. Raging Sea, being motivated from last, starts to uncork her rally with a lot of ground to make up at the top of the stretch. Dazzling Move, Dorth Vader becoming more and more scary right up alongside, and Raging Sea is 8 lengths back in third. Dorth Vader emerges with the lead in mid-stretch and opens up under John Velasquez. It will be Dorth Vader to win the Ogden Phipps, presented by Ford. Dazzling Move held second. Raging Sea finished third.
The Empire strikes back. Dorth Vader, wow, at 8-1. John Velasquez, George Weaver.
Yeah, what a ride here. Hadn't won in 2 years. First time in the George Weaver barn winning, and wins a grade 1. Always was really sitting in a good spot. Dazzling Move kind of ran off on the field and kind of looked like, okay, are they going to just run away from this group? And they kind of did, Chris.
Yeah, we were talking about athletes, we were talking about jockeys. When Dazzling Move is in front and Randomized is not in front of the field, I think they're all looking at each other saying, uh-oh, the race has completely changed. Dazzling Move had shown she had liked an off surface. She ran very well. I thought she ran very well on the front end, but Dorth Vader got the right journey. She was able to tuck in, then she just moved right out. And Raging Sea was so far back from the rest of the field. She just had so much ground to make up. She couldn't make it up through the lane.
It just shows you every sloppy track's not the same. And, Todd Fletcher told Michelle Yu, listen, I'm not sure about my horse. And you could tell the 3 was not liking the slop at all. And Dorth Vader was the only one really liking it. Raging Sea just took a while to get her going. She just could not get in stride. And, listen, first start for Randomized ever over the wet stuff, and she did not enjoy it.
1, 2, 4, 6. It's Dorth Vader, George Weaver barn with John Velasquez at 8-1. Not just 8-1, 8-1 beating an even money favorite to start off a pick 6.
Yes, this is a big, big upset here. I mean, listen, these were the 2 longest shots on the board that ran 1-2 here. But Dorth Vader has been behind Raging Sea, been behind a lot of these fillies. But today, maybe the separator was a slop. And you talked about the journey. It was a perfect trip.
Yeah, it was a perfect trip. And Greg talked about the number 2. Were we maybe concerned with the number from Raging Sea and Randomized? Dorth Vader had some trouble in that last effort, turned things around. You get the 8-1 return if you stuck with Dorth Vader through this start.
It's a good call by you, because you were mentioning, are they 5 now? Are you a little bit worried that both the 4 and the 7 didn't step forward? Kind of showed today, but I don't want to completely dismiss both of them because of the rain, obviously.
And if you look at the backstretch, and you took a look at the backstretch run, and I saw it more in the head-on, Flavien Prat moved past. He wanted to get to the outside for Raging Sea. She was real far back. Yeah. But maybe she just was catching some sort of kickback where he said, I just got to be in the clear a little bit because she's just not enjoying this too much, because she got real far back. She was distanced from the field, and there's just too much ground to make up. For you to have to try to close into that on real quality horses that can set that tempo, it's just a lot of work to do there through the lane.
Winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, springing the upset in a grade 1. Johnny V for George Weaver. And Dorth Vader, biggest moment by far of her career.
I mean, listen, she's a Florida bred by Gervin out of a Yanaguska mare. She's probably bred to run about 6 or 7 furlongs, Yanaguska. But Yanaguska threw out Musket Man, a sneaky good sire. But this mare, Hardcore Candy, congratulations to her. She got herself a grade 1 winner.
Yeah, and she was not far off of a very good Pretty Mischievous last year. So Dorth Vader showed some quality. And John Velasquez, I mean, the Hall of Famer, we might need a chart of how many prices he's been bringing in, because he had the $100-something winner on Wednesday, and now another big number, and he does it in a grade 1. Huge victory for Dorth Vader.
Dorth Vader with the upset in the Ogden Phipps grade 1. Prices when we come back. And we'll talk the golden ticket when we return. Off the turf, but still that golden ticket on the line for a trip to the Melbourne Cup. That's next.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Welcome back here. I'm in the winner's circle with a very happy George Weaver, whose Darth Vader just took the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps here. Now, this filly, it's been a long time since she had a W. Was today worth the wait? Is she not just her first Grade 1?
She's always had a talent. You know, Bo Yates sent her to me up in New York when she was a 3-year-old, and she ran huge off of his training. And, you know, we've tried to get that Grade 1 since then. She got stopped on a couple of times. John had all the patience with her and believed in her, and we got it. We got it done, and she's so deserving.
John, would you say the force is with you today?
Yes, it is.
How excited are you right now?
Over the top.
Now, this is the Breeders' Cup win and you're in. Are you planning your trip to California? I know you have an outfit ready.
Oh, yeah. Yes. We're going to California.
Yes. Very exciting. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you very much.
This is awesome.
Michelle, thank you very much. Upset in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. Those prices from earlier there, Asbury Park. Darth Vader, of course, your winner of the Ogden Phipps. George Weaver, John Ropes, John Velasquez. There we go, $19.60 for the win. Very impressive. Third off the bench, able to get that win. As we move on to what's next, it is a big one. We announced earlier, Belmont Gold Cup. Off the turf now at a 1 3/4 main track, but still a golden ticket to get into the Lexus Melbourne Cup. And with me, Chief Racing Officer of the Victoria Racing Club, Lee Jordan. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Craig, great to be here. And I know it's a bit disappointing it's gone off the turf onto the dirt, but it's still a golden ticket race, as we call it, so the winner will definitely go into the Melbourne Cup.
And not just Lee here, we have the true special guest here. What are the great trophies in sport? Tell us about this.
Well, Craig, the race is the Lexus Melbourne Cup, as we know. It's run over 2 miles. It's run on the first Tuesday of November. It's the race that stops the nation. And this is this year's cup that will go to the winning owner of the race. It's worth $850,000. We make this cup every year, the three-handled Loving Cup, and this will go to the owner. So this is the actual cup sitting here. So it's great to bring it all the way to Saratoga.
Incredible. Handcrafted, over 200 hours, I believe, go into putting this all together. Talk about this partnership with the Victoria Racing Club and the New York Racing Association.
Yeah, look, it started last year for the first time, and we really get on well with Andrew Offerman, who's the president of the racing section, and Tony Olivetta. And we talked to them about having this as a golden ticket race, and the guys are really keen on doing it. So we've started that partnership, that alliance together. We did it last year, we did it this year, we want it to continue into the future. So I think it's really good. The horses that have won this race in the past have had a link to the Melbourne Cup. Red Cardinal has won the race and come down. Loft was actually one-time favourite for the Melbourne Cup. He didn't run, he had an injury, but there's a real linkage with this race and the Melbourne Cup. So we're hoping we can develop that over the next few years.
And you've been instrumental in getting horses to come to Australia, the first Japanese horses coming to Australia. Now you're reaching out with New York Racing Association to get American horses to come. Where did this all come about for you to try and get this to become a more global race?
Well, it's interesting. We have had a Japanese winner, we've had a French winner, we've had a German winner, we've had an English winner, we've had an Irish winner. So the only one we haven't had is a US winner. So we're really keen to get a US horse to Melbourne. First international horse we ever had run in the Cup was an Irish horse in 1993. Dermot Weld had a horse called Vintage Crop, and he won that year. So it's over 30 years of internationalisation, but we want to go that step further, and America is just that frontier we want to conquer.
We obviously have the Kentucky Derby here, and it obviously garners a lot of attention, but it is nothing like what happens down under with the Melbourne Cup. It's called the race that stops the nation for a reason. What is that day and that experience like?
It is unbelievable, and it's easy to remember the day because it's the first Tuesday in November. That's all you have to remember. It's a public holiday. We get around 100,000 at the track, and if you're not at the track, you're having a barbecue at home with friends. You're having, you're at a pub having a party. So it's celebrated by the whole nation. I think we've got a stat that 1 in 2 people in Australia watch the race, and there's something like 750 million around the world, people around the world that watch the race as well. So it really is truly the race that stops the nation, but it's also probably the race that stops international as well. So it really, truly is a fantastic day.
Lee Jordan, thank you so much for coming on. A terrific partnership that we hope continues, and great to see this golden ticket just add extra intrigue to what we do here.
Thanks, Craig, and probably people think it's a bit weird I'm here with a white glove, but you're not allowed to touch the trophy until the day, so that's why we have to handle it with the white glove. But great to be here, and hopefully the race is a great race.
It is coming up next. Belmont Gold Cup now on the main track, mile 3/4, with a little bit of rain coming down, but a golden ticket still on the line to that Lexus Melbourne Cup when we return here in our coverage on Fox Sports.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our coverage of the Grade 2 Belmont Gold Cup. If you're just tuning in, taking off the turf, main track now, and shortened a touch in distance to 1 3/4 miles, but still golden ticket on the line and that berth to the winner to the Lexus Melbourne Cup that first Tuesday in November 4th at Flemington Racecourse. So a lot on the line here as we're 17 minutes to post, and a race that has been dominated by German-trained horses. Flatten the Curve trying to become the third German train winner in the last 8 runnings of this race, and coming out of a victory that the last 2 had won coming into here. Both Loft Red Cardinal had won that stake, that Group 2, prior to winning the Belmont Gold Cup as well, and that is your 2-1 current favorite right now, although Flatten the Curve has never been on the main track before.
No, he's not. But, you know, he's going to have a couple synthetic races to go to. Maybe that could be a little bit of a barometer. 1 for 11 over. It's really tough to tell how he's going to handle a muddy racetrack, but he is getting the money right now.
So obviously things changing quite a bit in this race. You have main track only runners now in here as well. Yo Daddy, Linda Rice. You have Timeout for Bill Mott, Parchment Party for Mott as well. How much does this race change? Obviously 2 of those 3 main tracks become big contenders here.
Changes giant. It really does. I mean, I do think Yo Daddy is the fastest of all these horses when it comes to the race, but going 1 3/4 is stretching his distance there. So to me, Timeout and Parchment Party are going to be probably really tough in here.
Yeah, you start looking at the AEs, you start talking about the golden ticket, and now you're starting to look and you say, oh, well, things have kind of changed a little bit here when you take a look at the complexion, but change of the distance. There's a lot of adjustments that do have to be made, and this is horse racing. This is what happens when you do get those conditions. We're an outdoor sport. Things can happen sometimes, and we're seeing it happen here, but they still got to get on the track, and we'll find out who's going to be best.
You brought up Timeout for Bill Mott. 1.5 miles last time out in a stake race at Churchill Downs. Just missed and was gaining ground every step of the way to the wire.
That horse has got a huge advantage in here. You know, with these other horses been on dirt, and Greg makes a good point. 1.5 miles, got sort of that 1.5 miles underneath him on the dirt, which is more grueling than over the turf. So the one to beat.
Yeah, distance is distance. I mean, horses that do know how to get this extended marathon type distance, they're proven here. Those are the horses that are going to be able to sustain, keep that rally going. And as we see the rain kind of letting up just a little bit one more time, you know, this is where you start to say who's going to maybe be that front end speed. You do see a lot of these races end up being kind of that wire to wire type of race.
And, you know, one of the more accomplished runners on dirt in this race, who's a huge price, Curbstone, does he all of a sudden become very interesting here, the 7?
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, you take a look at Curbstone, has 1 over the wet, 2 tries over the wet surface, 1 win, 1 second, is 0 for 3 over Saratoga, but that was over the turf. This is now a dirt race here, and so going to that 1 3/4 miles, that's 6 beating 15. Okay, we're going to throw that out, but there are some races in there that do show that Ben Curtis, Curbstone, maybe they can turn things around.
I'll give you one horse. What about Padiddle?
Yeah?
He's got some dirt races to go to. It has a decent sloppy racetrack. You don't know. I mean, this race is wide open.
It really does open up quite a bit.
Padiddle the 2. Fernando Abreu, Jose Ortiz will be aboard there. You know, sometimes these races, people miss things when we switch surface on a dime like this.
That is true.
It's been fun with you guys. I've enjoyed it.
Blast.
We're going to sign off here in a moment. Coverage will continue next on Big Fox, of course, with the Acorn still to come, and Good Cheer putting that perfect record on the line. What do you think happens?
I think she gets it done.
I think she continues to roll.
7 for 7 for Brad Cox, the Kentucky Oaks winner, back in action on our Fox coverage next.
And fire off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Grade 1 DK Horse Acorn. Is made by Johnny Avello, the Race and Sports Operations Director of DraftKings. DK Horse is a DraftKings affiliate. Up next, the 82nd running of the New York, presented by Rivers Casino. The exacta 95.50, the double 53.75, trifecta 185.25, superfecta $1,252, pick three $486, consolation pick.
And so, you know, the Oaks was disappointing, but we never lost faith in her. That's why we're here.
And it paid off. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you so much.
Lakara using that speed, a very dangerous weapon, Lafitte.
She used it. No catching her. That's why, JK, you don't, in this sport, you don't, as good as these horses may be in these Grade 1 races, you don't duck the competition just because they've been that good to that point.
No, and especially when you have these 3-year-olds that are growing and progressing and changing, and you have a small body of work to try to make judgments on who they are. Lakara was good going into the last race, the Kentucky Oaks. She just got beat on the day. That's what's great about racing. It's different days, different circumstances. And I love what Mark Casse did. I love that he said it to anyone that would listen, I'm going to the front. Who wants to come with me? And it's exactly what they did.
And I think it was the legendary Alan Jerkins that said you never skip a race to avoid one horse.
And there's a psychological reason, Richie, for why some jockeys and trainers will do that. For somebody wondering at home, well, why give away the game plan? That there is a reason to do just that from time to time.
You're throwing down the gauntlet. You're letting everybody know this is what I'm doing. Adjust around me, or our horses will burn out together in a speed duel. And it gives people a momentary pause. Now, me, I was a little different when I was riding. I hear another trainer say that. I might go just on spite.
You? No.
Much more live racing coming your way. The Grade 1 New York is next. But first, an invite, of course, to get involved. Sign up at NYRABets.com. And an offer for Belmont Stakes weekend. Experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with NYRA Bets. Join now. Get a $25 free bet. $200 deposit bonus. Use promo code Belmont25 for your free $25 bet. and $200 deposit match. Sign up at NYRABets.com. 12th of 14 races. Grade 1, New York, presented by Rivers Casino, and on a yielding, soft turf course. Earlier, Belmont Gold Cup placed on the main track. This New York on the turf course, a yielding turf course. Andy, how does she feel pretty? How does she figure to handle the softer going?
Well, I think that's a great question. And while she's handled courses listed as good, which means that some rain, as Richie can tell you, there's a big difference between a good course and this course. Having said that, these courses are relatively pristine. Don't forget, this is just the third day we've been racing on them since last September. So the courses are in such good shape that, Richie, I don't think the rain is going to have that substantial effect, but obviously going to have one in general.
Well, there's going to be give in the ground. It's going to be heavier ground, but at least it's not chewed up. They're not running in divots that have been made over a course of a full meeting like we see towards the end of the summer meet here in Saratoga. That being said, I think it could be an equalizer here, and there are two horses I'm very interested in on yielding ground to potentially upset your favorite, She Feels Pretty, who is very good.
You had the 7-1 winner in the last race, JK. What adjustments will you make now knowing that you're dealing with this softer turf course?
Well, one of the things you can look at when you look at the past performances is to try to identify horses who have run well on turf courses that were not listed as firm. Whether it says GD, YL, or SF, those are all with moisture in them. If you can find horses that have run well on those, you can upgrade them. You can also find horses that have run poorly on those.
And I think the one horse showed last time out, she loves a lot of giving the ground.
More on her. Forever After All. When we come back, all eyes, She Feels Pretty. 4-5 plus. Much more on the Belmont Stakes. Sovereignty. Kentucky Derby winner, 7-1 in the Derby. Won't get 7-1 tomorrow. Journalism, favorite in the Derby. Preakness, and current favorite for the 157th Belmont Stakes.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as I'm pleased to be joined by Joseph Lodis, General Manager of Rivers Casino and Resorts Schenectady, as we do have the Grade 1 New York coming up in here. And Joe, this is the second year that Rivers Casino is associated with the race in the backyard here at Saratoga. How important is it being associated with something that's such a big deal for the fans here?
It's unbelievable. On behalf of Rush Street Gaming and the Rivers Casinos, 5 of them across the country, we are just so honored to be partnering with NYRA again for the second straight year, and the Belmont at Saratoga. It's just once in a lifetime opportunity, and we're glad to be part of it. It fits with our mission and our objective to be the #1 gaming destination in the region.
We so appreciate the support. And what are some things that our viewers should know about Rivers Casino?
Well, I like to say we are the #1 destination for gaming and entertainment in the region. We have over 1,000 of the hottest slot machines, any you'd find at the greatest resorts around the world. We have over 60 table games. We have a poker room, a sports book, live entertainment, free entertainment, almost every day of the week, right? But when I think about table games, which really sets us apart is we have the best rules and limits in the industry. So if you want the best odds, the best limits, you come to us. We have continuous shufflers. We have 3-2 blackjack all the time. We have massive limit spreads. We have a double deck blackjack game. Not everybody has that, right? And we even have single zero roulette. So those type of games, that's a big deal for players, and we offer them at Rivers Casino in Schenectady.
Well, something for everyone. Thank you for the support, and thank you for the time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Journalism and sovereignty, nose to nose, down to the last 16th of a mile. Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baeza is third, but it will be sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby.
Dramatic scene in front of 150,000 plus. Bill Mott, Hall of Fame trainer, celebrating his second Kentucky Derby win, Sovereignty, but this one a little different. Didn't have to wait 23 minutes after the race to celebrate it, and Sovereignty actually crossed the wire in front. Sovereignty, Richie, training here at Saratoga for the Belmont, and Mott has noticed, he said he's just stronger, more aggressive now in his training in the morning.
He looks like he's actually gotten bigger and stronger since the Kentucky Derby. He came right to Saratoga after the Derby, and he's just such an intelligent, cool horse. He kind of surveys everything, takes it in, and that's one of the components of a top-class racehorse.
Bypass the Preakness. Jonathan, you're going to watch it again, and you're not going to believe that journalism is going to get there again.
The same emotions I had watching it live happen to me every time I watch it again. Oh boy, oh no. Ooh, so tight. Oh,
and after that.
And then, I got happy for a second for Brendan Walsh, thinking that Gosker was going to win, and he was going to win a Preakness. And it's still at this point, I did not think he was going to get there. I thought he was going to run second. One of the things I thought was really cool, Richie, is right here, he puts the stick away. He knew he was going to get there right there.
He put the crop away. His horse accelerated so much. And talking with Umberto Rispoli, he said, about 50 yards out, I got him. He knew he was going to get there.
Incredible. What courage, what class, what a special, gifted racehorse. Journalism, on to the Belmont Stakes. Those are live odds. Sovereignty, 2-1 on the morning line, second choice, 7-2. Baeza, now the second choice, 5-2. Journalism, 8-5 morning line favorite. The choice, 9-5 tomorrow's Belmont Stakes. Pad that Belmont Stakes bankroll, and JK's given out 7-1 winners as he did in the Acorn. What are we doing here in the New York?
Well, we're already alive pretty good into journalism with Lakara winning that last race at 7-1. Now let's try it again. Same idea, but let's go with She Feels Pretty. She's not 7-1, unfortunately. I wish she was. I would leave immediately and go to every bank I could find. I'm going to just play a double. Ice cold again, 8 into the 7. I think the 8, She Feels Pretty, is the best turf horse that we have in this country. Carl Spackler was pretty darn good, but he headed to the UK to run at Royal Ascot. I think she's really good, right into what we just saw from journalism. That determination is hard for me to turn away from.
We know what a big fan of hers you are, Andy. She Feels Pretty.
Yeah, I mean, I made the double. I'm obviously not as smart as Jonathan, so I'm not alive in a double, so I'm going to have to get it out with the 8-6 double back into Baeza tomorrow. Though I will say with the weather conditions, I would probably hedge for every $5 I bet on the 8-6, I bet a $2 1-6, because I think the one, forever after all, becomes dangerous because of the rain that we got.
That should be your next tattoo, JK. Andy said I'm smarter than he is. That needs to be your next tattoo.
Look, at some point I'll just get Andy's face tattooed somewhere. How about that?
You don't have it already?
It's already on your back, I thought.
Oh, I know where it is.
It's a little hurtful. It's a little hurtful.
To Acacia in the paddock.
I think our viewers are very happy for the end of that conversation. But we'll start here in this Grade 1 New York with She Feels Pretty to the outside. Since they've added the blinkers, she has really turned a corner. She's always been talented, but she has been exceptional in her last few starts. And speaking to Cherie DeVaux yesterday, she said that she felt she has been training amazing since coming out of that Modesty win, which she was able to do, not in the flashiest of manners, but in, I think, pretty impressive way in the way that she handled herself and how much the best she was in there. Since I've last seen her, she's grown, she's filled out, she's very relaxed here in the paddock. Of course, the turf conditions are going to be a little bit of a question with her, but from a physical perspective, I have absolutely no problems with her as your favorite. She's done everything right thus far. The number 7, Bellezza, who will come in off of that Sheepshead Bay victory last time out, where she did win at a bit of a price. She is a bigger-bodied filly. From a physical perspective, you would not necessarily look at her and say that a softer turf course would be to her liking. However, in her past performances, she ran very well on a yielding turf course in Ireland, which would certainly be softer than most turf courses we ever run on here in the U.S. She's been training exceptionally well coming into this. I was not in the paddock for the Sheepshead Bay, but I remember Maggie Wolfendale saying that she was really wound up in the preliminaries that day. She is so much more settled today, and I know she's been schooled quite a bit. She's also been accompanied by Sonny, the stable pony, following him throughout, and I think just that security blanket of having the pony here with her in the paddock has made a big difference, and she has not turned a hair thus far. To Andy's point with the one Forever After All, the way that she ran on a yielding turf course last time out, I really think that you have to take another look at her in here. She was impressive that day where she was urged out of the gate, and then once she took over, just looked a winner every step of the stretch, pulling away. Certainly it's shown that distance is no problem, and she's had some really tough luck beats throughout her career, particularly down at Gulfstream for Brendan Walsh. She is that lighter frame type that would immediately strike you as one that would love some cut in the ground, and that's exactly what she gets today, Lafitte.
Hammered him in that Bewitched Forever After All, 5-1. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. 3 races left, couple of Grade 1 turf events. The New York presented by Rivers Casino, Just a Game presented by Resolute Racing, 14th and final to be seen on Fox Sports 2. Another look here at Forever After All, and that, turf course turned up just right for her, perhaps, in this New York.
Well, I think she's a very good example of how much the turf condition can change a horse, because if you look at her running lines, she's a good horse, but just okay good horse. I mean, not trying not. She's a very nice horse, but suddenly last time, out of the blue, she wins by 9 lengths and runs a significantly better race than she's ever run before. And what's different? The track was listed as yielding. They go firm, good, yielding, soft. That course was soft. It wasn't yielding. You look at the final time, 2:35 and 2. She clearly relished the going. And more, I think, Richie, with turf courses, I think a bog is transferable. You know, a soft course at Keeneland is similar to a softer course here. Yeah. Unlike slop here versus slop at Kentucky Downs, where the favorite in Good Cheer handled it in Kentucky, but not here.
Yeah, far different with dirt racing, sloppy tracks, different compositions of the racetracks. To give you an idea, though, of just how soft or yielding that course was in the Bewitched, they were over 9 seconds over the course record for a mile and a half at Keeneland. That tells you there was real give to the ground.
How early on in a race, if you're riding a horse who's never been on a particular surface, in this case a softer turf course, how long do you know the horse underneath you is handling it or not so much?
Usually not until you go about 3/4 of a mile. Because when everybody's in the bridle, meaning that the riders have the bit in their mouth, keeping them balanced, they can travel. It's when they start to have to move forward, they start coming up the bridle. Then you find out if they're going to bog down in it or not.
To Acacia.
Joined now by trainer Shri DeVoe, who sends out She Feels Pretty. Shri, obviously the turf condition is going to be a question for a lot of horses in here. How do you think that she'll handle some cut?
Well, it's definitely a question. Harissa Pimlico was definitely had given it not this much give. So, you know, I just hope she handles it and comes out of it safe and sound. So, you know, that's the main precedent. So, you know, however she runs, I hope she runs well. But as long as she comes out of it and something we can move forward for, that definitely takes precedence over the outcome of the race.
Very well said, of course. But she's a horse that was always good, but it seems the addition of the blinkers have really made a big difference.
Definitely. You know, and coming back, she ran so well at Pimlico, and then her subsequent races at Belmont and up here, just kind of ranged up and got there and just was content to stay with the horse that she came to. And the blinkers just seemed to help get her to like just punch on by. But weren't really expecting those open lengths that she's put in the subsequent races, so not going to complain about that one bit. But yeah, we just it seems to have helped, and it's not even a big cup. They're like definitely cheater blinkers, but you know, not going to question it. We'll just go with it.
Well, she's in great form. Best of luck here. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
She has that killer instinct now, that knockout punch. Will we see it in this Grade 1 New York? She Feels Pretty. Post-parade, that was Forever After All, number 3. Gimme Another. South African here, third start in the States.
Yeah, I mean, she ran second to She Feels Pretty last time. Whether or not she can improve and beat her, it could only really be track condition that makes that happen, in my opinion.
Miwa, English filly, second start in the U.S.
Yeah, completely missed the break last time. She's going to have to do much better than that here.
Edict, fourth start in North America.
And she really improved in her last start, and she's a forwardly placed horse, so I don't think she's totally impossible. She should be in front.
Belleza, the Sheep's Head Bay winner.
Yeah, her pedigree suggests that she's probably going to like the cut in the ground. The problem is last time she was close to a slow pace, and I have to downgrade horses off of trips like that.
A Beach Bomb second to Belleza in the Sheep's Head Bay.
The problem for her is that she's a horse that runs her best races on the lead in long-distance races where the paces are slower than today's pace.
She Feels Pretty, strictly the one to beat.
Yeah, I mean, I believe she's the best turf horse in this country, despite, you know, woman or female or male horse, right? And I think she's special, and I'm excited to watch her run.
Looking to rattle off a fourth straight. She Feels Pretty. John Velasquez to ride. Velasquez to ride in his 28th Belmont Stakes tomorrow, Richie, aboard the Speedy Crudo.
Yeah, and then Crudo, I think, is a fly in the ointment for Rodriguez, but John Velasquez has been in this situation. He knows how to get horses in a good rhythm, and if he can settle a little bit and maybe not get caught up in a speed duel, he's an unknown quantity. He's a lightly raced horse.
On paper, he is faster than Rodriguez.
I thought so too.
I think Bob Baffert and Mike Smith may have that take no prisoners attitude and may show more speed, but as you say, he's not a likely winner. But he is a fly in the ointment, a horse that can not only hurt a horse like Rodriguez, but help a horse like Sovereignty.
We talk about earlier today with Lecaro, with Maracassi saying that he was going to the front. I witnessed it with my own 2 eyes last night outside of a restaurant. Bob Baffert told Bobby Flay, I am going to the lead. I don't have a choice.
It's different. In other sports, you don't want anybody to know.
Bobby Flay said, who are you?
What the game plan is. Horse racing, that psychological warfare. Rod Ortiz knows all about it. Pictured aboard Forever After All. So, yes, on that soft, yielding bog of a turf course in the Bewitch, Forever After All, there's dominating, and then there's that, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, turf racing is a lot different than dirt racing. In a dirt race, a horse can lose by 20 lengths. You rarely see it in turf racing. They don't really run that hard until the last quarter mile, kind of what you were alluding to about horses handling the ground. So, in essence, there's very rarely big gaps in races. You see a horse is a dominating winner, they win by 2 lengths.
Right.
She won by 9 lengths. And that is an absolute function of her loving the ground and probably the horses behind her, Richie, not particularly liking it.
And a complete departure from her previous form. So that tells you it had to have a lot to do with the condition of the course.
Number 6, Belleza, Flavien Prat, Miguel Clement teaming up. And in the Sheep's Head Bay, fight here, headed, and then finds another gear, JK, in the end.
Yeah, look, I mean, she does. The problem I have with it is that the pace wasn't that fast. I don't want to take that away from her. She can't control that. She ran well, but now she's in deeper waters against better horses. I have a hard time playing horses off of great trips when they're then moving up in class to face tougher.
And also, you look and you see, oh, it's a rider change to Flavien Prat, which is normally a great thing. I don't think that anything he can do to ride her better than her rider last time.
That was an absolute perfect trick, but the ground is the equalizer, and I like her because of that.
Over to Acacia.
I do think the ground is going to be a great equalizer for a lot in here. And Grand Motion sends out two with good South African form, including Give Me Another, who did win on the turf in South Africa on a yielding turf course. But she is a big, solid filly. I saw her at Tampa 2 starts back, in which I just really thought that she was going to need to race into fitness. And even seeing her here today, she's just a good doer. She carries her condition. That being said, she looks fantastic in here. And I thought that she did run very credibly last time out behind She Feels Pretty, though second best. I think she's one, though, that will relish a little bit more distance as she does stretch out in here, and that is a question for her. Her stablemate Beach Bomb, though, certainly we know that she can handle distance, and while I do wonder more about her handling the conditions, I think you need to take an extra look at her because she is a horse that's going to be forward and is going to use that pace with the presence of her, the presence of Edict. We'll see how the pace does develop in here, but Beach Bomb has been sharp from the get-go, and I'd find it hard to not see a situation where Luis Saez sends her. Lafitte?
Things didn't work out for Saez and Good Cheer earlier, and we'll see about the Grade 1 New York and Miguel Clement, Acacia's husband, looking on, and the racing world still processing the loss of his father, world-class trainer Christophe Clement, a son trying to process and grieving the loss of his father, and Richie shouldering this massive responsibility now as the head, as the trainer running the operation.
I will say this, though. Miguel has been groomed for this for a long time. Very well schooled with horses throughout his life. Went through the Darley Flying Start program, a 2-year program where they travel to different jurisdictions all over the world and learn different levels of horsemanship. And he had to work his way up to becoming his father's top assistant. So this was something that was going to happen at some point, unfortunately, much sooner than anybody wanted it to.
I have little doubt that Miguel is going to be a successful trainer. He has great skills, and he obviously learned from one of the best trainers in the game. I'm just going to miss seeing Christophe all the time.
Yep.
So many great moments here at Saratoga over the years. And for Cherie DeVaux, trainer, She Feels Pretty. Look, you might have the best horse on the planet in the biggest race on the world, but still the pressure that comes associated with that. This is a Grade 1 event. She Feels Pretty is odds on. Yeah, this is a pressure-packed moment.
Trainers, owners, riders all want to ride 1 to 2 shots, especially in $750,000 Grade 1s. However, it creates a lot more pressure. When you're the other horses at 6 to 1 or even bigger prices, it's almost a free roll. You're sort of not expecting to win, so you're excited, but the disappointment won't be that extreme when you don't. You lose at 1 to 2 in a big race, it's disappointing.
It's fun to see that Saddle Towel, the 8, and those silks. It reminds me of Barbaro when he won the Kentucky Derby.
Saddle Towel 8.
Almost more relief when you win on a horse with that, at that price. Than it is jubilation.
You only screw it up sometimes.
Exactly.
I think that in this particular case, and I know it didn't work out with Good Cheer and whatever, and I think it's more than the track. She did not run today. No. This is not what you want if you're Cherie, because a softer turf, some horses just won't handle it that well. Now, she's handled some give before, but I think that is the far and away that it could move somebody else up, and she may not run her race. If she runs her race, she's going to win here. She is an exceptional horse.
The one thing to keep in mind is she did lose on good ground on this racetrack in the Lake Placid, but that was before they made the switch to blinkers and who she is now.
Well, that was also a day where they had taken the rails down, which they're going to do tomorrow. They were running on the inside of the course for the first time in a while, which makes the inside path a big advantage, and thus the outside paths a disadvantage. And she was really never inside the 3 path, and the winner rode the rail every step of the way. So they can talk about the blinkers, but in my opinion, she lost, and the same thing happened in the Belmont Oaks because she was not on the best part of the course. I believe that she's run 9 times with 6 wins. I believe if she had good trips in all of those races, she would be 9 for 9.
And we just saw how hard that is with good cheer.
Yeah, I think
They're
she's never not been the best
machine-like
horse in a
until they're
race.
not.
Yeah, I think she's
Machine-like
never
until
not
they're
been the best horse. She got a built-in excuse in here because of the ground, but you don't want that to happen. Listen, we're gamblers. Jonathan, you like Lucara. There's nothing like beating a heavy favorite and getting a price home.
Sure.
We're also fans of the game, and we want to see horses like She Feels Pretty run, and we want to see them do well.
The brightest of stars performing on a stage like this. For the riders, Richie, in this New York, strategy. What is the key in terms of race shape? What will you be looking for right out of the blocks?
Well, I think you just want to get your horse in a good rhythm wherever you are early in the race. There's not a tremendous amount of speed signed on. Edict, has speed. Beach Bomb wants the lead, but it's a little shorter than she actually is more comfortable going. I'm picking a horse that I think, in the 6, Belisa, that I think it's probably a little short of her best, but I keep going back to the ground that we're going to encounter. And she ran in a 1 and 5 furlong race in Ireland where they went 1 and 5 furlongs in 3 minutes flat. To give you a context, the track record in Saratoga for a 1 and 5 furlongs is 2:37. That's 23 seconds slower. So obviously she can handle give in the ground. I agree with everything you guys are saying. I think She Feels Pretty is absolutely the best horse, but I think the ground potentially could make her vulnerable.
Well, it could also make her run less well and make somebody like the 1 or 6 run a lot better. They're going to need to, because there is not a horse in this race that is as good as She Feels Pretty going into the race on talent.
If you're drawing it up on the chalkboard for John Velasquez from the 7 post on the outside, what would be a successful start to this New York?
Sitting second to the 5.
A lot of horses in turf races like cover. She Feels Pretty runs great in the clear, out in the open, where she can see everything in front of her. She doesn't need cover.
Johnny's going to park her 3 wide and be laying 2nd or 3rd throughout. You watch, that's the trip he's going to have.
Terrific trainer.
And he doesn't like the sound of that trip, but that's the trip he's going to get.
He's been riding horses successfully for Todd Pletcher for about 25 years.
Cherie DeVaux, you saw looking on. The filly she trains, the odds-on favorite. She Feels Pretty. Miguel Clement looking on. Beleza, 6-1 at post time with Flavien Prat. All set for the Grade 1 New York, presented by Rivers Casino. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Here's Beleza going in. Beach Bomb second to last. And She Feels Pretty. They're in the gate. And they're off in the New York, presented by Rivers Casino. And it was a very quick start for Edict, who did break inward out of the gate. Beach Bomb comes away in second, and She Feels Pretty is pretty keen under a nice hold through the opening furlong. Beleza is racing in 4th. Give Me Another 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. Forever After All, second to last. And Miwa is at the back of the field. So it will be Edict who takes the field into the first turn over Beach Bomb, who's in second. She Feels Pretty is kept 3 wide and in the clear. And Beleza is just inside of her, taking that 3rd spot. Very comfortable at this stage. In behind horses comes Give Me Another, who's just in front of Forever After All, and another 2 back to Miwa. 24-1 for Edict, who cruises onto the backstretch with a 3/4 length advantage over Beach Bomb in second. Then it's Beleza in 3rd. She Feels Pretty, still under a nice hold 4th with 3.5 lengths to make up, yet to be asked. Down at the rail, Forever After All, followed by Give Me Another and Miwa. They went the half in 51-1. Manny Franco and Edict clear by a length and a half still over Beach Bomb in second. Beleza right next to She Feels Pretty. She Feels Pretty yet to get her cue, takes 3rd now as they start to sprint into the far turn. Edict has been going soft fractions. She Feels Pretty let loose on the outside of Beach Bomb. Beach Bomb makes the first move, takes the lead. She Feels Pretty comes to challenge. On the inside, Edict is back to 3rd. Give Me Another, yellow colors, widest of all at the top of the stretch. And Beach Bomb is running a big race. She Feels Pretty goes to her, and She Feels Pretty takes the lead inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Beach Bomb's going to make her work for it. She Feels Pretty just in front of a very stubborn Beach Bomb. She Feels Pretty, yet another Grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte. Beach Bomb was second. It's a photo for third between Bellezza and Forever After All.
That smile, the embrace, the pride from trainer Cherie DeVaux, watching She Feels Pretty do her thing, battle in the lane, and take down this Grade 1 New York at Saratoga, presented by Rivers Casino.
She's a pleasure to watch. She was much the best. Beach Bomb ran a tremendous race in finishing second to her, but She Feels Pretty. She's just too good.
3 wide throughout, made a decisive move, turning for home. They sprinted home, if you could call that sprinting home, 9 seconds over the course record to give you an idea of how much give in the ground. And it would prove no problem. How about the effort by Beach Bomb?
She was absolutely terrific. And, you know, you look how much distance there were from the other horses, and the course may have had something to do with that. But take nothing away from Beach Bomb, Jonathan. She ran super in defeat.
She certainly did. And this wasn't, like you said, this wasn't the best trip for She Feels Pretty. She did lose some ground. But that's what's great about her, though. She runs well in the clear. It gives her lots of options. She also runs really well in the pocket like she did in the QE2.
Had to work for this one. And Cherie DeVaux, watching her battle in the stretch. There she is, watching She Feels Pretty, imploring her to dig deeper. She did just that, showing the class in this terrific filly in another Grade 1 victory.
Cherie can lay down a route like any experienced horse player. She can root them home with the absolute best of them.
Fun to watch her fun the horses she trained, especially when they're that good. Beach Bomb, though, look, she took a punch and she delivered one right back. Louis Saez doing everything he can. Beach Bomb, in the end, too much She Feels Pretty. 8-7, 6-1, She Feels Pretty in the New York.
Never gave an inch, Beach Bomb. I mean, never gave an inch.
How about John Velasquez with his 4th win on the day? Him and Flavien Prat, both 4 wins.
Having a good week. He had a couple wins the other day, too.
Yeah,
$115 60-1 shot, Johnny V at Saratoga.
Yeah.
Crudo tomorrow in the Belmont Stakes. All these years of domination, and Summers at Saratoga, again, holds just about every record there is to hold here at the Spa, and another Grade 1 win for Johnny V at Saratoga. Over to Acacia.
And with Cherie DeVaux, who can take a deep breath now. Cherie, you said you were a little bit nervous beforehand, but the class prevailing, she has so much of it.
She definitely does. I'm just saying, I don't think I took a breath the whole race. Yes, definitely the class wasn't the most ideal trip. Don't think it was her most ideal footing, but she definitely went out there and put in a really nice workmanlike performance.
You mentioned to me before how meaningful it is for the Jacksons to have a horse of this caliber. Can you expound on that again?
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Jackson, they're pillars of the sport, and they have definitely, in the public eye, been to the highest of highs and lowest of lows. And to just have now I'm getting emotional, to have a filly like this for them and to share in that, it just means a lot to be able to give that to them and to share in that with them.
Well, it certainly is a special filly. And by the way, you are great at rooting her home as well, like the best of the horse players. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Those famed Lael, Barbaro, Jackson Silks. She Feels Pretty, Johnny V, everyone associated with the filly, they're going to enjoy this moment, right? We like to do this speculating what might be in the future for She Feels Pretty the second half of the year.
The natural race for her to run in next is the Diana. And I know Cherie, I had spoken to her, we texted a lot earlier in the year, and I said, are you going to point towards the New York at 1 mile and 3/16 or the Just a Game at 1 mile? And she said, because the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf is at 1 mile and 3/8, I want to run her the longer races, so I want to get her that race, so I'm going to go to the New York, and then I have to assume she'll go to the Diana, which is really maybe the most prestigious race for fillies and mares on the turf outside of the Breeders' Cup.
Absolutely. The summer months, it's almost an unofficial classic for that division.
Johnny Velasquez, She Feels Pretty in the winner's circle. Grade 1, New York, presented by Rivers Casino. As our coverage continues here on this eve of the Belmont Stakes, 157th edition tomorrow, the August Belmont Trophy. Who will be celebrating the Belmont Stakes? Chad Brown from nearby Mechanicville trying for a first. And Hill Road, Peter Pan Stakes winner trying to take down the big boys. Right back.
And they're off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
American Pharoah's got a 2-length lead. Frosted is all out at the 16th pole. And here it is. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharoah is finally the one.
The end of the drought. Finally, a Triple Crown winner. The performance by American Pharoah, JK, and that eruption from the crowd at Belmont Park.
Yeah, I've never felt a crowd that loud, probably in anything, any sport. It was unbelievable. It literally was shaking in the building, the Garden Terrace, sitting in the dining room up there. It was one of the coolest things I've ever got to witness in all of sports.
10-year anniversary, June 6, 2015. Still looking good. American Pharoah. They're at Coolmore, Ashford Stud in Versailles, Kentucky. American Pharoah, you've always talked about, Richie, his perfect stride and the way he went over the ground.
Impeccable way of moving, just perfect mechanics to his stride. And for a good horse, as laid back an individual, most good horses have a little bit of a streak in them. You know, they're very territorial. You know, you try to go in their stall, they're going to chase you out. He wasn't that way. He'd drop his head, let anybody pet on him. He really had a great demeanor.
A friend of mine said you could blow up a grenade next to him, and I don't think he would flinch. And thank God, because there were about 5,000 people in the winner's circle in the Belmont Stakes. He was the goods.
10 years ago today, American Pharoah, the 12th Triple Crown winner. Moments ago, She Feels Pretty. Huge effort from the mare to her inside in the stretch. But in the end, too much She Feels Pretty. Beach Bomb did everything she could. But another Grade 1 victory for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Johnny V, She Feels Pretty, onward and upward among the very best turf horses, female or male, in North America.
She's good, and she just keeps finding ways to win, and now we know soft ground isn't an issue either.
I think Jonathan's point was very well taken. You know, when I hadn't really thought of it until you said it. When you said with Carl Spackler gone, it's not clear that she's not the best turf horse in the country.
She Feels Pretty. In the Grade 1 New York, presented by Rivers Casino, as a 1-2 favorite. Beach Bomb completing the exact at 17-1. Bellezza at 6-1, 8-7-6 in the Grade 1 New York, and not done yet with the Grade 1 racing. While we focused on the Star in the Grade 1 New York, a little bit more competitive in the Grade 1 Just a Game. 21 minutes out. Andy, one of the best in terms of handicapping, one of the most competitive races all weekend.
Yeah, no, I think it's a sensational race. And, you know, I know they're making the 8 Excellent Truth the favorite, and you like her, Jonathan, but I think you'll agree, no horse should be 7-5 in here. And while she's clearly the shortest price of Chad Brown's horses, I actually like the other two, the 3 Sagesta and Dynamic Pricing, a little bit more, especially at their odds.
Yeah, this race is driving me insane because there's so many interesting angles on every single horse. It's hard to try to find a way to structure a wager because I can see every horse winning. Can't play them all.
It's a great race. This is the race of the day. This race and the Woody Stevens tomorrow, to me, are the most intriguing races
a
of our
war,
Belmont Park Festival.
That Woody Stevens for trainer Chad Brown, who's already won the Grade 1 Just a Game 7 times, trying for a first Belmont Stakes tomorrow with Hill Road. It seems like a tall order in terms of the competition. Is he ready for this? Hill Road 14-1 currently in the wagering, the Peter Pan winner.
I know Chad Brown pretty well, and he can be optimistic about his horses, as a lot of trainers will be. But he told me, listen, I know it's a tough task. I know that they're good. You know, this is not an average field for the Belmont. But he said, I believe that Hill Road's going to take a step forward and run a big race. We'll see if he's good enough to beat them. But I'll bet you he runs a good one.
Well, in the Peter Pan, which has always been a very strong prep for the Belmont Stakes, he does a lot wrong and still wins. Right now, you can see he turns for home. He's on the outside, moving into third now. And you can see he's on the wrong lead, meaning he's leading with his left foreleg. In the straightaways, look at the other horses in front of him. They're on their right foreleg. And he's a little bit sideways, leading with the wrong lead, trying to lug in a touch. And he never does change leads, and he's still able to run these horses down. What if he starts changing leads? What if he starts running straighter? There's got to be improvement there.
Even if it doesn't necessarily happen tomorrow, because he has the physical attributes, he has the talent. Once he puts it all together, becomes more professional, look out for a Hill Road the second half of 2025.
I agree with you. Think about it. He just came to Chad Brown earlier this year. He ran at Tampa Bay, and he said, I didn't have him nearly cranked up. He was supposed to come back around the Wood Memorial. He got a fever. He missed it. The Peter Pan, he's nothing but upside.
Tomorrow's Belmont Stakes, 4 tries thus far for Chad Brown, with Gronkowski second, his closest finish thus far. We'll see if he can spring the upset. Hill Road, the Peter Pan winner, just like Arcangelo a couple of years back in the Grade 1 at Belmont Stakes tomorrow afternoon. And among those big 3, the Kentucky Derby winner, Godolphin's Sovereignty, rested and ready, unraced since the Derby, skipped the Preakness, current's 3rd choice in the wagering. Bill Mott, now a 2-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, a first for Star Jockey Jr. Alvarado, seeking a first Belmont tomorrow, the 157th edition, live on Fox.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into Mischief.
Grade 1 Just a Game coming up, presented by Resolute Racing. You're looking at a filly owned by Resolute Racing, a Lilac Rolla, the Irish import, ready for her stateside debut, trained by Bill Mott. There he is, now a two-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer and ready to unleash sovereignty in tomorrow's Belmont Stakes. You know, teamwork in this sport is real. Now, such is the case with jockey Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott. 5 weeks ago, we watched them celebrate a Kentucky Derby win together with Sovereignty. And tomorrow, trying for the Belmont with Sovereignty, Mott, Alvarado seeking another marquee victory together.
When I was growing up in Venezuela, you know, the only race we were able to watch was the Kentucky Derby. My dream just to ride in the Derby.
I saw Junior riding in Chicago, and what we were looking for was a young rider with a lot of potential, and he fit the bill.
Junior sort of became the stable rider. We run a lot of horses, and we can't always get the leading rider or the Eclipse Award winner for every horse we have, so it's nice to have a good, solid rider and somebody that you can work with.
I've been working for him for over 13 years. I've never worked for a jockey that has been more professional than he has.
When I first walked to Mr. Mott Barn, you know, I was just coming from Arlington and this Hall of Famer with, you know, those nice horses. I couldn't really process at that time that I was going to be able actually to get through it and be the main jockey.
Olympiad gets the gold.
The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Just FYI and Junior Alvarado. Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I was watching from the box with Bill Mott, and we were so confident in this horse that we were relaxed. It's hard to believe, but it's true.
He sits with me, win, lose, or draw. It doesn't seem to make any difference.
He was the ultimate. I mean, I've won 3 derbies, but this one had so much more meaning because I did it for Bill Mott.
Just to being able to celebrate with the team that I've been working for the past 13 years, you know, I don't think it gets better than that. You know, it was meant to be, and it's almost more like a family.
When it comes to winning a Triple Crown race, a Belmont or whatever it is, I think we're going to be happy and jubilant no matter who we win it with. But it does make it a little special if it continues on with the team that you started out with. You want to stay with the girl that you brought to the dance.
Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott. Richie, can you expand on that, the relationship with a rider and a trainer where there's that kind of bond, that kind of trust?
Well, that's the key word, trust. There's implicit trust between the two of them. Junior knows that if things don't work out, it's not his job. He's not going to get fired. And they can have a conversation. And he has utmost confidence in Bill Mott that his horses are always well prepared. Trainers do themselves such a favor when they instill that confidence in a rider because you're going to get the best out of them that way.
Teaming up with that filly, a Lilac Rolla. 8-1 to her outside the favorite. Excellent Truth as we check in with Acacia with this Just a Game paddock report.
And Lafitte, we'll take a look at the top 2 finishers coming out of the Jenny Wiley at Keeneland, and there's a big disparity in price between the two of them. The betting public believing that Excellent Truth will turn the tables today, and this is a horse who came in off of a layoff, making her U.S. debut in that Jenny Wiley, and ran a valiant effort. It seemed to me, watching that replay, that Flavien Prat was having to work on her to keep grinding in the stretch, but she kept on, which I always find very encouraging. Obviously, that was in Keeneland, so I don't have notes to go back on, but looking at her, she is a big, solid mare. I would guess that she really benefited from that race from a fitness perspective coming in here, and while she does have that bigger bodied build, she has been affected over heavy ground over in France, and certainly given her pedigree and her form, should have no problem with the cut in the ground here today. She's been marching around the paddock, striding out beautifully. She certainly looks like the goods, making her second start off the bench and second start for the Chad Brown barn. The number 9, Choicia, though, was the one that did win that Jenny Wiley, and to her benefit, she has a little bit more tactical speed ability as she broke running but settled stalking, and I thought was very game in the stretch to get the win that day. She's a horse that also has some good form, even 2 starts back at Maidon, beating the talented Cinderella's Dream, and she's been very consistent. She shipped in earlier this week to my husband's barn, so I have had the privilege of watching her train, and she has been the consummate professional in the mornings, just as she is here in the paddock. She has not turned a hair. She is one that is actually built like she should love the cut in the ground, kind of that typical European type of physicality, very streamlined, kind of a leaner type of frame. But I was wondering if how calm and focused she was in the mornings was going to transfer over to the afternoons, and it certainly has. We'll see if she can pick up back-to-back graded stakes wins here in the States, Lafitte.
Choicia, be ridden by Luis Saez. Another look, Junior Alvarado. Richie, he's not making the calls. He's not making those decisions about sovereignty and whether or not to run in the Preakness. But the point is, it's a rider who won a Derby who didn't get his chance to potentially bid for a Triple Crown.
Well, I'm sure deep down there's some disappointment about that, but you're in a position riding first call for the youngest trainer ever inducted into the Hall of Fame with a barn full of good horses, and they're always well prepared. That one, you just say, okay, whatever you think is right, boss, I'm with you.
So many wins on the biggest of stages last summer. The Whitney, the Derby win, Breeders' Cup victories. As for this Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, Andy, with Choicia, Excellent Truth, and Kehoe Beach. Choicia turning back Excellent Truth.
Right, but Excellent Truth should have been placed first in the DQ. This is not a good look for the stewards there. It was a bad look that they didn't call an inquiry. There was a jockey's objection, and I'll never know how they left the winner up in that race, to be honest with you. My question is, from a buyer speed figure standpoint, the race got 100 buyer. It's better than anyone else is running this race. I'm not sure it was that much better race than some of these other ran. I think this race is a lot more open than 6-5 on the 8. Because let me say something else, Richie.
That could have something to do with it.
Yes, but he's got 3 horses in here, and the other ones aren't bad horses. If she didn't get fouled in there, wouldn't you say she won the race with a perfect trip?
Oh, absolutely. Other than that moment, she did get a perfect
trip. I don't know why Frankie Dettori kept Kehoe Beach out in the middle of the racetrack and let everybody come up inside of him.
Yeah, that was the puzzling part of that to me.
To Acacia.
And happy to be joined by John Stewart of Resolute Racing. He was represented by 2. And John, let's start with Excellent Truth. Looking to turn the tables today after a tough trip last time out at Keeneland. How's she been doing since then?
Oh, I mean, she's trained like a true professional and doing everything the right way. And she ran great last time out. So that's horse racing, that's how it happens. And so I think she's going to like the soft ground. So I think that's going to play in our favor.
Certainly has the form for it, but certainly a wild card in here is the Belmont trainee in a Lilac Rolla. He told me earlier that he's been very pleased with how she's doing for her U.S. debut.
Yeah, look, she's an awesome horse as well. You know, she's one of the 8 horses I bought over at Tattersall's and Arcana to bring over here to run specifically in these races. And, you know, when Bill Mott starts you out in a Grade 1, your first time in the U.S., that tells you something because he's pretty conservative. So, you know, we didn't tell him we wanted to run this race. He picked it. And so that tells a lot right there. So I expect a lot out of her. I'd love to see 1-2 here.
A good vote of confidence indeed. Well, I know you will be watching the Belmont Stakes tomorrow, but cheering maybe for a different reason than some others. Puka, of course, on your farm, the Dam of Baeza, as well as Mage and Dornick. What a mare.
Yeah, what a mare. It's just been fantastic. And with the yearling and the My Racehorse partnership and what we've been able to do there, sold out in 6 days. So really, really exciting there. We're going to do another offering in July. For the fans, and had a lot of fans come up that have been able to buy into the horse, and it's really special to share that with a lot of other fans, and they're pulling for Baeza tomorrow as well. And I think the distance works for him, so it's going to be interesting.
What a cool opportunity. Thanks for the time and best of luck here.
Absolutely, thanks.
Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Puka, you just shake your head.
It's incredible.
Unbelievable.
The interesting thing about Puka is Puka should have won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly. She finished 4th that day and had an absolutely brutal trip, and she was on so many people's radars to be a top 3-year-old. It didn't work out, but it's worked out in the breeding shed.
If you were going to make human comparisons, it'd be like Peyton and Eli Manning's mother. It would be the Travis and his brother, the Kelsey's, the Ortiz brothers. It's just incredible with the 3 horses that she's had run so far to be as successful as they are.
Baeza tomorrow in the Belmont Stakes. Andy, your play here for who do you like in this? What'd you wind up doing here?
I like 2 horses in here. I like Dynamic Pricing, the 1, and the 3, Suggesta. I'm going to go to the one who's a bigger price than Suggesta. You know, Suggesta finished, ran just actually ahead of She Feels Pretty in the Belmont Oaks last year. And I think she was on the cusp of becoming one of the best horse 3-year-olds. And her year was cut short. I think her last race was a great prep for this. So I'm going to bet $15 to win with my $25 on Suggested, the number 3, and then bet a $5 Exactabox 1-3. I'm shooting for the moon here. No chalk-eating weasel for me in this Just a Game.
7-1. Call to post, grade 1. Just a Game, presented by Resolute Racing. Just heard from John Stewart. Let's meet the field. Dynamic pricing. There she is, 10-1 drawn inside.
I think she had excuses running well behind She Feels Pretty last year. Her return was exceptional, and she looks the part. I think she is a major player.
Handful there, acting up a little pre-race, then Special One in the Team Valor Animal Kingdom colors with Joel Rosario.
She's got some tactical speed. I actually liked her in the grade 1 that was supposed to be, she was supposed to run in on Derby Day. She scratches and shows up here.
Suggested first to 3 for Chad Brown.
She obviously is going to have to improve to win this race, but I think there's reason to believe that she can. And her return race behind She Feels Pretty a lot better than it looks, racing down in a deeper inside at Churchill that day.
Second at 3 for Brown. Juddmonte Homebred Suggested, then Simply in Front. It was just that at the end of the Distaff Turf Mile at Churchill.
Yeah, I like this horse. I think she's going to appreciate the give in the ground. I thought she ran well there. She's going to be finishing while some of them might be stopping.
Kehoe Beach, number 5, representing speed. Long look there, Simply in Front. Frankie Dettori, there's Kehoe Beach.
And she's dangerous in the front end, but I think a question is, can the 2 or will the 2 Special One put pressure on her early? If she doesn't, she might wire the field.
And number 6, a Do Gooder, more speed on paper.
This is actually the only one I don't think can win.
Yeah. 26-1 outsider. Do Gooder, then a Lilac Rose.
It's a crazy price on one of the better 3-year-old fillies in Europe last year. I mean, I don't know if she's going to be ready to run her best race today, but she should not be 8-1.
Alvarado Mott, then Excellent Truth, the favorite, 3-2 with Flavien Prat.
She deserves to be favored, in my opinion, but she does not deserve to be 3-2.
Choicia, Jenny Wiley winner.
Well, I mean, she did finish ahead of Excellent Truth last time.
Controversial Jenny
She
Wiley
should have been
winner.
disqualified, but she still ran a very good race, and she's 5-1, and Excellent Truth is 3-2. I don't get it.
That's the field. The 4th and last of the Grade 1 events this afternoon. The Just a Game presented by Resolute Racing is next, 3 minutes out. Chad Brown looking for an 8th overall. He has 3, including Excellent Truth, the favorite at 3-2. The Just a Game is next.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it. Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Coaching Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Tomorrow, the 157th edition, the Belmont Stakes, winding down the 2025 Triple Crown live on Fox. Coverage begins 2:30 Eastern for the second year at Saratoga. Triple Crown grudge match, sovereignty, journalism, top 3 out of the Derby. Baeza, the 3-year-olds, a mile and a quarter, $2 million on the line for tomorrow's Belmont Stakes, presented by Naira Bet. Still padding that Belmont Stakes day bankroll. JK, how are you playing this wide open just a game, though the handicappers have zeroed in on Excellent Truth?
Yeah, I'm going to play some exacta or an exacta. 5, 8, 9 with 1, 4, 5, 8, 9. I need the 5, 8, 9 to win. I need the 1, 4, 5, 8, 9. One of those horses to be in second. It is a $2 exacta. It comes back. The total is going to be $24. It means you have $1 left over from your free play. Let's just do Andy's birthday.
Sauce.
Andy's birthday.
Next
Straight
Wednesday.
exacta.
Next Wednesday.
There it is.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay, I got $1 coming from you. At least I won't be broke.
Crossing over to the turf course shortly, we check in with Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the other Resolute Racing runner in Lilac Rolla. And as you heard from John Stewart, Bill Mott making her U.S. debut, a Grade 1, and especially this Saltia field, I do think is a good sign. And as Andy touched on, she was right up there with the top quality fillies in Europe last year as a 3-year-old, running last time out behind Porta Fortuna, who would go on from there to win another Group 1. She dead heated with Rogue Millennium that day. She's faced some exceptionally good horses and on some softer turf courses as well. Now, looking at her, she's not the biggest, but she's powerful coming in. I do think that she might benefit from a start under her belt just to bring everything together. And she also got pretty rambunctious on the track with the pony in the warm-up. She has settled a lot more now, though. Same thing with dynamic pricing. Though she always gets revved up in the preliminaries, she gets hot. That is normal for dynamic pricing. Thought that she ran very well to get the win in the Bogey last time out off of a layoff, and I'd actually always written down in my notes, she prefers a turf course with Given It, which is exactly what she gets today. I do worry a little bit about the conditions for her stablemate, the 3 Sagesta. She's gorgeous, and she looks phenomenal today, coming in second off the bench. And I agree with Andy. I thought that she actually ran credibly last time out, setting the pace behind She Feels Pretty, and probably really benefited from that start. Like I said, my biggest question, though, is going to be the cut in the turf course today. Lafitte?
1 of 3 for Chad Brown, seeking that 8th win in the Justa game. How will she handle the softer turf course of Justa with Jose Ortiz at 17-1, crossing over to the turf course? Richie, what are we looking for in the early stages of this Justa game?
Well, there's speed in here. I believe the speed is the 5-horse, Kehoe Beach from the Wesley Ward barn, but Do-Gooder has some speed.
Special Wand.
Special Wand should be forward. Sagesta has been close, but I know Chad Brown likes his horses to settle just off the pace. But I think we're going to have a legitimate pace here, particularly for the going.
You wound up with Lilac Rolla?
Yeah, I couldn't get past the fact that this filly was a runner-up in the 1,000 Guineas, one of the premier Grade 1s for 3-year-old fillies in Europe, going a mile, came back with a Grade 1 third in the Falmouth Stakes, and now off the layoff, Bill Mott puts her right in here. To me, that's a show of confidence.
I will say with Resolute Racing sponsoring the race, that may have something to do with it, but the horse who finished behind her in that race, the Guineas, Opera Singer, came back with a win in the Nassau Stakes at Goodwood in her next start, which is one of the biggest races for fillies and mares on the turf in Europe all year.
8-1 is just too big a price.
Crazy price.
Final thought, JK?
Yeah, look, I think the Ginny Wiley was a good race. So in my exacta, I picked 5, 8, 9 on top. All those horses exit that race. I'll go with the 5 though to try to wire this field.
Prestigious Grade 1 Justa game presented by Resolute Racing. It's post time. Here's Frank Miramonti.
Thank you, Lafitte. Last few left to load. Do-Gooder. Sagesta takes up her spot. And here are the 2 from Resolute Racing. A Lilac Rolla for Bill Mott. Excellent Truth follows her in for Chad Brown. Choice yet to the outside. Choice you're right up to the gate. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Justa game presented by Resolute Racing. And Kehoe Beach wastes no time going out for the early lead. Do Gooder is up close. Sagesta is down on the inside. And Choicia, extreme outside, is next. They're followed by Excellent Truth, who will settle in mid-pack. She's racing one from the rail. Down on the inside, Special One is 7 lengths off the lead. It's another length and a half to a Lilac Rolla, who was not quick out of the gate, but moves in front of the 2 trailers, Dynamic Pricing and Simply in front. 24-1 for Kehoe Beach and Arad Ortiz Jr. Opening up, an aggressive 4-length advantage running down the back stretch with Do Gooder second. Sagesta is down at the rail in third. Choicia fourth, 6 or 7 off the lead. Special One is next, coming to the half-mile pole. Another 2, Excellent Truth, still under a hold. Dynamic Pricing is down at the rail. A Lilac Rolla is behind those 2. And Simply in front is at the back. 48-4 for Kehoe Beach, who's been the controlling speed the entire way. Do Gooder on the inside, Special One. Choicia racing just outside of them. Choicia now taking second. In behind horses, Excellent Truth is starting to unwind, and Dynamic Pricing cuts the corner just inside of her as they come to the 8th pole. It's still Kehoe Beach with a 3-length lead, chased by Special One, and a continued bid from Dynamic Pricing. Dynamic Pricing, Special One coming at Kehoe Beach on both sides, and Excellent Truth. Dynamic Pricing takes the lead and pulls away. Dynamic Pricing wins the Just a Game. Excellent Truth was second. What a day for Chad Brown. In behind them, Special One and Kehoe Beach.
What a day for Chad Brown indeed. What a run in the Just a Game for Chad Brown. In 8th overall as Dynamic Pricing surges late with Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis, a pair of Grade 1 wins this afternoon.
And she's a filly. When you now, people are going to look back on and see what a big price she was and say, wait a minute. She was competitive with She Feels Pretty last year, who we all basically agree is the best older filly and mare in the country in the turf. And now she's a huge price in this race. She got a nice ride from Dylan. She ran terrific to win this race. What a nice horse.
She really did. I mean, and Kehoe Beach was loose. She got to swerving a bit in the lane, came out right there. But she had a nice clear trip, came down the center of the track and reaching for ground and got it done. Nice effort. 1-2. For Chad Brown.
1-2 for Brown.
This race lived up to the hype. We talked about how it was one of the best races we'll see all weekend. I feel very satisfied after watching that, and Dynamic Pricing ran extremely well. Kehoe Beach ran well. Excellent Truth ran well. Special One. They all ran extremely well. It was a satisfying outcome.
Yeah, no, I'm friends with the Connections, obviously, and I've talked to a lot about running this race, and there was some discussion, and, is she really good enough to win in here? and at first, Chad was hedging a little bit, and Seth Klarman, the owner, said to Chad, if you don't want to run her, I don't think she's good enough, don't run her. He said, oh, no, she's good enough, I'm going to run her. He really loved the way she had been doing coming into the race. And, his 8th win in this race, and keep this in mind, not only is it 9 years, Chad, it's only the 18th one he could possibly have been in. Because his first year as a trainer was 2008. Now, he didn't have horses to run it that year. So it's not just a remarkable achievement, but basically, he's won 50% of the years he had a chance to have a horse in the Just a Game.
And Just a Game, the horse, was owned by somebody he trains a lot of horses for now, Peter Brandt, in partnership at the time with Joe Allen.
Seth Klarman, owner, Dynamic Pricing. You saw a newspaper of record on that list among Just a Game winners. And for Dylan Davis, Richie literally watched his career change before our eyes last summer, and the ascension has continued.
Yeah, he's proven that he can compete on the highest level, and that was the one question about Dylan. He was inconsistent. He'd ride brilliantly, and then ride races you'd scratch your head. He's become consistent. He's matured into a top rider.
Dynamic Pricing here, JK, at 10-1, defeating stablemate Excellent Truth, 1-8-2-5 in the Just a Game, and 8th for Chad Brown with Acacia.
A remarkable feat, 8 wins in this race, Chad. Congratulations, and it's been quite a day for you as well. But it seems this filly, Dynamic Pricing, has taken a big step forward this year.
She really has. I want to thank the owner, Seth Klarman, and his wife, Beth, who are there today. They were always patient with their horses, and she was kind of had enough last year. Sound, but didn't look right mentally and physically. So we turned her out. She came back good, and I think the rain, it hurt some of us today, like Randomized, for example, another Klarovich horse, but it helped her a bit today because, as you can see with her form, she runs well in yielding turf.
As mentioned, 8 wins in this race in the Just a Game. I know this track is home for you. What's the secret?
I had a great mentor. I know I talk about it a lot, but Bobby Frankel really taught me so much, and my great team. And I only speak it because it's the truth. I have the majority of my staff, well over north of 100 people that are my teammates, have worked for me 10 years or more, over 100. So that's a lot of continuity. They know the system. And great owners like Seth, and excellent truth, Resolute. John Stewart, the runner-up, was good. They give us good horses to work with. Both horses ran terrific. She caught the worst of it, the runner-up going a bit wide, but we have these good horses and a great team.
Only as good as the team behind us, Chad. Congratulations on a tremendous day.
Thank you for that.
Lafitte?
I don't think most look at horse racing, Richie, as a team sport, but for those closest to it, for a Chad Brown, his staff, those 100 employees that have been there during this extended run, yeah, it's a team sport.
Oh, it absolutely is a team. You know, think about a pit crew in Indy 500. You know, he's got so many horses, he can't have eyes on every single detail, so he has to have trusted grooms. He has the best exercise riders. You watch how his horses gallop. It's with a purpose. They're not off the bridle. Their heads are bowed. They're using themselves properly. And there's great dialogue, a lot of communication going on. He has a great team.
It's all working, especially at Saratoga, especially in the Just a Game. John Sheriff's saddled Giacomo to victory at 50-1 in the 05 Derby. Baeza, third in the Kentucky Derby. In the Belmont Stakes, second choice in the wagering. And for Bob Baffert and Speedy Rodriguez, see him tomorrow. 3-year-olds taking center stage in the Belmont.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
Corniche.
Gin Blossoms, in front of that big crowd, all part of the festivities, kicking off Belmont Week here in Saratoga. Andy, the Dead or the Gin Blossoms? I know that's a tough one for you.
Well, unless Jerry Garcia is coming back, and I wish he would, I'm not a Gin Blossoms guy, but it's always the Grateful Dead for me. I just want Maggie to be there like last year where she was dancing with the crowd.
Where's Mag? highlight of the 2024 Belmont Stakes. Maggie at Jim
It
Lawson.
really was. That was pretty great. And you know what? I think it's a great tradition we've started, with last year and this year, and a fun thing to do downtown for the fans. And, you try to give back to the fans if you can.
Was that in Congress Park this year?
No, it's on Broadway. They shut down Broadway from Lake Avenue, Lake and Church, obviously, and then all the way down to, I think, past the Hilton.
No shutting down Chad Brown in the Justa game. No shutting down Dynamic Parking. Seth Klarman's filly, and just better now as a 4-year-old, as Chad and Acacia were discussing, in her 2 starts this year, winning the Beaugay, and now a win in the Justa game presented by Resolute Racing. Big afternoon, Dylan Davis with Acacia.
A big afternoon indeed, Dylan, along with his son Michael joining me here. Dylan, you said 2 wins, 2 grade 1s today, doubling your grade 1 total of the horses that you've been able to ride. Pretty amazing day.
Very amazing day, Acacia. Just thankful for the trainers, Chad and Mark Cassie, giving me the opportunity to ride their amazing horses, and Mr. Farmer and Mr. Klarich. Very good trip here today. Didn't break well, but I was able to get in an inside spot for the first turn, and then working my way down the backside, trying to find a seam where it would look like for me best at the quarter pole, at the half-mile pole. So got really into the bridle. She ran great and got a seam through there at the top of the stretch, and she just really thrived on this ground, and she was a great ride, and I'm just happy to be aboard her.
It seems like a win at Saratoga is worth more weight than pretty much anywhere else. Can you describe what a grade 1, 2 in one day feels like here at this place, which is home for you as well?
Yeah, I'm lost for words. I mean, this makes 4 for the grade 1s that I have on my career, and 3 at my hometown, so it's incredible. Just continuing on. I love riding grade 1s and winning them. It feels great, so I would like to win some more, but just doing it in my hometown, it's really special. So I have a lot of family and friends out here, and my son, he's enjoying it too, so just real happy to be here and continuing on with my career.
You're not done yet for the weekend and for the summer. We said the summer last year seemed to be the summer of Dylan Davis. Seems like you're off to a good start this year, too.
I think so. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Lafitte.
Amazing how that works, Richie, to wait that long, that opportunity to ride those types of horses that can compete in those types of races, and how hard it is to win at the highest level. And just like that, he wins as many grade 1s today as he has his career to this point.
And that's pretty remarkable. And you have to show people that you can win at that level to get more opportunities at that level. This will open more doors for him. But I will give him one word of advice. Learn the name of the owners you're riding for. It's Seth Klarman, not Klarovich. That's the name of the stable.
Who do you think takes more offense, Seth or Andy?
Seth rolls with it better than anyone I've met in my entire life.
You're really good at rolling with it.
I should be
really
as good about it as he
it.
is about people calling me Andy Sterling.
Or the Belmonte Stakes.
I had a boss that called me Andy Sterling, I think, for 3 years.
You're Sterling the rest of the weekend. Belmont Stakes tomorrow on Fox. You see the field, the updated, those are live odds journalism, 4 to 5. Sovereignty. What we see these Triple Crown races, and when they unveil the early wagering, very often, certainly with the Derby, those trends, those prices, that kind of sticks, right? Do you think this will stick with Sovereignty?
Well, I think it's very clear that the odds of journalism have gone down dramatically during the show because Jonathan likes them. So I think that's what happened. One of the few guys left that Jonathan hasn't broken bet his last money on journalism. I mean, there was $800,000, and he went from 8 to 5 to 4 to 5 when somebody bet on him, like 150,000. I mean, that's a big bet, right?
It's the 2 doubles that we're live on the show with.
Bal Baeza, second choice in the wagering, 5 to 2. Third in the Kentucky Derby, continues to progress the physical attributes, but the mental maturity. Once that all comes together, yes, maybe, but still, as good as he ran in the Kentucky Derby, what is the key for him to get the best of journalism, Sovereignty, and the rest tomorrow?
I think being the first mover, his potential tactical advantage, and also he has a right to improve. He had a troubled trip in the Derby, and I'm not convinced there's that much difference between the talents of any of the top 3 in the Derby. Is that fair?
I think it's very fair, don't you, Jonathan?
I do think it's fair, but the one thing I will say is that the top 2, Sovereignty and Journalism, have kind of proven it
They've done
a couple of times.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
That's fair.
And how can Rodriguez duplicate this effort in the Belmont Stakes with the presence of Crudo in the Belmont?
Well, as you were talking about it, Bob, one thing about Bob, if he wants the lead, he's ready to go too fast to get it if that's what he needs. And keep this in mind about Rodriguez, and I'm not saying he's going to win. He's run twice in distance races where they went to the front and run triple-digit Beyer speed figures both times. He is a different horse on the front end, but he better be one to beat the big three.
Exactly. I think that's the point. The thing is that if this was a race, and we're all glad it's not, where there was just one big horse, then yeah, there's going to be a lot of cases you can make for Rodriguez in case that one big horse doesn't show up. The problem is there's 3 big horses, and the chances of all 3 of them not showing up is not very likely. That doesn't work out well for Rodriguez.
And Crudo being in the race makes it even more unlikely because even if he gets the front, he's going to have to be used harder to get the front in all likelihood.
Yes, that's the key, that Crudo's there and how much pressure he keeps on him.
You're riding Crudo, Richie. How do you ride him?
Well, I'm letting him run out of there. You know, I'm not taking it for granted that he's going to the lead. I'm coming out, and if you want it, work for it, and then if I have to back off, I can back off because I'm outside of you.
So in essence, if you've got the lead from Crudo, you might be going too fast.
If he gets it if I'm riding Crudo, and Johnny Velazquez is certainly a forward rider, he's going to have to go faster than he wants to make the lead.
Nobody happier than Martin Alvarado to see when he was entering the Belmont Stakes, Crudo.
No question about it. And, you know, Johnny's had a great weekend. He might take off and let you ride him, Richie.
Be about 15 pounds overweight.
Tomorrow's Belmont Stakes. Terrific day of racing here. All part of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Those 4 highlight Grade 1 events you saw. Thanks so much for joining us. Be right back at it tomorrow. 157th Belmont Stakes Sovereignty, Kentucky Derby winner, Martin Alvarado, journalism, 4-5 currently. Preakness Hero, and the fans, packed house expected here at Saratoga, and who will hoist that hardware, the August Belmont Trophy tomorrow. The Belmont on Fox.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When
And a jam-packed Friday afternoon, Saratoga Springs, New York. There's the canoe, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and we've had a great Friday so far. So good that we've still got one more race to go. That's right, we've got the 14th and final coming up on this Friday afternoon card on what's been a tremendous day with some surprising performances, some dominant performances from names that we're very familiar with, and even an upset in some of our big races as well. Chris Griffin here, trackside, joined by, of course, Sarah El Badwi and Paul LaDuca as we get set for the 14th and final. It's been a tremendous Friday afternoon of live racing.
It really has. I mean, we've had a lot of upsets, and Saratoga's known as the graveyard of favorites, and it happened a lot today. We had a couple upsets, and if you're live in some of these late exotics, Sarah, late pick 4s, late pick 5s, these pick 6s, they're paying very well.
They are, especially to some of the bigger prices going into this finale. If you have anybody but the entry, you're going to get paid handsomely to close things out today.
And there's a reason why some of those payouts are going quite big, because we go back to the 11th race on the card this afternoon. And of course, we're talking about the Grade 1 and the DK Acorn Stakes. That's right, we saw the Acorn and we saw an upset. Horse that you were talking about, Paul, and Lacara got to the front end, and there was no looking back.
Well, you know, Dylan Davis employed the same kind of tactics he tried in the Kentucky Oaks. He just had to go really, really fast. And on this day, he was able to get to the front end, and he was able to just run everybody off the feet, and the favorite Good Cheer just did not run.
She didn't. We have seen this track play very kindly to horses that have forward position. Lacara able to get away with some fractions that were not quite as blazing as the ones that she had to go ahead with in that Kentucky Oaks, able to save enough for the finish of that race, and just showing that when she's left alone at a moderate pace, she's dangerous and talented.
Yeah, always nice to not see any mud on those silks, because that means that you steer clear of all the trouble. We're in front, and they took it all the way in the DK horse Acorn. And of course, we had another member of our team that was trackside and did it all afternoon long, but she had a front row seat as she was talking all afternoon long about the horses, Acacia Clement, of course. And what did you think? You were trackside, you saw the performance. The Marcassi trainee, Lacara, ran them right off their feet. Front end victory in the Acorn.
She was impressive today, Chris, and you could tell early on in the race that she was just traveling so beautifully and so comfortably as well, and that's kind of the telltale sign. I thought it was interesting, given that earlier this week Marcassi said we're going to the lead no matter what, and they stuck to that plan, and you could see just how comfortable she was able to get on the front end. And I also thought it was interesting what he said today is that she really likes Saratoga, and it's a different type of mud, maybe a track that she didn't handle as much at Churchill Downs with that disappointing effort in the Kentucky Oaks. But I think on the other side of the coin, you can say that the muddy track today, maybe Good Cheer did not like as much here at Saratoga as she was able to handle at Churchill Downs, winning that Kentucky Oaks and tasting defeat for the first time this afternoon. By contrast, she just never looked comfortable and never looked like she was traveling in hand throughout the running of the Acorn today. I hope we get a chance to see them meet again, and maybe on a fast track that time as well, with some fairer conditions, because I think there's still some talented fillies in this 3-year-old crop. But today was the day for Lacara, a horse that has always had ability, and she was able to strut her stuff today, Chris.
Yeah, and taking a look, thank you very much, Acacia, and taking a look at Good Cheer and what she goes from here. You know, maybe a throwout race, maybe obviously not the type of race that we expected to see from the favorite. And we did see the scratch of Shred the Gnar, so maybe it changed the pace scenario a little bit, because it took some of that speed out of there. And then Lacara finds herself on a lone lead.
It did. Shred the Gnar figured to be another one that would be forwardly placed and would challenge Lacara a bit for that early supremacy, and that would help a horse like Good Cheer, who has that closing kick and likes to come from off the pace. We did not see her make up meaningful ground today, and I would say maybe just draw a line through this one, as she didn't really have the kind of trip that she prefers.
Yeah, I don't think it would have mattered. She just didn't fire. You know, somebody else would have got set up, but just the ways that she ran, she was not having it. I think the inside post probably hurt her early in the race, and she was not taking any of that kickback. He tried to get her to the outside, and she was just not having any of it. Sometimes they just not their day, and it wasn't her day today.
Yeah, if it's a complete throwout, didn't even end up in the money. It ended up being all long shots, all prices there in the top 3. We'll see if Good Cheer comes back to redeem herself in a future race. We got a 14th race coming up, and we're going to feature the New York Breds, of course, going 7 furlongs. A nice way to close things out, a maiden special weight for the New York Breds. And we're going to go back one more time. Acacia Clement, she is there in the paddock here for today's 14th. Acacia.
And Chris, we'll start off with the favored entry in here, beginning with the Chad Brown trainee. Already been a tremendous day for the Chad Brown barn, looking to pick up another victory here with Keeping It Real, who does make his first start of his 3-year-old season. He's become more athletic this year, definitely has improved. This is a horse that I always questioned his ability in his class last year. He had run some good races, but you definitely see that market improvement from him coming back. He is a big solid boy, and maybe will benefit from a start tucking up just as he was last year. He's carrying good condition, but also last year I always felt that he never moved that fluidly, and you could even tell in his debut where he was lugging in significantly. Last time out was incredibly game. So far so good with the way that he's walking beautifully here in the paddock. I'll keep an eye on him in the warm-up, but all things good for, I think, the part of the entry that's taking most of the attention. But the 1A Iron Dome did take a big step forward last time out, and for what it's worth, this is his first time against New York bred company after 3 races at Oaklawn Park. Chester Broman stuck in for a piece of this horse, the breeder of both parts of the entry, and the Bromans so influential in New York racing and breeding. And this horse, Iron Dome, the half-brother to multiple New York bred stakes winner, a horse that we all know and love, and Mr. Buff. And physically, he actually does look kind of like him. He's very big, like Mr. Buff is as well. But this is a horse who did have some traffic trouble last time out and ran on a bit better to finish third. He is outfitted with a cage bit or Houghton bit to give his rider a bit more steering. I don't know if he'll love the wet conditions in here, but hopefully he will appreciate getting in against fellow state-bred competition. There are some interesting first-time starters. The number 7, Spiteful Storm, is taking some attention on the board, debuting for Jim Bond coming in here. And this is a horse who is the half-brother to multiple stakes winner, multiple graded stakes place, Make Mischief. In fact, that would make him a 3/4 brothers. That horse was by Into Mischief. All 6 of the foals were winners, and the dam did actually win on a wet track as well. Typically for the Bond Barn, I like to see them have a start, and this guy does debut with blinkers on. They run a lot of horses with a shadow roll, which he is outfitted in as well. I do think, yes, he could kind of bring it all together a little bit, but altogether, he's very strong coming in this spot, and he's been very professional throughout. An intriguing first-time starter, especially with that strong dirt sprint pedigree. Chris?
Thank you very much, Acacia. And of course, talking about New York, we're in the state of New York, so the New York breds continue to be showcased, and we saw them showcased on Wednesday to kick off all the action here. And when we saw some of these winners, very familiar names to me from being up in the booth and going through some of those races. But which winner really stood out to you, Paul, when you talk about the New York breds?
Well, you know, Sarah and I were talking about this. Obviously, Bank Frenzy was very good. I got to give a lot of credit. I thought K-Cup has got a bright future, actually.
She was impressive, and she'd shown that she could run some faster numbers prior to that. But Bank Frenzy has been really expertly managed by trainer Rudy Rodriguez. The gradual steps up in class have suited him so well, where he's able to just progressively take that next step forward and show up each and every time. He's been in great form for a long time, and that is no small feat.
And of course, you saw those favorites early on, but then we see those prices later. Clear Conscience, Birdie Takes Charge. Very familiar names, very familiar names of horses that run against one another, but you can catch them on a price on a big week like this, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. The field is coming out onto the track as we get set for race number 14 on the card. It's been quite the day, a bit of a marathon of the day, but as we get ready for the maidens to close things out, it's always nice to see these big full fields to close out the card.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a really full field, and I get it that the entry's a heavy favorite in here, but if you subscribe to horses starting their first start as a 3-year-old is a good start. A lot of these horses are getting Lasix for the first time. Acacia mentioning a first-time starter. Maybe you can get yourself a price.
Sarah, we take a look at the track and you see the sloppy sealed going into the 14th and final. But as the track profile, did it change a little bit, you felt like, throughout the card, maybe into the second half? I mean, we saw some of that front end speed do well. Did that have any factor?
You know, I think that we might see the biggest impact on the course tomorrow as things are drying out. I think we often see the track play more towards the inside or have the opposite impact where you want to stay as far away from the rail as possible. I think that that's going to ultimately make things fairer in terms of where you're positioned, but we might see some of that bias in terms of where on the racetrack you are, whether you're closer to the rail or further away.
7 furlongs is the distance to close things out. Maiden special weight ranks, the state breds, and here is the number 1 part of the entry that's keeping it real.
This one, third-time starter, off since last October. Did face some decent company, though, and making the 3-year-old debut.
1A is going to be Iron Dome, the Steve Asmussen trainee.
Yeah, big price and 3 starts so far. Slight cutback from the mile last time out and has a figures edge on Byers, one of the faster races that anyone with experience has run in this field.
And next up, we'll be seeing the number 2 coming onto the screen here, and the 2 is going to be Undisputed Jenna Antonucci.
Ran a good race last time out. The bottom side of this pedigree, yes, is true, is really good mud influence, and I think this horse has got a good shot. Now, the 1 and 1A are in the middle of the pack. The 2 draws the rail here.
Looks like we're going to catch the number 5 next here. It's going to be a little out of order, but that's Mozambique.
This horse is a big shot. Second last time out as a 2-year-old to National Identity. He would then run second in Stakes Company to the likes of Sacrosanct, Sand Devil, and Soon to Be King. And a big work for this return as well. Bullet best of 143.
Probably much of a field goal kicker. Hit the post here is going to be the number 6.
Well, first time gelding, getting Lasix. A lot going on here for Melanie Giddings, who's had a couple horses at big prices run well so far in this little meet. So
Acacia was giving this horse a bit of a look there in the paddock, the 7 Spiteful Storm.
And I'm glad you mentioned this one because there is that pedigree as well as that Dam Side Precocity. The Dam did win first time out, half to 3 debut winners, Spiteful Lily and Jody Song being the other 2 besides Make Mischief.
Here's the 8 Solo Jim, Irad Ortiz Jr.
I thought this horse was live. If you look back, a nice little work and then a slowish work, maybe the setup, and you do get Irad Ortiz Jr.
Here is the 9 coming into the shot there, Coach Patino, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, first time starter. This one I have to Be the Boss, who is a 5-time winner. He did finish second in his debut, as well as a first-time turf winner, Colonel Tom.
Big long shot here in the 10. That's State of Readiness.
Yeah, hasn't ran since September of 2023. That was on the turf. Charlie Baker and Lane Luzzy are the combination here.
Number 11, College Hunk.
He needs to improve off of that first start, but this is just his second race. He did show a little bit of forward position on debut and faded, maybe just getting a little tired, and will benefit from a start.
Scratch the number 12. Still looking at College Hunk here as College Hunk heading towards the starting gate. We're actually going to go back to the number 2 as we missed one a little bit earlier. That's going to be the number 2, and that's Undisputed here, Jenna Antonucci.
Yeah, that's the horse I was talking about. That horse will start from the rail, but a player in here for sure.
And there is the number 13, and that's Sunzio.
Sanzio on the complete outside, or not on the complete outside, actually Iron Dome's outside of him. This is a son of Midnight Loot. One of his best days was on a muddy racetrack.
All right, showing about 3 minutes until the 14th and final. Big full field in here, but you do have even money on the 1 and the 1A. The entry taking all the action here in the finale. But Sarah, we're talking about picks. Where did you end up here in this 14th and final?
I did originally go with the number 1, Keeping It Real, the plain one, but because of that also eligible, his stablemate getting in, your price, which was already going to be short, is now that much shorter. And so I think that from a betting perspective, if you're looking for somebody outside of those 2, I would lean towards the number 7, Spiteful Storm. I think that that's the more intriguing way to go with a horse that has a very live shot, debuting, and has all of the accoutrements to be successful first time out. So I think the entry is dangerous. I did originally pick the 1, but I would be playing around with a couple of exactas as well.
Yeah, listen, the 1 and the 1A are a formidable team here. You get a horse in Keeping It Real for Chad Brown, who's a hot barn, and a horse in Iron Dome has been running some really pricey races as the New York bred at Oaklawn Park during the winter, and he ships in. He gets the complete outside, so I don't know where to go there. I landed on the 5, Mozambique. I just like the work. I thought that horse had a big shot, and I also thought the 8, Solo Jim. Those 2 horses were the horses that I was looking at, although the 1 and the 1A are going to be very tough. One of these first-time starters or newly turned 3-year-olds is going to really have to run.
Yeah, a lot of first-time starters, horses making their second starts, some lightly raced horses at this state-bred, New York bred level here, going the 7 furlongs. Acacia Clement, she is trackside, and taking a look at the horses that come onto the track. Is there anything that you've seen, Acacia, that has changed your mind or kind of swayed you one way or the other here in the finale?
Yeah, nice easy race to wrap up a 14-race card. There is a lot going on, as you guys mentioned, and I agree with Sarah and Paul that the entry is on paper and in the flesh as well the ones to beat. But taking a look at the number 5, Mozambique, who I know that Paul has some interest in, this is a horse that is coming back in off of a layoff and making his first start as a 3-year-old for Linda Rice. And just physically looking at him, I do feel like he's going to benefit from a start. He's a big body type of horse. He's also gotten pretty warm, and while it is a bit more humid, it is cooler today than it has been, markedly cooler. And typically when horses do get a bit warm like that, it can suggest that they just need a start and will benefit from a race under their belts. very good looking individual, and I thought ran well last time out when stuck with a wide trip. But I thought, again, a horse that will benefit from a start, though, as Paul mentioned, seems to be working up a storm. Another first-time starter is the 8 Solo Jim, who does go out for Mark Hennig. A horse by Salamini out of a Yes It's True mare, who was a good dirt sprinter. This is a horse who is quite fit for debut. He certainly looks like he is ready for the first race, but we have been just told by Frank Miramati that the 7 Spiteful Storm, who I had liked back in the paddock, but by suggestion of the track veterinarian, the way that he was moving out on track will be a late scratch in here. So late scratch of the 7 Spiteful Storm. Back over to the 8 Solo Jim, though, first-time starter again going out for Mark Hennig. Pretty sharp in the preliminaries, did get a bit hot as well, but a horse that looks like he is ready for this debut. Chris?
And of course, you can bet all the racing action right here with Naira Bets. You can experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with Naira Bets. You can join now, get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus. Use that promo code BELMONT25 for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. You can sign up at NairaBets.com. Late scratch of the 7 Spiteful Storm, a horse that we were giving a long look to here, but you do get a late scratch of a first-time starter, maybe just not kind of feeling things going on the racetrack. The track vets there, they take a look at all these horses before they go into the starting gate. They make that final decision, decided Spiteful Storm not today, maybe next time, but a first-time starter out, it changes maybe a little bit as far as a top selection, but from a handicapping standpoint, a horse you've never seen run before, you don't really see that form.
No, the utmost importance is the horse's health, first of all, and that's what they do. The vets took to look over, and usually the jockey, like Luis Saez, probably said, listen, I'm feeling something here, and the state vet took a look, and they side on the side of caution. These horses will live to fight another day, and the 7 will come back. Spiteful Storm, and I would think will be very competitive horse. I still think he's a nice horse. It doesn't matter that you just got scratched, something maybe didn't like the mud. There can be a lot of different things. But now you turn into the 1 and the 1A. So if you're new and you're alive and your pick 4s, your pick 5s, you do get the entry, and you got a pretty good entry.
And you get them twice if you had them
get 'em
already.
twice, yes.
So there is that benefit as well. I think now that the horse that I discussed putting in my exact as my option now would be the number 5 Mozambique. Just coming in off of that big work, any progressive improvement. I think that this horse could be dangerous, and that last work really tipped the hand of this horse. Again, we never know how it was done, if they were asking for their absolute best, but to be the best of 143 in the morning, you got to be moving along pretty quickly.
Got to give a shout out to Coach Patino because he might be watching the show.
I mean, he has to be, right?
Yeah, he might be.
You can't be checking out here. You got to be watching the finale.
You're getting 15 to 1, and let's be honest, he's got the Johnnies going again. So, Coach Patino, if you're watching, good luck here. It's always a weird thing when you're got a horse named after you.
And let me talk about this. I mean, we've talked about prices all day, but 3 to 5 on the entry now. I mean, it may be the fair price, seeing with the late scratch, but this is a very short price.
Well, it is. When you look at Iron Dome and you look at Keep It Real, they both got buyer figures that just tower over this group, but that can be very deceiving when horses only got 2-year-old numbers.
Exactly, and there's just so much unknown in this race that I think that bettors are just gravitating towards that 2-for-1 deal, horses with experience, horses with connections that are reliable, and some of those faster races on paper. But there is so much unknown at a much better price that could be significantly better or just good enough to win today than 3 to 5.
All right, it's the finale here on a Friday. It's been a fantastic card, 14 races. We close things out with the New York Breds in a maiden special weight, and something that is an honor for me to do personally as one half of the track announcers here in New York. I get to send it up to the booth here one more time for the finale, the 14th and final on this great Friday of racing action. Frank Miramati will have the call.
Thank you, Chris Griffin. Santa Monica in the house here in Saratoga Springs. Last few runners left to load. Just listen to a replay to confirm the pronunciation of Sanzio. And then on the far outside, Iron Dome, part of the heavily favored entry. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sanzio, very quick. Iron Dome has some early interest, but it's Keeping It Real who's quickest. And Keeping It Real is joined immediately by Coach Patino. Coach Patino's got some good early speed. Hit the Post comes through inside now, so Hit the Post is in front. Keeping It Real second. Coach Patino had joined third. Racing on the outside of Undisputed, who's on the fence, traveling kindly through the opening furlongs. Dark Magic is racing in fifth as they head toward the half-mile pole. 3 clear of Mozambique inside of Solo Jim. Sanzio, Orange Cap, has a dozen to make up. The opening quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds. College Hunk is just inside of that rival as they round the far turn. The Gray Stint of Readiness is passing those horses now. He's within 15 of the pace. He's actually made a little bit of headway. Outside of him, Iron Dome has a lot of work to do. He's far, far behind with a quarter of a mile to go. And Hit the Post, trying to shake loose at the top of the stretch, has a 2-length lead. Keeping It Real is chasing him with determination in second. These two will come to the 8th pole together. Hit the Post, digging down deep. Keeping It Real, wandering out in the center of the racetrack. Now Iron Dome is coming alive in the final stages. On the outside is Undisputed. It is Hit the Post. Hit the Post, giant in victory. Scores by 6 lengths. Keeping It Real was second in front of Iron Dome. Undisputed behind them, State of Readiness and Solo Jim.
Right through the uprights. It's good. Christopher Elliott here scoring in the finale. First time gelding, the son of Cantharos. Melanie Giddings, first time Lasix, first time gelding. You get the Apprentice Award. Hit the Post, the winner.
Yeah, a little bit of everything, right? You hit the nail on the head. First time gelding, first time Lasix. And this horse broke sharply, Sarah. Took control of the race, and then you mentioned a good thing. It seemed like everybody was spread around the racetrack trying to chase this horse home, and the straight one just got tired there late in the lane.
Absolutely. I mean, this horse had good gate speed, but Christopher Elliott is a rider that we have seen be aggressive on both turf and dirt, and this is, I believe, his first win at Saratoga.
Could it be?
It's got to be, I think. It's got to be, yeah.
Very exciting for him. He's been just sensational the whole time that we have been downstate, Belmont at the Big A, as well as playing Aqueduct, and he just seems like he had the pedigree to be a successful rider,
yeah, right?
but he has been making the right kind of moves, putting horses in good position and showing that good early speed.
There you see it, Hit the Post. Number 6, Christopher Elliott, young Christopher Elliott aboard, getting the victory at a nice price too. When we come back here on America's Day at the Races, we've got a Derby rematch to still talk about journalism. Sovereignty, the rematch is on. It's on the horizon right here when we come back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Back here on FS2, America's Day at the Races, where we just saw the 14th and final, the finale on this Friday afternoon, a fantastic day of racing where we saw a lot of big winners. And how about this? Young Christopher Elliott, the apprentice, closing things out for trainer Melanie Giddings. Some changes to Hit the Post, but ended up being the right changes because Hit the Post got it done at a nice number in the finale.
For you new viewers on FS2, this is Christopher Elliott, Stuart Elliott's son. And a lot of people know Stuart Elliott from
a tough race in the
Smarty
Jones, who lost the Belmont late, but good payout in the pick 5. And look at the pick 6, $251,000. If you had that, toast to you.
Very nice. And we've got the Belmont, of course. If you had a fun day on this Friday, you got a great day coming up for a Saturday as we've got the Belmont Stakes, of course. Looking forward to a tremendous day of racing and a big full field. For us, 8 runners in there, but the rematch is on. Sarah, Journalism and Sovereignty, they meet once again.
I feel as though this price on Sovereignty, as we're looking at the live odds, it'll shift a little bit as we get closer to post time, because 5-1 on your Derby winner is quite a bit, but Journalism taking all that early action, especially after that eye-catching Preakness.
I'll take the 5-1 on Sovereignty right now if I could get it.
I think everybody's going to take that 5-1 if they like that 5-1 on Sovereignty to get the job done over Journalism. It's been a fantastic day. Great being with you guys here, and looking forward to tomorrow when we've got some more great racing action coming up here on FS2 and all of our partners as well. We've got Sovereignty, the Kentucky Derby winner, 5 weeks off. He's back. He's going to be fresh. Will he be ready to tackle the Belmont? Or will it be Journalism, the great athlete, trained by Mark McCarthy, Umberto Rispoli? Will they be able to do it again just after that exciting Preakness? Or will it be Baeza, a horse that everybody's kept their eye on too? Maybe he can tackle the top 2 in the Belmont Stakes. It's all coming up 10:30 tomorrow. Be right here for America's Day at the Races.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser. Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.